they don't have to talk publicly. FYI, Alex, we're going live.
All right. So as far as I can tell, we are now live.
Yep.
Hello, YouTube. This is the back of the house testing everything to make sure it's working. I see we have a really active YouTube chat already, which is awesome. And we're experiencing, I can hear my own voice through someone's speakers. I guess we're not experiencing as much of a delay as I thought, but we're anticipating about a 10 to 15 second delay between what's said here in the Zoom call and what shows up on YouTube. But we're monitoring the YouTube chat as closely as we can, and if we see questions there, we'll do our best to relay them to the presenters. Could anyone else hear the reverb of me talking twice?
No.
Okay,
It's
perfect.
clean for me.
Just me.
Though, I actually, did any of you hear that when you were talking, when we were testing?
I think I just have my YouTube volume up just a smidge.
That will totally
That
do it.
changed it. There we go.
Yeah.
Good again.
FYI, people on YouTube, we're not talking about you. We're talking about like to ourselves, because if the video is playing to yourself on a delay, it completely messes up your brain processing of audio and makes you not be able to talk like a normal person.
Neurolinguistic fact of the day.
It's very hard to cope. Let's see if I can do highlights.
Okay, Jamin has offered to host a social thing at the end of the conference, so I'm going to let him commandeer my Slack or my Zoom for that. So I'll set up a meeting.
Okay, I can create highlight videos. So I should be able to, in theory, create extracts of individual talks on the fly. And I will try to do that as we go. So yeah, I've already created a LCC9 dLCC playlist on the YouTube channel. This is already on it, of course, as is next day's live stream. But as we finish every talk, ideally, possibly with some delay for processing, there should be a separate video added, which will be the long-term link for each specific talk. So let me know if that messes up.
Okay. I will do my best to let you know that.
Probably not live, like one of the back end.
You are heard A-OK, Sai, according to, I'm going to put a German pronunciation on this. I don't know if it's Lichen or
Lichen.
Or
Maybe
Lichen.
in English.
I prefer Lichen. They can correct me. In 30 seconds, I expect.
Oh, and have we checked pronouns for all speakers?
We have not. I'm going to err on the lichen. Okay, with a syllabic N, I believe.
That is the best kind of N.
Oh, and just FYI to, I guess, everyone, but we'll say something later. If you're like non-binary or trans or anything like that, we are 100% supportive. So if you want to be identified by whatever name you prefer, let us know. We will use the correct gender and all that. Just, we do have to be told because we're not entirely psychic yet. So please do let us know. And we're perfectly, for that matter, if you happen to be like transitioning and maybe not out yet, and you don't want to say something now, but in the future you might want to change what pronouns or name we have on the website for you, we are perfectly happy to edit that. Just let us know. In fact, we did that just a couple days ago, which is why it came to mind.
So I'm going to add, and I'll make this announcement several times, but one of the LCS former board members, Jamin, has offered to host a social thing at the end of today's programming. Jamin will have more information on that probably when he checks his Slack and sees that I actually sent him something. I've got it currently scheduled for 4:15. We'll see if that still works, but I have exceeded, there we go, the character count allowed in YouTube chat. I'm still exceeding it.
Also on, please follow the LCS Twitter at Fiat Lingua. There is a link to a Jitsi that you can use to socialize in the meantime, separate from when Jamin's hosting the thing on Zoom. So if you just want to like hang out during breaks and chat with each other using text or video or audio or whatever you prefer, just go to that. The link is meet.fiatfiatnum.org/dLCC social, but it is easier to just click it. So go to LCS on Twitter and it's linked there. And that's not going to be particularly moderated or anything. So just, be nice, hang out, chat.
Should we publicize the Zoom link for the social chat on Twitter? Yeah.
Let me think.
Good morning, Doug.
I was just thinking of the like, are we expecting it to get bombed? Probably yes, because we can always pick people.
True.
So I'll put it on.
I've got it typed up here right now.
Oh, okay, go for it.
Doug, how are you?
Doing all right.
Excellent, excellent. We are streaming live in case you're self-conscious, but I don't think you are.
Not especially.
I'm going to give you co-host abilities here for a second if you want to test out your slides and make sure the screen share works for you.
Okay. So let's see. We'll go back to the beginning on these. All right. So. So are these
That's good.
showing up okay?
Are you using your mouse or keyboard to advance?
Keyboard.
Huh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that is working just fine.
Okay. I mean, is there other things I should test with it?
Do you have any
audio or
sound?
anything?
No, no audio. I'm the sole source of audio.
Then you should be good.
So just start with it maximized on the first page like you've got it now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Will do. Sure. So I stopped the share.
I'm already seeing people join the social Zoom meeting. we won't be hosting that until after today's conference schedule wraps up. But Sai has a Jitsi room where people can hang out and chat if they want.
Yes. So that is currently up. You can just join it, hang out. Please mind that we're not going to be monitoring it because we only have so many ears. So if you have questions or anything, put it in the YouTube chat, please, to make Joey not have a brain explosion.
I'm good.
And Joey will be relaying questions asked in YouTube chat verbally. So just, if you have questions for the presenter, or if you want to make a comment or reference or something, the presenters are not going to be watching YouTube chats, please, because that will be very distracting for them. But Joey will, and he's collecting your questions and will ask them all at the end. So, and I think he'll probably just tell you that he's noted it for the collection. So, if
I'll do my best.
For some reason, like you don't get a confirmation, feel free to just put it again, just to make sure we got it. But yeah, that's the question.
Yeah, and on that, if any of the presenters who are at that time on the Zoom call want to chime in with a question, you're welcome to unmic and ask. Or unmute, not unmic. My biggest challenge of the day is going to be remembering which hand's controlling which computer, because I have that many screens open right now.
I very much sympathize.
Sai, there is a question in the YouTube chat from Melissa. Where is that room? And I believe that's in reference to the Jitsi chat.
There you go.
Perfect. Yes, thank you, Sai. Got to represent Klingon. And if anybody is interested, today's Klingon word of the day, brought to you by Bokwe, is yuch, or chocolate. Okay, who can we put it on the spot to speak in their Conlang fluently and welcome everyone? Klingons are a very passionate people with a very robust palate, Doug.
I can fluently read off the example sentences from my slide.
I mean, you can, but we're going to hear it pretty soon. Twice as bitter, but only half as sweet, according to YouTube.
I don't suppose Sai can fluently sketch out a greeting in UNLWS?
Hey, Alex, can we sketch out a greeting in Nunnels?
I'll give you screen share permission so you can use the whiteboard app in Zoom.
Alex has an actual document camera and in theory could join for that. Do you,
We've got
do you want
22 minutes
stick
to
out
kill.
Arnold's Zoom? Arnold's greeting to the stream. I'll send him the Zoom info.
Absolutely. This is a Klingon fact I didn't know about the Klingon emblem. It was developed from a way that Mark Okrand used to sign his initials. I did not know that. That's pretty cool.
Huh. Curious.
I can almost see the M. It's vaguely.
Yeah. I don't want to like. I have to figure out which of my TKDs has Mark's signature in it here. So, because Sai makes fun of me for having 4 copies of the Klingon dictionary within arm's reach, and it's because I have Klingon Scrabble, which can have 4 players.
Oh, I was going to say that did seem
that
extravagant.
is a fair point. I'm just looking at our bookshelf and wondering if I actually brought my copy here or not. The Klingon dictionary.
Does Klingon Scrabble use the Klingon script, or is it
Yes.
Romanized?
It's got the Picard script, but it also has the Romanized version at the bottom where the points are.
Joey, could I ask you something about Klingon Scrabble?
Something about Klingon Scrabble. Yes, go ahead.
In Klingon, isn't there a difference between uppercase and lowercase letters? Is that same difference in the Scrabble?
So the uppercase, lowercase version of the Romanized alphabet in Klingon, I am a nerd, thanks, Brian, was a trick that Mark Okrand came up with to facilitate pronunciation by the actors. And what Mark said to the actors basically is, if it's an uppercase letter, it's probably not pronounced the way you would expect it to be pronounced in English. So, for example, the letter I is always pronounced I in Klingon. It's a lax vowel, and so my favorite example of how the actors didn't get that correct is in Star Trek: The Next Generation when Worf asks Captain Picard to be his Cha Deech. It shouldn't be Cha Deech; it should be Cha Ditch. And the idea was that if you have this uppercase letter for the I, maybe the actors will associate it with a slightly different sound, just like duh isn't an English duh, it's a retroflex duh sound. So Cha Ditch should be the correct pronunciation of that. Klingon Scrabble, of course, yeah. I'm just looking at the comments on YouTube as well. So there's no lowercase I in the Romanized version of Klingon, which does make text-based communication interesting, depending on your font, because uppercase I and L can look the exact same, and you just have to figure out where the syllable boundaries are, knowing that with the exception of one affix, Klingon syllables must have an onset.
See, you should make it a truly Klingon game and have the letters be carved out of steel, so you're always at risk of bleeding. Because the normal Picard font is very razor bladey looking.
DeSDu is commenting in Klingon on YouTube. Klingon hol shikrab el kun jich. I can't translate it that fast. He's swearing at me though. There is no hole. I don't know what no hole is. It's I'm guessing some sort of dialect.
Oh, actually.
I'm a Klingon Scrabble. God damn it. I knew he was swearing at me. Oh, here's Alex joining, so we might have an, I'm going to butcher the pronunciation, Unwalls?
Unnulf.
Unnulls. Oh, we have a beautiful
More
view of
appropriate
size
search.
integer.
Hopefully not. We're both on headphones.
Okay, there is.
So, yes, I have it on a search.
Clause. Or
I
something.
wonder. Theoretic. Oh, that's there we go. We're seeing Alex's doc cam now.
Yes. Oh, but it's reflected, and that's actually problematic in this instance.
Is it reflected
It might be reflected
only
only to
in
me.
your view?
Let me go look at yours. Oh, it's fine. I see.
Yeah. It's good. It's good for faces because you're used to looking at yourself in a mirror, but looking at writing is kind of weird.
Alex and Sai, we're getting a little bit of feedback from Sai being heard through Alex's and Sai's computer at the same time.
Got it.
Although, Alex, you might have to speak to get your camera being the one that's viewed on the Zoom/YouTube.
Is that wanted? Are we streaming the videos to or the briefings to YouTube right now?
Yes.
Yes,
this is live.
everything's live.
Very
Oh,
good.
Jackson, there we go.
Joey, you can pin Alex's video.
Yeah,
in
I'm just going to
Zoom.
say Nuknech to DeSDu, who just joined us.
Nook, just Shach. What's up, everybody? I was following and I saw everybody was talking about Klingon, so I decided to jump on.
Howdy.
Real quick. Just say Klingon and I will appear. As a matter of fact, I just threw on my my Klingon Pabst shirt, which I'm pretty sure is the only one in existence. So that's awesome. Yeah, Nokhol is the retroactive ancestor language of Takhol, regular Klingon. Klingon. And we only get a little taste of it at the beginning of a book called the Pakbat. It's like 3 pages. That's all we have. We're not sure how the lowercase I is pronounced.
Oh, I did not notice. Okay, so I've got the Pakbat here.
I have requested information about the pronunciation of Nokhol, but I have not heard back yet.
I haven't actually gone through this book.
So much interrogation he can withstand.
Ooh, look at that. Yeah. So on page 22 in Roman numerals, we have a lowercase I in Kichlut. Look at that. Huh.
And there's a page about what we see in there on the Klingon wiki, which is run by Lieben Latar, and using the English back translation, we've been able to figure out, and the resemblance to some Takhol words, we've been able to figure out sort of some aspects of the grammar. It's what is it? It's object, subject, verb instead of OVS, which is standard Klingon. And what else is different about it? There are a couple of verbal prefixes that are not present in modern Klingon. So let's see, there's they subject, they object, which is present. I think that's meh. And there's a he, she, it subject, him, her, it object, which is lu or oo, something like that. I forget what it is exactly. Yeah.
I have to speak to the YouTube commentary. Brian said I was a nerd, but I think I've just taken the nerd crown.
I definitely am, and I'll prove it later today with my presentation.
So we just got joined by DeSDu, Jack, and Matt. while I have the opportunity, I'm going to slip downstairs to grab myself a refresher on the coffee because it's still not 9 a.m. and I haven't had my second coffee yet. But DeSDu, Matt, I've given you both co-host privileges if Sai can lead you through checking to make sure that your screen share works, and then I'll be right back.
I have privileges to be able to assign.
Oh. I can probably make you a co-host as well. There we go.
Or is there like an admin privilege?
You should have it now as co-host, I believe.
Okay,
And
cool.
I'll be right back.
Jack, want to test your slides?
Sure. I don't have them on this computer, but I can pull up another slideshow and test that. There's not anything fancy.
Is this the one that you're going to be using for a presentation?
No.
Oh, maybe Dryden from that one, just to make sure that that one works okay.
Yes, somewhere.
And then who else was it? Logan?
What? Yes, I'm here.
Have we tested your slides yet?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Who am I blanking on?
We've not tested Matt's slides yet, though.
Oh, Matt, right. Hello,
Hello.
Matt. Long time no see.
Hi. Okay, let me try share screen and see if this works. All right. Can you see my slides?
Can
Working for
you
me.
share the window instead of screen?
Can I share the window instead of screen? That is a good question. Hold on. Let me try something else. So I had it in presentation. I have two screens for my computer and I had it in presentation mode. Let me try.
It should still allow you to pick the window for the others from the other screen.
So if I share this.
Yep.
And click present.
And then click present. What are you?
That's good.
That's
okay.
Excellent.
And if you
let me
don't
try
move your mouse and advance using keyboard.
Is this working?
Excellent. That's perfect.
Okay, great.
So please just start with that, like maximize and ready.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can start the screen share part when you want to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, and
right.
Jack, could you? Oh, okay. You got my thing on Zoom. Good. Joey, Jack needs to try the computer that we're going to use for the presentation, which is in this one and isn't available immediately.
Okay.
So the slides are on the other one.
Fair enough.
But tested Matt and he's good to go.
we all type furiously and count down the last 7 minutes.
So again, if you're joining us just now, YouTube, this is us doing technical testing and just chatting beforehand. We're not technically presenting yet, but we are streaming, so you can still watch us. So, there's info that'll be put out on the LCS Twitter, so please follow that at Fiat Lingua. There is a Hangout which you can join right now if you want to chat socially during breaks and so forth. That's posted both in the YouTube comments and on the official Twitter. If you join that, please make sure you have headphones, because if people are playing the YouTube video out loud, then it creates a loop and it goes bad. So headphones.
We're getting a shot.
Matt, if you want, you can unmute yourself so that
yeah,
you can comment.
People were commenting on my bookshelf background, so I was just pointing out my Conlang section, which is right in the corner here.
I might win on Codex. Oh, Codex Serafinianus. That's nice. I have obscurity
Yes,
for me.
so-
Going for me.
Oh, that's good.
Here's one thing from our bookshelf.
Bring it up a bit.
Bring it up a bit.
it's
How
showing
No, the camera.
Oh, I see. I need to change the zoom level so it's all visible. Ah, well, it's on a funny
Ooh,
wonky
a first
stem,
edition.
So
Yeah,
see.
yeah.
Very
Dialect
nice.
the game,
Very good.
online game.
Yeah. Well, bring me some other stuff. So, let's see. Good old
Ooh,
opening tables, and I'm hitting chapter intro pages. Okay. Writing system. Here's the good stuff.
Two people got permission from Suzette Hayden Elgin's estate, I guess, to publish a revised version. So you can go to, I think it's one of those print-on-demand places where you can get a third grammar and dictionary of Ladon, which has the original material with a few typo fixes, other articles she wrote, additions to the dictionary and stuff like that. Yeah, it's probably Lulu.
Interesting.
we now have that in the Conlanger library through the LCS. I was mailed a copy of that by the publisher, and I just mailed it down to Tony. So I don't know if it's on our website catalog yet, but it is there.
Yeah, it's
Joey, do you want
very,
to
very hard to
do
find
the spiel of LCS services like the lending library and so forth?
Sure. So I don't know how many of our current 77 viewers on YouTube are members of the LCS at the moment. Of course, you can find us at conlang.org and become a member if you are so interested. Not required for viewing this conference, but there are a number of other membership benefits you would get, which do include access to our jobs board, which has really been taking off over the last couple of years, which is nice. So we post all jobs that the LCS gets for creating conlangs, for works of fiction or board games or anything like that, to a private members only server for the first 10 days before it goes public. And in the 2.5 years I've been president, we have never made a post to the public page because every job has gone to a member within the first 10 days of posting.
And
so
roughly how many have we had in the last 2 years?
I think we've had 5 in the last 2 months, which represents the increased demand, which is nice. But I'd say we're averaging, well, let's call it 1.5 a month recently.
Which I had a conversation with a Conlanger friend recently, and it's just sort of mind blowing if you compare that to the times before Dothraki, when having one at all in like the next several years was a major question mark, and now we're like a couple of months.
They're usually smaller. They're not to the. They're not typically to the scale of HBO contacting us to run a contest and see who would create Dothraki and however many other languages David ended up creating for them. But yeah, we've had a few film companies contact us now.
What are the current membership numbers like?
I don't have that information on hand. I think we're close to 200 current members.
I can pull that out from the last board meeting. Give me a sec.
So yeah, one of the other services that prompted this quick shout out is the members lending library that Tony Harris runs for us. So if you're a member, you can browse our catalog and say, "Ooh, I really want to check out that book," and Tony will mail it to you, and you can keep it for a couple of months. And probably renew as many times as you need to, unless it's in high demand.
And if we don't have one, you can always request it.
Exactly. We do have a budget for adding new books to our library. So you can borrow books as long as you're a member. I think those are probably our two most used member benefits, but we also offer web hosting for members as subdomains of conlang.org. And we're always looking to increase membership benefits. So at our annual general meetings in the fall, usually in October, we do take any, or I guess at any time you want to contact us, we do take ideas for what we could do better or additional.
As of October 2020, we had 150-ish members. No, that's in it plus student members, so 170-ish.
Yeah, so we're somewhere in the 170 to 200 range now, I believe. Well, it is currently 10 to 9 my time, which means it's 10 to 11 Eastern time, which means it's what, 10 to 2 for those of us in London area?
3:51.
Oh, wow, I'm way off. Okay. Well, that means it's the start of our official schedule. I know lots of people are joining us from all around the world. I haven't seen a shout out from who's where in the YouTube comments yet. 10 to 4 for Melissa. Feel free to tell us where you're joining from in the YouTube chat. But I'm here in Calgary, and in Calgary and beginning to be in a lot of places in Canada, whenever we start a meeting like this, we like to do a territorial acknowledgement. So for me here in Calgary, this is a personal thing. I assist in the teaching of the Blackfoot language, and I try to support Blackfoot language revitalization. So I'm going to start this with the Calgary territorial acknowledgement, and you can think positively about whatever territory you happen to be in. I don't know how else to express that in a digital conference, but the city of Calgary is on the traditional territories of the people of the Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta, which includes the Blackfoot Confederacy, made up by the Siksika, Bikani, Gawne, and Tsuut'ina, and the Tsuut'ina First Nations, as well as the Stoney Nakoda, including the Chiniki, Bearspaw, and Wesley First Nations. The city of Calgary is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. The University of Calgary, which I'm not too far from at the moment, is situated where the Bow River meets the Elbow River. And the city derives its name because where those two rivers intersect, it looks like an elbow. So in Blackfoot, our city is Mohkinsists, or an elbow. So we work, we live, we play when we're not in lockdown, on the traditional territories of the Blackfoot people and other First Nations people here. I don't know if Jamin is on. Yeah, I see him. He's in Halifax, where it's 11:50. I believe Jamin is on the traditional territories of the Mi'kmaq people, which I don't know anything but swear words in that branch of the language, so I won't repeat them here. So thank you everyone for joining us. I hope this is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be very different from any language creation conference we've ever had in the past. Because we're meeting digitally, we don't have jet lag. We're not running off to figure out what currency we need to buy that extra large espresso. But I hope it's going to be a lot of fun. And I think it's important to say this as well. We're all dealing with a lot right now, and it's okay to not be okay. Many of us are struggling, whether you're in a place where you are in lockdown because of the current pandemic, or if you're struggling with your own personal fears related to the pandemic, or anything else. I'm hoping that the program we have lined up for you is going to help you, as well as myself, put all that behind us for a little bit and focus on something that we all have in common, we all derive a lot of joy from. And that's conlanging and hearing about other people's conlangs or language more generally. That's my pitch on that. It's okay to not be okay. The end is in sight, we hope. So with that, we've made a few of these announcements just sort of in the pre-conference streaming / chat on YouTube. Sai currently has a Jitsi server open for anyone who wants to chat there. Sai, do you want to plug that briefly?
It's meet.fiatfandom.org / dLCC chat. Or dLCC social, but if you go to Twitter @fiatlingua, it's in the pinned tweet, so use that.
Perfect. Also on Twitter @fiatlingua, I just tweeted out a little while ago, Jamin, who's joining us from Halifax and isn't on the Zoom call, is going to take over the Zoom, I believe at 4:15 my time, 6:15 p.m. Eastern time, 7:15 p.m. Halifax time, after the schedule wraps up, wherever you happen to be. And there will be just a social Zoom for anyone who wants to join there. So that'll be about theoretically 15 minutes after the schedule wraps up today. If you are tweeting, hashtag dLCC, so we can try and keep up with that. I can't tell you how many things I'm trying to monitor for chat between the members Slack channel and Twitter and YouTube comments and the chat fields here in Zoom. But I'll certainly do my best. For anyone watching live, if one of the presenters says something that piques your curiosity and you have a question, please put it in the YouTube chat. I'm going to try to monitor that as closely as I can, and I'll collect all of the questions in a separate Word document. So when we get to the question period, I'll relay your questions, or as many questions as I can, to the presenter, and they'll be able to answer that. For presenters who are currently joining us on the Zoom chat for today's presentations, once the talk wraps up, you're welcome to unmute yourself and ask questions as well. Have I forgotten anything, Sai?
I think that's about it. Watch our Twitter. We'll put out links to anything we forget about.
Do you want to, so we said this earlier to just the presenters, but do you want to just sort of reiterate our statement about being open and accepting to?
So we have a code of conduct that requires everyone, be decent to each other. And we are very much pro LGBT. I'm non-binary. Agender, they pronouns please, or whatever other non-binary pronouns you prefer. I don't really care. Our previous president is gay. My partner over there is gay. And we are 100% trans friendly. So if you are trans or non-binary and you would like to use a different name or pronouns, then may be obvious, please just let us know. We will do that. That applies retroactively as well. If you happen to transition later on, you would like us to revise something, we are perfectly happy to do that. We did it just the other day. Please just let us know.
Okay, perfect. Well, I think we're right on time. So our first presentation, it's a miracle. Our first presentation is Logan Kearsley. Am I pronouncing that right, Logan?
You're pronouncing it how most people do. So observationally, yes, I pronounce it Kearsley, but whatever.
Kearsley. Sounds good. Logan, I'm going to give you screen sharing capability. And I'll ask, sorry?
And pin so that others aren't being shown.
Well, once we start Logan's presentation, I'm going to make it so it's single view, and it should be that. I'm going to mute. Looks like just about everyone's mute. So if you're on the Zoom call, please mute. And Logan, you can take it away as soon as you're ready.
Okay. All right. My slide's up now.
Yes, and we can see you.
Okay, excellent. So, hey, I'm Logan. I'm talking about quantification for Conlangers. And I think I want to start out with just a little bit of explanation of why you should listen to me and what you should expect out of this. So I've got a master's in computational linguistics, and the one thing that I remember most clearly from my formal semantics coursework is arguing with my professor about how in the world quantifiers work. And eventually he convinced me that the literature was correct. And I've been fascinated by it ever since. So quantification is a fairly large subject, and there's a lot of mathematics and logic that goes into it. And we are not going to be touching any more than the very surface level here. So I have tried to keep the mathematics and the logic content minimal, so it should be accessible to everybody. But just be aware that like every other slide in this presentation is backed by 20 or 40 pages of published linguistics papers. So this is just an introduction. Hopefully it will inspire some people to look deeper. First easy introduction to quantification is quantifiers. Quantifiers are words or constructions which specify how much of something you have. So every, most, some, all, a lot of, a group of, numerals, those are all fairly obvious quantifiers. Note that they span a bunch of different syntactic categories. Some quantifiers show up as determiners, some quantifiers show up as adjectives, some are, as I said, numerals, some are compound phrases. Then we've got other quantifiers that maybe are not quite as obvious, like always or sometimes, which are adverbial. So they're quantifying things like time or events. But generally, quantifiers are a semantic category, which are not necessarily confined to a specific syntactic category, although they might be. In English, they are not. So here, this is going to be our one slide of actual mathematics. If you're familiar with formal logic, then you might have been introduced to quantifiers in the form of the universal quantifier, which is usually pronounced for all, and the existential quantifier, which is usually pronounced there exists. And in typical predicate logic semantics, those are conceived of as atomic operators that introduce a variable. But it turns out that's not really a good way to model natural language, because we have a lot more ways of talking about the amount of things than just saying at least one exists, or let's talk about all of them. So if you look into set semantics, it turns out that we can decompose the semantics of quantifiers into several different elements that can be individually tweaked. And different quantifier constructions tweak different pieces of these compositional semantics. So the basic common components of all quantifier constructions on the semantic level are the basis set for all of the things that you could possibly be referring to. And then what a quantifier does is it takes that basis set and it gives you a new set of reference, which is some subset of the basis, with a particular restriction on its cardinality, which may or may not be dependent on what the actual original basis was. So for the traditional for all universal quantifier, you're creating a new set from whatever the basis is, with the restriction that the cardinality of the new set is equal to the cardinality of the basis set. That's what all of them means. And then for the existential quantifier, we're creating a new set that has at least one element in it. Its cardinality is 1 or bigger, which is a subset of the basis set. And then we can assert things about that single element set. If all of that is horribly confusing, hopefully it will become clearer as we move on and look at some examples. Remember that I said the restriction on cardinality may or may not have anything to do with the size of the basis set. And that turns out to be a really fundamental distinction across different languages. So we have this categorization of weak quantifiers, which are quantifiers that don't care about what the size of the basis set is. And those are also sometimes called absolute quantifiers. So all numerals, for example, are weak or absolute quantifiers, because if I tell you, like, there are 6 chocolates left, which is example number 4 down here, it does not matter how many chocolates exist in the world. I am talking about exactly 6 of them. In contrast, strong quantifiers or proportional quantifiers make an assertion about the size of the quantified set as a proportion of the size of the basis set. And this has really significant syntactic implications. In particular, across different languages, weak quantifiers or absolute quantifiers are acceptable in existential contexts, whereas strong quantifiers are not. And that's not something that you could just derive from the logic. There is no particular reason why it shouldn't make sense to assert that all chocolates that exist do exist. But there's no easy way to say that in English. I had to resort to a weird circumlocution in order to do that. You can say there are some chocolates. You can say there are 6 chocolates, but you can't say there are all chocolates, or chinchillas, as I actually wrote on my slide. When you go and look at other languages, it's the same. In particular, in many North American languages, there are quantifiers that behave like verbs. So again, quantifiers are not necessarily restricted to any syntactic category. They can occur as pretty much any part of speech. But in, for example, Kwakwala and Statimchets, which are both Northwest Native American languages, you have verbal quantifiers, and when they are weak quantifiers, they can serve as the main verb of a sentence, and they have an existential meaning. But when it comes to strong quantifiers, they never have a clausal interpretation. They can only form an embedded phrase. So then we have, in addition to that semantic distinction, there is a very significant syntactic distinction in quantifiers, which are usually labeled D versus A. So D quantifiers stands for determiner quantifiers. And those are quantifiers that attach to clausal arguments, which usually means a noun phrase. So all, every, some, those are all D quantifiers in English. Meanwhile, A quantifiers, that stands for adverbial quantifiers, don't attach to a clause argument. They syntactically attach to verbs or whole clauses. And now you might think that syntax ought to reflect semantics. So a quantifier that attaches to a noun phrase should tell you something about the amount of the reference of that noun phrase. And the adverbial quantifiers that attach to a verb, it ought to tell you something about the event described by that verb. But it turns out that is not always the case. The syntactic structure of your quantifiers does not have to match their semantics. And so we can look at some examples of that. If you say, for example, I went skiing 4 times, that's a quantification. 4 times is a complex phrasal quantifier, which attaches at the clausal level, and it tells you about the event. So it's quantifying the referent of the verb. How many times did that event occur? If you say something like, I always look handsome, that's another example of a quantification, which is predictably quantifying something about the verb. In this case, it's not the event, it's about time. So there's some interaction of quantification with tense going on there. But then look at something like humans always have brains. Is that the same thing as just saying all humans have brains? Maybe. At least as far as my personal grammatical judgments go, those are very similar sentences, but I could argue for some differences in interpretation. But then let's look at birds sometimes have blue coloring. I don't know many birds who regularly change their coloring, so the only possible interpretation for that, in my idiolect at least, is that it's equivalent to saying some birds have blue coloring. It's not about time, it's not about events. So we've got a quantification there, which attaches at the clausal level, but the semantic implication is that it's quantifying a noun. It's quantifying the referent of birds. So clearly we can have this disconnect between the syntactic and the semantic structure of quantifiers. And it turns out that in some other languages, there aren't even D quantifiers at all. Your only option is A quantifiers. So that's a thing that you can do. Additionally, it is this kind of ambiguity of reference in A quantification is not unique to English, even when D quantification is available. So if we look at some examples from Sandawe, which is a Eastern African language spoken in Tanzania, there is no plural marking on inanimate objects in Sandawe, but there is a plural marker on the verb. And it turns out that A quantification, that A quantifier, is ambiguous between specifying the grammatical number of the object and specifying pluractionality on the verb. It can do either or both at the same time. And you just have to figure out from context which is meant. And often it doesn't even matter. It could go either way, and the end result is pretty much the same. So looking at this first example here, I have erected pillars. That can just as well be read as a pluractional, meaning there were multiple instances of me erecting a pillar, or it can be read as just a regular plural object, where I erected things once, and the things that I erected were plural. The end result is the same, so nobody really worries about the ambiguity. Another important aspect of quantifiers is scope. So how do things that are quantified nest inside and get associated with other things that are quantified? English has this semantic feature called quantifier raising, where at the semantic level, quantifiers can end up being reordered, which creates a large degree of ambiguity. And English is not unique in this. Russian does the same thing, French does the same thing. Most languages that the audience right now has probably studied probably do the same thing. So if you take the example sentence, all the children read half the books, we'll suppose a background situation where there are 4 children and 4 books, just to make it easier to talk about concretely. And there are 2 different ways to read this, depending on how you order the quantifiers, all versus half. In one reading, all 4 children each separately read 2 books out of those 4, but they might not necessarily be the same 2 books between each child. But another possible way to read it is that there are 2 specific books, and every child read separately those same 2 books. But it turns out scope gets even weirder than that. There's a third possible reading, which is not easily available in English, but turns out to be the only possible reading in some other languages. So here we have another example from Statimchets, from the American Northwest. And Statimchets quantifiers behave very differently from English quantifiers. They do not actually scope over each other at all. So the only possible reading of this naive translation of all 4 children read half of the 4 books is a disjoint scope reading, where 4 children, all of them, all of the 4 children, participated in the act of reading, and exactly half of the books were read in total. So like they were all reading books together and maybe alternating pages or something, and between the 4 of them, they all read 2 books. That's really hard to express in English because we don't have that scoping relation, but it is another thing that you can do. Just as a bit of a teaser for a later slide, it turns out that languages that allow freer word order don't necessarily lack this ambiguity that English has. It's a really common ambiguity to have. But in English in particular, there's really no way to avoid it because our fixed word order requires that D determiners go in a particular order, regardless of what their semantic scoping is. So if we want to have multiple readings, it's just going to be ambiguous. English syntax doesn't allow it to be any other way. But now we get to one of my conlangs. So WSL has extremely free word order and very weird syntax in other ways. But as a result, it turns out that it is possible to make the semantic level ordering and scoping relations of WSL quantifiers exactly match the surface level syntax. So if we take an ambiguous sentence here, like everybody knows some people, there are 2 obvious quantifiers in there, every out of the compound everybody, is a universal quantifier, and then some is an existential quantifier. And then there's an implicit quantifier on the verb knows. There's no word there to tell you what the quantification is, because it's just the default. We assume that there is exactly one event and it's not pluractional or anything weird like that. When we translate that into WSL, there are 6 different possible translations depending on the different ways that you order those 3 quantifiers and the noun phrases that are attached to them, which all end up with slightly different interpretations. So if we just go through all of these really quickly, the first one is kagitnu vesmekchus yestermekyo, which works out to putting an implicit existential quantifier on what gets translated from English as the verb, an explicit universal quantifier for everybody, and then a plural existential quantifier for some people. And in that order, you get the reading that everyone has some group of people that they know, and this is all done as one single collective psychological action somehow, which is potentially kind of a weird reading. And then as we go through all of the other different permutations, we get different readings depending on the scoping of the quantifiers. So another translation is everyone separately has some group of people that they individually know as a unit. Or everyone has some people which do not form a natural unit, but they know each of those people separately, and so on and so forth. But now we're going to move on to another interesting place that quantification shows up. It turns out that the semantics of modals is most easily formalized in terms of quantification, specifically quantification over probability densities, which is a mathy word. So a more common way to phrase it is quantification over possible words or possible worlds. And again, different moods, when conceived of in this way, can be differentiated by what the quantificational base is, or the modal base, as it's usually referred to in the literature on moods specifically, where the most basic distinction is epistemic versus deontic. So is our base of quantification defined by the set of worlds that conform with what we know for epistemic moods, or by what we care about for deontic moods? And then we also have a basic distinction in how big the quantified set is, which gives us necessity versus possibility. Are we making assertions about the entirety of the basis set, or just about some element of the basis set? And it turns out that you can be ambiguous or not separately in each of these different domains. So in English, our modal verbs are ambiguous about the base, but they are clear about the quantification. So like modal verbs like may or might or should. If I say, you should get a pet dog, that has 2 different ambiguous meanings based on whether it's epistemic, like you should get a dog because I have determined from my knowledge of the world that it is probable that you will, versus you should get a pet dog because I think it would be a good idea. But in Statimchets, again, it turns out they slice up their modals in a totally different way. They're ambiguous about quantificational force, but they have separate modal verbs to be very explicit about the base. The equivalent sentence in Statimchets doesn't distinguish between, for example, you should get a pet dog and you must get a pet dog, but it does distinguish between whether you should get a pet dog because I have logically concluded it versus you should get a pet dog because I think that's a good idea. And again, I intentionally played with that in WSL, so you can be clear or ambiguous about either one, however you want. And so the way that modality works in WSL, rather than having unanalyzable individual modal verbs or modal particles, there is a compositional syntactic mechanism for individually specifying each of the components of the quantification. So you can invent entirely new grammatical moods as your mood pleases you. So here are several examples of different constructed moods in WSL, which translate to things that don't necessarily look like grammatical moods in English, but they are using exactly the same underlying semantic machinery. And it turns out that this gets really easily mixed up with notions of evidentiality, because while things like the epistemic versus the deontic mood are concerned with specifying a quantificational base based on what we know in general versus what we care about in general, evidentiality is essentially the same thing, just with restrictions on how we know the stuff that is relevant to the modal base. So if we just quickly speed through some of these examples, we can say things like, there could easily be a dog, by explicitly putting in an existential quantifier over the set of worlds that conform with what we know about reality, versus there must be a dog. We get that just by replacing the explicit existential quantifier with an explicit universal quantifier. We can also say things using the mechanism of grammatical mood, like, it is 80% certain that there is a dog. This das ist ut in that example it's basically just a numeric fraction, which tells you that we are quantifying a particular proportion of the set of all possible worlds to explicitly talk about a specific probability. You can also do things like throwing in an actual specific numeral. So this example, kashunu hing s, is kind of difficult to translate idiomatically into English, but it basically means I can think of 5 ways that a dog could exist that are consistent with what I know about the world. We can talk about logical implication through the mood mechanism, just by specifying that our modal base is restricted to a particular kind of world, and then saying that we're making some assertions about all of those particular kinds of worlds, and so on and so forth.
Sorry, Logan, I just want to give you a 3-minute warning. Well, it looks like you're setting up.
Yeah, it looks like I'm hitting my time. So good. So in summary, what can we quantify? Basically anything you can think of. We can quantify over objects, that's obvious, but we can quantify over events. So you get pluractionality and various ideas of tense and aspect. You can quantify over times. You can quantify over probabilities and worlds. How can you do it? You can put your quantifiers syntactically in adverbial positions or in adnominal positions or anywhere else you can think of. You can do it proportionally. You can do it absolutely. You can rearrange different scopes. And what can quantification do for us? More things than you can possibly imagine. Obviously, you can count things, but it interacts with tense, aspect, mood, and even evidentiality. And in fact, just this morning, linguist Twitter informed me of a new way that quantification interacts with gender agreement in English pronouns. And the rules for that are actually currently changing. So it is soon going to be necessary to go and revise examples in old syntax textbooks. So there's just a world of depth here. And I hope I have convinced some other Conlangers to go and research it and start making conscious decisions about how to use quantification in your languages.
Thank you so
and
much,
there we go.
Logan. We've only spared about 1 or 2 minutes for questions. There's been a couple coming in YouTube. The first one was from Carl. Are there examples of languages that tend to express the majority of their quantifiers by one single part of speech rather than spreading them out against multiple parts of speech?
Maybe. So there's the literature is not particularly clear on that. If you look at the Salishan languages, of which Statimchets is one, there is some disagreement about whether or not Salishan languages even have nouns at all.
Yeah.
If they don't, then it is reasonable to conclude that all of their quantifiers are verbs. And so they are restricted to one part of speech, but that part of speech is not itself restricted to quantifiers. That's the most clear-cut example I know of.
Okay.
In most languages that I have studied, they're just spread out all over.
Just a very quick second question from A. Walker Scott. With your Stimchets, which I'm mispronouncing, example, what about all 4 children read half of each book? None of the books were accompanied by or completed by any of the children.
I don't have the data to say whether or not that would be a valid reading of Statimchets. I suspect not. But that is definitely a possible scoping relation that you could implement.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next talk. So I see Jeff Lilly is here. If you want to unmute and unmute camera. I don't know if you can mute a camera, but
it works for me. I'll accept it.
Perfect. So I'm going to give you screen sharing capabilities, which you should have now. So here is our second speaker, Jeff Lilly, talking about lost English, generating words that weren't quite.
All right, thanks. Yeah, so I'm just going to jump right into it here. I'm going to present a program I wrote to generate words that don't exist but could have. So here's an example. This is where it is frith. It's a noun. It means the act of asking or the act of questioning. And this is just like a regular dictionary entry you might see. It's got a Middle English form, Old English form, going back to Proto-Germanic and Proto-Indo-European. I'm not going to try to pronounce the Proto-Indo-European in this, unfortunately. But it comes from a root meaning ask, and then a suffix to, which means an abstract noun. And you can see it's related to Latin precor and the Scottish frein. So this is a word that's not in English, but it could have been. But for whatever reason, it was dropped somewhere along the way in the last thousands of years, as all the words descended through time. But we can recover it if we assume that the regular rules of sound change occurred in English and all the languages between now and then. Here's another couple of examples. Yimage, meaning wintry, from an old root meaning winter, and the eco suffix of an adjective. This is related to Latin heims and Sanskrit hema. There's also this one I think could be really useful. Swifter is an aid to sleep, a treatment for insomnia. So, you know, you can't sleep, you go and you take a Swifter. And this goes back to the Proto-Indo-European swep for sleep, and tro as an instrumentive suffix. This is a lot of fun to do, and I started doing these a couple of years ago just to sort of see, are there any any cool words we could generate if we just assumed that they weren't lost sometime. But it was labor intensive. There are a lot of sound changes that occurred. So I thought, is there a better way to do this, to generate these fun little words? And I thought, there's probably a lot of other people who struggle with this daily. So I decided to put together a program for that. So this is PyBot. It's an open source thing. I'll share the link to that. It's a simple Python package. It takes a set of Proto-Indo-European roots and suffixes and generates the modern English words from them, along with a guess at the spelling. I do want to caveat that this is not a work of scholarship. I did my best, but I'm a computational linguist and not a historical linguist. In any case, these aren't real words, so you can't really say for sure what the modern form would have been. And the sound changes between Proto-Indo-European and today, they're not all known. Of the ones that are known, they aren't all studied very well. And a lot of them are not as systematic as you might assume by looking at the equations. So the program really only models the systematic sound changes. It doesn't take into account the interactions of various English dialects at different times. Obviously, no borrowing, anything else like that. But it would be useful for anyone who's working on an alternate history, who might think, well, maybe there's, what sort of other words might there have been in English depending on different historical currents. If you're working on historical fiction set in Middle English times or something like that, you want to use a word that you don't have actual evidence for in the text, you could generate this. And also, it's just good, clean fun for everyone in the family. The sources I've got here, I drew the Proto-Indo-European roots from Wiktionary, which means that the data required some cleaning. And it didn't get entirely cleaned, but at least it's there. I also got a bunch from the American Heritage Dictionary of Indo-European Roots 2011, which was awesome, but I didn't have a digital copy of it, so a lot of that had to be put in by hand. The sound changes in the program from Proto-Indo-European to modern English I took from a concise history of English, which has the major ones and a bunch of smaller ones too, but it can't be viewed as completely comprehensive. I put in the suffixes and the sound changes by hand, and I'll show you an example of how that was done. When you run the program, it first loads in all of this data, the roots and suffixes. It's got cognates in there, the meanings, and the pronunciations. The pronunciations are coded in Xampa, which is the ASCII form of the IPA. And so when you interact with the program, that's often the easiest way to do it. If you're not familiar with Xampa, it's a Wiktionary article, Wikipedia article on it. That's very good. It's pretty intuitive once you get to know it. And then there's, it also uses an English spelling generation model file. It uses a simplified n-gram model to generate the spelling. I'll show that also. And then what comes out of the program at the end is a modern English spelling and pronunciation. It shows you the derivation through the different stages of English. By default, it only spits out a few of the major stages, but if you want to, you can go in and put in print statements throughout, so you can print out every single sound change if you wanted. It also gives an approximate suggested meaning based on the Proto-Indo-European and any other cognates it's got in the database. If you look in the right-hand corner of the slide at the top there, there's an example of how you'd actually call the program. You go Python, PyBot, and then there's a -r to give you the root, the Proto-Indo-European root you want for it. And I'll talk about this in a second, but you can give the pronunciation, you can give a written form like you might find in a Proto-Indo-European dictionary or in the etymological section of the American Heritage or something. Or you can give a meaning, and it will find an English meaning. It will go and find a root that has that meaning. You can optionally give it a suffix, and then it will spit out the spelling, the pronunciation, all the things there. So the way it does it is first it loads all this background information in to the memory. If you've asked it for a suffix, it combines it with the root before it does any additional processing. So it assumes that the root and the suffix were together in Proto-Indo-European and then went on down history as a single lexical unit. Then the sound changes are applied step by step. Most of them I just do with regular expressions, but in some cases where a regular expression wasn't particularly handy for it, I used more of a procedural in the code system for doing it. And then it generates a spelling and then prints the output. The spelling model, as we know, modern English spelling is clearly perfect as it is, but it is idiosyncratic. I think anyone would have to admit that. I experimented with deriving the spelling directly from the Middle English pronunciation because a lot of the English spellings are sort of frozen during that Middle English to modern English transition, but that didn't work so great. There might be a way, I might come back to that at some point and play with it some more. But what I ended up doing for this iteration anyway is a sort of a stripped down simple anagram model, which just looks at, given this pronunciation, given this spelling in existing English words, what are the probabilities that it's spelled this way or that way? And I tweaked it a little bit to eliminate things like, lots of times English F is spelled with a PH from Greek. I wanted to remove that because none of these roots came from Greek. So did some tweaks like that. So the spelling system works okay, but you are urged to use caution when doing it because it can be dangerous. Here's a couple more outputs that I found when I was playing around just for fun. We have Nijwan, which means to narrow something down or filter something out, from the Proto-Indo-European nik, to winnow or filter, and then a suffix of an abstract verb. And then Igel, which I was delighted to find, means a juvenile hedgehog. I was ecstatic when I saw that Proto-Indo-European does have a word for hedgehog, and that we somehow lost this amazing word. I think we should contact the Oxford English Dictionary and get this in here as soon as possible, because this is clearly objectively the word for a juvenile hedgehog. Okay, so that's the main part of the slides. I'm going to cut over now to the demo. So let's see if I can do this. There we go. Is this going to be okay if I just present like this? Is this clear?
Yes, I can see your screen, no problem.
Okay, awesome. All right, so let's just do. So if you want to run it and give it a particular root from Proto-Indo-European that you know about, this is a little tricky because the way that the roots were pulled in from Wiktionary, there's a lot of variations in how the laryngals are represented in Wiktionary and some of the other quirky sounds. So here's one. It's often better to give it a pronunciation, which is usually, I've converted all to Xampa within there, so that's easy to do, or to look for it using the English meaning. But here's one, you give it the root pel there, and it runs through the changes, and we get fail, F-A-L, which means skin. So that's just a simple example of that. You can also, if you wanted to give the Xampa or the IPA, you could say like that, and you put spaces in between so the phones are clearly delineated, and you get the same result. Let's try a different pronunciation. This is pent.
Sorry, Jeff, there's a couple of comments in YouTube asking if you could increase the font size so it's a little easier to see.
Hopefully a little bit more. Okay. Hopefully that'll be good. Sorry about that. Yeah, so then you can put pent in. Again, if you put it using phones, you want to put a space between each one so they're clearly delineated. And that generates finth, and that's a kind of road. I could imagine that coming down to be a certain type of road, maybe. Maybe a, I don't know, it feels like a thin or narrow one, maybe not well paved. Let's see, you can also put in the English word. So for star, it goes back and finds a Proto-Indo-European root, Skerre, or however you'd say that, and it comes down correctly, and you see the pronunciation and the spelling there. We even got the spelling right, which is awesome. Let's try one that we know didn't make it. So the Proto-Indo-European word for bear did not make it all the way to English, possibly because bears were so powerful you didn't want to accidentally call it to you. It is true that modern bears in our national parks, if you say bear, they will seek you out because they think that you've got food. They've learned their own name. So, but what if it did survive? What if it did make it all the way down? So here we have a case where the spelling system didn't really work out great. It looks like something that should be pronounced Earthus, and you can compare that to the Welsh term arth, which is pretty cool. So you know, if the program generates something like this, the spelling program, you know, it's iffy. So you'd probably want to tweak that a little bit if you wanted to use that in a work of fiction or something like that. If you don't give it a root, it will find one at random for you. So let's see what it shows us. Okay, so this is wood. an old word for wood, and it comes out with tar. I think actually this root, yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, yeah, so that's a word that, unless I miss my guess, it's either should be door, and there's a problem with the sound changes, or this actually is a root that was lost, and we don't no longer use the word tar to mean wood. Or maybe it's just a meaning shift. I don't know, I haven't looked it up. Using the random form gives me lots of cool stuff that makes me wonder about what happened. So then with the suffixes, let's go back to star. You can add the S for suffix, and I'm going to use lo, which is a diminutive suffix. And that gives us a sterl, which means a little star. And that's pretty cool there. From the Old English sterla. And with suffixes, you can also ask for a random suffix. This is cool too, because there's a couple of dozen suffixes in Proto-Indo-European that are really useful and give lots of quirky words. But to do that, you have to give it random like that. You can't just let it default to nothing, because the default is no suffix. So tell it a random suffix. This time it's giving you an abstract noun, starter. So an abstract version of a star, which might be like starage or starness in general, maybe. Or we could try again. This is a comparative adjective, starther, so it'd be more star-like, perhaps. Now, we don't have all the roots in the database here. I know there's some that are missing from Wiktionary and my other sources. And also, of course, we don't know all the roots that were actually there. So if there's a root that's not in the database and you want to give it a shot, what you can do is use the -n flag and give it a pronunciation. So I happen to know that it's missing the old word for sheep, oi, in there, but you can give it the pronunciation like that, and it'll say, okay, that's a Proto-Indo-European root, fine, I'll run it through the changes, and we get you, which is of course a female sheep in modern English. It didn't get the spelling right, but I'm not surprised about that. So that's cool. Yeah, and then of course there's the -h flag if you want to have this all laid out of how to use it there. Okay, I'm just going to I have a few minutes left, so I'm going to show you the code in the package just real quick. So this should be a completely open source, freely usable package. If I didn't, this is the first time I've done this, so I didn't set the licensing right, someone can let me know. This is the JSON list of roots. Oops, made the wrong thing. Here we go. So it's organized by the spelling of the root as it was in Wiktionary. So that's a little awkward because it's fine usually, but often inconsistent in how, especially how the laryngeals are represented. You have different cognates here, and then a meaning and the pronunciation. I did go through and make sure the pronunciation was cleaned up. So the pronunciation in Xampa is usually a good way to look them up. So there's a few, I think there's close to 1,000 in here, which is pretty cool. The suffixes, there's only a couple of dozen, but they're very cool and very useful for going through if you wanted to have abstract versions or instrumentatives, which is cool. And then this is the spelling model, and then this is the code itself. It has the inputs and the outputs here, some cleaning up stuff. But the bulk of the code is, I think it's pretty clear. You just have the sound changes applied one by one. Here's the Proto-Germanic changes as you go down, the Old English changes. And like I said, most of these are just regular expression changes. So if you know that, you can add a new one or fix it. Great vowel shift, yeah. So yeah, that's the core of it there. So I'll yield the rest of my time.
That is so cool, Jeff. Thank you. Lots of comments in YouTube. People talking about your bear example there, and public service announcement. If you go to Banff Provincial Park here in Alberta, it's a provincial park, not a petting zoo. The first question was from Melissa M. Can you use this to derive modern English from Old English or Proto-Germanic words as well, or just PIE?
You could. I didn't put in the flags for that, but it'd be very simple to adjust the program to do that. That's a great idea.
From Matthew, this tool could also be useful to see where modern English words don't match up with expected outcomes. Any thoughts on that, or from a computational linguistics point of view, comparing what's expected versus what's reality?
Yeah. So one interesting example was egg. If you put the old, I forget what it is, the old Proto-Indo-European word for egg in there and run it through, you get I, which was a word for egg in early modern English. And I think Shakespeare uses it sometimes. But the word egg we use today was from a different dialect, which went through an additional or missing sound change as opposed to most of what we use. So yeah, that's a case where we would predict I, but because there are a variety of English dialects in the area at the time, the main channel of received English borrowed from another dialect, and we get egg instead. So yeah, you definitely find examples like that.
Really cool. From Hex, and I think this might be a two-part one because I just saw a second half show up. Assuming that modern English is a simple root, or perhaps with just a few suffixes, could one theoretically use this program to reverse engineer the Proto-Indo-European word? And related to that question, can I request to have a hypothetical English word run back to Proto-Indo-European? I have a rough spelling through Xampa, although I have no idea about the suffixes.
So I can't do that. It's not set up to do that. That would be cool. But the way the regular expressions work, you can't run them backwards. So it's in that sense, the program is poorly designed. It will only run in one direction. You'd have to basically rewrite the whole thing backwards, do it the other way, and which could be done, and it would be easier, I guess, than starting from scratch. But yeah.
From Yoshimitsu, I assume the IPA given from the modern English entries are for GAE specifically. You did admit it was idiosyncratic. I'm curious, though.
The spelling. I'm sorry. The spelling generator is, yeah, I trained it on an American English lexicon. Is that the question? I'm sorry.
I can't quite interpret, but I assume IPA for modern English uses GAE. So is that General American English?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. So the pronunciations that it generates are British English.
Okay.
But the spelling was trained on an American English dictionary. So I'm not sure if that causes a mismatch really or not, because the spellings are, obviously there are differences between UK and US English spelling conventions, but
yes.
Yeah.
And from Lycan, now that I know how to pronounce that with Slavic N, is it possible to invent unattested Proto-Indo-European roots and shunt them through the program?
Yes, absolutely. So if you wanted to take your name and say, okay, what if my name was a word in Proto-Indo-European, and run it through, you would see what the modern English would be. So I actually did that with, let's say your name was Thomas. You want to put it in as a new root like that, and you want to say, give it, the phones you put in have to be Proto-Indo-European phones, or it'll throw up, which is not pretty, but that's what it does. You run it through. If the name Thomas existed in Proto-Indo-European, it would come out as Thamer. So, or Thama, yeah. So yeah, you can do that.
That is really cool.
I tried it with my own, and unfortunately, it just comes out as Jeff. So it's kind of sad. Or maybe it's just I'm eternal.
Jamin says the output equals reverse Canadian. Jeff is always Jeff. Any other questions from any of the presenters that are on here, or from anyone else in YouTube? there's a lot of excitement, Jeff. If you have a chance to check out the YouTube chat after you log off here.
Oh, that's great. Thanks so much. It's a great opportunity to present here, and I want to thank for what you guys are doing such a great job with this. Everything's running super smoothly. It's clearly a lot of work. So thanks for that.
Hex is asking, can you run modern English words through the program as if they were from Proto-Indo-European? I think that was the example you kind of gave with Thomas there.
Yeah,
but it has to have. Sorry.
It's what you were just about to say. It does have to have Proto-Indo-European sounds. So you have to either map them to phonemes that were in Proto-Indo-European or leave them out or something.
Mladen, I just tried running this locally, but a file is missing. Did you forget to check in xsampa2ipa.json, or where would I find that online?
Yeah, I'll pull that in there. Yeah, I definitely
Okay.
did. No, it's just a simple dictionary to convert the xsampa from my IPA. So
right.
I'll put that up there in the next hour or two.
And Fundrick, I wonder if the sound changers could be written in some markup language and replace the sound change functions with just parsing those files.
I imagine it's not. I don't know all the different markup languages and which one you have in mind. I did consider instead of putting all the sound changes just in the code, putting them out in a JSON file so it'd be easier to see and edit and move around and read that in also. So that would get you partway there.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, some of the sound changes are not easy to represent in regular expressions. So a more complete language, a more complete context-free language would be better to use, no doubt.
I'm enjoying the YouTube chat. People are helping me with pronunciations as best they can in YouTube. I assumed Mladen, and I don't even know how I'm saying that, was a Slavic name just because the ML sequence, but I guess it's with an A as in far. And I don't know if I physically can produce that sound in Mladen. Logan is saying you could do it with contextual replacement rules. That's the popular way of doing computational morphology these days.
Cool. I should do that.
You have your rest of the year work cut out for you, I suppose.
Awesome.
All right. Well, if there's no other questions, thanks so much, Jeff. That is incredibly cool. I don't know if I have the skills to run that program myself, but I still haven't figured out the sound change applier. I'm still doing everything manually.
Thanks so much. It's been great.
Awesome. So next, Alex Hailman is going to come on, and Alex, I'll let you unmute. I'm just going to switch up our co-hosting privileges here.
All right, thanks.
You should have screen sharing ability now.
All right. Can you see it?
Yes, and in just a second it'll pop up on the YouTube channel there, and you're good to go. Developing a non-human conlang, the example of something I'm not even going to try to pronounce, so it's all yours.
All right, so I'm Alex. You can see the my sort of screen name if you want to look at my stuff on Reddit or anything like that. And this is kind of going to be a mixture of advice from me of how I would make a non-human conlang, so a conlang that's spoken by a fictional species that's, I guess, that is an animal or communicates through sounds made in a mouth. And then it's also going to be showing sort of how I've applied that in this conlang, which is called Saryan. And I might have nasalized the second word in there. It's a bit hard for me to switch between voices as fast as they do. So speaking of they, hold on. This is designed to be a language for like a sort of fictional sapient kind of bird species, not like a sort of bird-human hybrid, just like literally a bird that evolved in a very similar way that humans did, sort of like an alternate history, but more like alternate natural history. So my partner Aditi Sharma was kind enough to do sort of a drawing. So picture like a raven with sort of a pied, well, look at it, but you know, it's like a raven with sort of a pied appearance, a lot taller with longer legs. And so this is sort of the species that I developed this conlang for. And when you're doing a conlang like this, when you're doing a conlang in general, but especially if you're doing one for a non-human species, I think it's a good idea to have design principles in mind. So I wanted to go for something that could be produced by completely avian anatomy, obviously, like with a bit of, you know, there isn't a real species, there isn't daws in the way that I'm imagining them. It's an old word for various types of corvids, but daws, as I imagine them, are not real, but they have the same parts of the mouth as crows and ravens and such. So I wanted that anatomical accuracy, but I also wanted it to have sounds that I as a human could make. And then I don't really, I was not able to learn too much about the grammatical structure of how actual ravens talk, and obviously they don't have as complex grammatical structure as say chickadees or humans. So I just said, okay, I'll make a regular conlang grammar for a kind of human language. And then the last bit is like with, that's sort of a hand wave, and this is something that comes up a lot in conlangs in general when you're trying to do naturalism, and also especially if you're doing something sort of alternate species like this, where it's like, oh, if you're doing a fantasy creature, you might say, oh, they look like lizards, but they have human glottises. And I did not want to do something like that with the bird. So all of the like phonation is not produced by some weird mammalian glottis. It's done through the syrinx like any regular bird, which is like a series of organs near where the trachea meets the two sort of biggest lung pipes. I don't remember what they're called. And that's what real birds use to make sounds. But with this, it's a language, it encodes different meanings with things moving around in the mouth. And that brings us to the first section, which is phonology. And you can see there's the raven looking at Prat. So if you, the best way to get a sort of a feel for what a bird's mouth is like is to look at a baby which is begging for food. They kind of hold their mouths open. So I looked at a lot of pictures of baby crows. But there's also plenty of like sources on anatomy, and I sort of picked out some places of articulation from the existing mouth parts. So like whatever kind of animal or sort of creature you're basing the language on, you could sort of look at what mouth parts are already in your sort of basis. So there's this sort of opening in the middle of the mouth called the Koana, which has these little sort of spikes around it, but it's what connects the nasal cavity to the mouth. So I figured sort of that could be a place of articulation, kind of like the velar or uvular place, because birds don't have a soft palate. But you could also open and close that for nasalization, and I'll get to that later. Then there's the hard palate, and then there's a sort of ridge at the very edge of the beak that I sort of noticed later on, so I didn't end up including it in this language, but I think if you're doing a bird language, you could sort of call that alveolar. Although I was not able to find a name for it. So then just sort of for the if you're doing, yeah, whatever sort of animal you're looking at, you would look at the mouth parts and you do research on that. I sort of as a suggestion, if you're doing something for like a reptile, you could look at, how do reptiles make noise? How do snakes make noise? And the hissing that snakes make is actually not made with their tongue, it's made with their glottis. So if you were doing a snake or a reptile language, you might focus on the glottis, stuff like that. So with all of these places of articulation in mind, this is the phonemic inventory that I arrived at, and you'll see in brackets, that's the human approximation. So there's no IPA letter. The R is grouped with the M, and there's no IPA letter for clacking your beak together over and over while phonating. So I just showed the orthography and I showed the human pronunciation. So since I don't have a beak to clack together, I just use my tongue. I say r, r, for that sound. And obviously, since it's a bird's language, I wanted to have a lot of different tones. So I kind of went all out in there. There's no rounded vowels or anything. And humans actually have very special muscles that even mammals don't have to make rounded vowels. So that's an issue you'd have to look at. But with birds, there aren't any, there's no lips at all. The M cannot appear in an onset. It's just in a coda of a syllable. You close the beak, you continue phonating. Then I also noticed that bird sounds often, crow's sounds in particular, sound kind of nasalized, and that might be a typo. But yeah, creaky sounds, that's sort of what a raven sounds like. And then you might notice for the clicks, the coanal one is notated slightly differently than the palatal and lateral one, and that is actually on purpose. Since it's in the coanal place of articulation, you wouldn't actually be able to, that would be closing the sort of passage just by articulating that. So you wouldn't really have you wouldn't be able to nasalize while saying simultaneously. So it's more of a homorganic kind of. So the next section is vocabulary. You can see the bird sort of slotting things into different semantic fields, so to speak. And I just wanted to show off a couple of interesting ones that you would sort of come across if you were a bird and you were trying to describe the world around you. The first one is, and that's sort of a nursery word. And I listened to what baby crows sound like when they're begging for food, and they don't say ma, 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 ma like humans do. They say, So if you want to have nursery words, you have to remember to factor in whatever animal is in the nursery. And then when birds drink, I think this is not true of some birds, but when most birds drink, they have to tilt their head up to actually swallow the water. So to drink becomes an iterative form of to sort of look up or point up, because they don't have arms to point, so they use their faces. And then I also looked a lot into bird vision, and they can actually see some wavelengths that we can't. So like thinking of color terms for a while, I was like, I don't know what to do, but I ended up sort of going in a deep dive into research, and there are certain things that birds would see as brighter color than we would, and they would kind of look like a very bright purple. They wouldn't see yellow dandelions, they would see purple dandelions, because certain types of flowers actually reflect wavelengths that humans don't see, but which are sort of useful for flowers to be, because other animals that they're interacting with can actually see them. So for example, my word for blueberry isn't blueberry, it's actually like purple berry or ultraviolet colored berry. That's Skerre. So then with the grammar, I just did a little syntax tree to illustrate this. In terms of sort of forming vocabulary, again, comparing to chickadees, which actually have a decently analyzed syntax, my grandfather actually wrote some papers about how there's certain recursive elements of, maybe not recursive, but just generally like rules as to how different chickadee calls are made. But unlike chickadee calls, whenever you hear a crow vocalizing, it's one syllable. So I wanted to put that in. And then of course there's reduplication forms a couple of different sort of morphological or syntactical functions. You have that iterative again, and then it's also used for a collective number. And then again, going back to the what do you call it? Going back to the design principles, I didn't have anything to work with how crows actually talk. So I just sort of made my own grammar. I thought that it might make sense to have everything right branching, so I just kind of did. But yeah, I think that's an area where you have a lot more freedom than with the other things, because I'm really dedicated to making sure that everything would be pronounceable by the type of animal. I think the one thing that I hand waved is birds usually don't have wide, strong tongues like humans do. So I figure, okay, this is a type of bird that has a really strong tongue. So just going into some of the sources I got this from, I started by sort of going through my university library, trying to find sort of avian anatomy, anatomy of the respiratory system. Then I sort of moved on to looking at stuff on the internet. There's a lot of interesting stuff you could look at with sort of veterinary resources. If you're doing a language for a specific type of animal, you have to look at what their respiratory and digestive anatomy looks like. Found a fun blog, corvidresearch.blog. They have some interesting sort of behavioral notes, and then some of that ultraviolet light stuff. So then coming to the end, for special thanks, I want to thank the Conlang Discord network, which is a very good sort of social platform for talking about conlangs, and of course, the Crows of Ann Arbor, Michigan.
That is phenomenal. Thank you, Alex. You're getting a lot of praise in the YouTube comments. I encourage you to check those out. Perhaps my favorite was Stephen DeGrasse said, I got the torch in this language in the Conlang relay. I was like, oh shit, this is really hard, but I had a lot of fun with it. It's really cool and incredibly creative. I'm pumped for this talk. And there's a lot of people following that theme who are very excited to see this. A couple of people are very interested in following in your footsteps or have tried things like this in the past. So Christoph mentioned Lorinda J. Taylor has bird-like aliens in her stories with languages. Jamin noted that Desmond Ravenstone also has a bird conlang. Play in his novel Lemicorda, and A. Walker Scott noted that A.C. Crispin has a couple of novels with bird people who use signed languages, but no examples in texts. Are you familiar with any of these ones, and can you maybe compare if so?
I'm totally not familiar with them. I really need to check that kind of thing out. I think the first sort of introduction I had to this kind of thing was you actually, Joey. In a previous LCC, you talked about for an RPG campaign, you did a little conlang for lizard-like people. And I just thought the idea of, oh, they have forked tongues, they just turn them over and go like that. I thought that was great, and I wanted to do something similar. But I wanted to really focus on the anatomy of sort of real world animals rather than sort of saying, okay, it's like a human, but it's like a human sort of vocal tract, but they have lizard features.
That's really cool. I'm impressed I could inspire. I appreciate that. Fundrak idea, does the morphology, as in the biomorphology, not the linguistic morphology, of their mouth change with age? And if so, could that imply a language change with age?
That would be interesting to have different. I mean, I think it would amount to a sociolect. I, given that I've mostly looked at sort of chicks, but I think I've also seen a couple of sort of adult crows with their mouths open, and I don't think that in the case of the DAWs, it wouldn't change significantly, but yeah, I think that would be an interesting idea for you to explore. I don't know. For your own sort of different species. I don't know if like I can't imagine like an adult frog person trying to communicate with their frog tadpoles.
I wonder, and I mean, this doesn't happen in humans, but proportionally, does a bird's beak or oral cavity get longer between youth and adulthood than a human's between infancy and adulthood? And would that give them more ranges? I don't know. I'm just speculating.
I think the same places of articulation would be there the whole time, but it might have some acoustic effect.
Yeah. Okay. George Corley wanted to know, did you try looking at ultraviolet photos or videos to get an idea of what looking through these birds' eyes might actually look like when you're describing things?
Yes, and it was very interesting. I mentioned like I couldn't some of this ResearchGate stuff. I had two specific words in mind, which were, hold on, let me get my notes. Hold on. I had two words in mind which were kyankra and hamra, which literally ultraviolet berry, which is the blueberry, because they just sort of, through their eyes, they would be a lot more brightly colored. And obviously it's hard to sort of describe in words a color that you can't see, but I assume it would be somewhat similar to a purple color. So I'm thinking maybe this sort of color term, and color terms are super fascinating, but this sort of color term would also cover sort of things that we see as purple. But stuff like, and then the other word, hamra, it means like purple flint, but it's obsidian because, if you're making tools, they have sort of similar uses, obsidian and flint. But yeah, those two things would be a lot brighter in color. And I don't know if you can sort of type in these links or if I can post them somewhere, but very interesting stuff. It's kind of hard to find, but it really sort of gives you a window into how these sort of fictional bird things would see the world.
I mean, feel free to copy paste them into the YouTube chat after we take a break. I'm sure everybody would be really interested in that. DWN, that I choose to pronounce Dawn. I don't know if that's true. Have you tried speaking this with any of the birds in Ann Arbor?
I think someone else joked about that, but I don't think they would understand me. I did have like this kind of humorous pipe dream of like getting a parrot and only talking to it in this language and like seeing if it could repeat after me and like if that would be sort of a purer form of it.
Sai just noted that if you copy paste those links into the Zoom chat when you're done, they will put them into the YouTube description so they're even easier to find.
All right.
And that's all the questions I see from YouTube. Anybody on the Zoom screen have any questions? With nobody coming up, I'll ask mine, and that is, how hard was it to learn how to pronounce this language? Caveat being, obviously, you have a human anatomy, but did you find it really difficult to approximate it?
You cut out there a bit at first, but did you say how hard was it to something?
Sorry, you've been producing this language for us in examples. How hard was it to learn how to produce your own Conlang?
I don't think it was that hard. If I can go back to the most of these sounds are ones I'm familiar with. I actually came up with the palatal lateral series that was not in the language until pretty recently, but I don't think it was too difficult. I mentioned earlier I still kind of have trouble with the uh, switching between the different vowel qualities very quickly in between words. And the funny thing about it, just to have tons of tones, I have a difference between ah and ah. So it's the same sort of, it's a similar contour, but one of them starts higher than one of them starts higher and one of them ends higher. And then there's the other thing, I'm not as good at clicks as some other people are. So like just for my sake, it's sort of baked into the phonotactics that any vowel that is following a click is automatically nasalized. So even if you have a creaky voiced vowel after a click, it's both nasalized and creaky, and that's the only place where that can occur.
You're making me feel better. My very first Conlang, I had a very similar vowel distinction and clicks, and I learned very quickly that I cannot produce an oral vowel after a click, so I had to do this. So I'm glad it's not just me. We do have time for one last quick question, and it's from Yoshimitsu. I assume the idea of non-human grammar would improve over time as more and more research is put into the study of bird syntax. So do you think your ability to create the grammar and morph the grammar would improve as you were able to study more and more? Or do you think you have it where you want it?
See, as I said, I kind of just did some human syntax, and I tried to read some of those old papers that my grandfather wrote about chickadee syntax, but it's just impossible to know what each thing what each sort of part of the thing means. Like there are sort of quantitative, I don't know if it's qualitative or quantitative. There are things that you can notice, like if there's like a larger animal, if a bunch of chickadees are scared by a different animal, they might sort of sound slightly different. They might repeat something. And there are like certain sequences that are grammatical and not grammatical. And I think that's sort of the basis for his saying that it was similar to human language, that there were certain constraints like a grammar, but it's just impossible to know what the individual sounds and sequences encode, which is why I sort of just went for a kind of sort of regular right branching kind of thing. Although I did want to sort of make a lot of, it's still pretty normal, human-like in terms of actual grammar, which is why the grammar section was kind of short.
I still think it was awesome. So thank you very much, Alex. I definitely suggest heading over to the YouTube to check out a lot of praise you're getting there and a couple other ideas and questions that are popping up. All right. So that's going to be the end of our first block of talks. We're going to take a quick 7-8 minute break here, and then we'll be back with the next round of talks shortly. All right, theoretically, we should be back. There we go. We're back on the stream. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a chance to be able to grab some refreshments and coffee, some snacks, whatever you needed to. But we're going to jump right into the next presentation, which is Questioning Clefts, the Story and Struggle of Revising Content Questions in... Doug, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce this. Is it Skerre? Skerre?
Skerre.
Skerre, it is Skerre. All right, so Douglas Ball, it is all yours as soon as I give you screen sharing powers. There you go. Take it away.
All right. So, this talk is a deep dive into the syntax of my primary constructed language, Skerre. And so, some background things to get out of the way. First, the language is strongly head initial, which for clauses means that there's verb initial word order. And in fact, the default order is verb subject object oblique, though the order after the verb is flexible, but you won't see any examples today outside the default word order. Speaking of examples, we have one right here, Yashin Sakarak Ihoshi Yetsotar, and you have here a verb, the subject, the object, and the oblique. Another useful thing to keep in mind is the syntactic role of at least full noun phrases is signaled by a word initial to the expression of the participant. So words like sa, ye are all doing this. I will refer to this class of words as prenominals, and they'll show up again a little bit later in the talk. We're also going to be talking a little bit about content questions, and you might wonder, well, what are content questions? And in English, these are questions with the 5 W's as well as how and which. And thinking more broadly, they're questions about a subpart of the sentence. They're also known as supplemental questions or WH questions. And they, in fact, whatever you call them, they have lots of interesting syntactic properties in a bunch of languages, including, in fact, English, and also, most importantly for us, Skerre. So the roadmap of the rest of the talk will look like, first, we'll talk some about the expression of content questions, which will lead into a discussion of clef constructions, both kind of generally, and also why I ended up adopting them for Skerre. And this will lead to a discussion of some further problems and then the solutions that I have devised to this point. So when you look at content questions cross-linguistically, you find there are several different ways that languages choose to make them. One strategy is sometimes called in situ, where you just stick the interrogative expression where it would otherwise go, given its syntactic role. And you get this in certain questions in English, like, you're talking about what? And the what here is exactly in the place you'd expect it to be, given that it's a question about what you're talking about. Another possibility is to use dislocation, I'll call it, where you in fact stick the interrogative expression first in the sentence, and then you follow it up with pretty much normal sentence afterwards. But it is important that the normal sentence have the interrogative expression missing, because you in fact don't have it expressed twice in the sentence, just once. And this is in fact English's normal strategy. So the question, what are you talking about, shows this sort of thing. there's a little funniness with the verb and the subject that I'm going to ignore. There's also the option of using a cleft construction, which I think is the least well known, and so it's worth talking a little bit more about. So what is a cleft construction? It's, I think, a little difficult to define in a super satisfactory way for all languages, but I think at least a plausible working definition would be that it is a biclausal combination. So it's a sentence made out of two clauses, and the main clause is characterized by having an equational predication, essentially the equivalent of the English verb be, and then you also have some sort of subordinate or nominalized clause as the other clause. Semantically, the cleft expresses the same content as a normal sentence. And in fact, people often talk about how the two are truth conditionally equivalent. But the cleft does not express the same contextual meaning as the normal sentence, a particular thing that we'll return to in a few slides. English, in fact, doesn't even have just one cleft construction, but several of them. The most well-known include it clefts, like it was cleft constructions that they were talking about, and things that are known as WH clefts, or sometimes called pseudo clefts. What they were talking about was cleft constructions. So why was I able to sort of convince myself to use clefts and Skerre? Well, there were, I think, three general reasons. The first one I will sort of jokingly refer to as peer pressure, which boils down to the fact that, in fact, clefts for content questions seem to be quite common in verb initial languages, and you find them in verb initial languages across the globe. So they appear in all sorts of languages from the Austronesian family. They occur in many languages of the Pacific coast of North America, including the Chimshanic languages, the Salishan languages, at least some Wakashan languages, and a little further to the south, the now extinct Chumashan languages also seem to have used clefts once upon a time. You also find that this occurs in some Mayan languages. It even occurs, at least in some Celtic languages, though this might be maybe a little more historical than current. And in fact, you even find this pattern in some other languages that aren't strongly verb initial. So it does occur in some Algonquian languages, and I believe it occurs in at least some Bantu languages. So in essence, I was sort of like, well, all the cool languages are doing it, so Skerre should do it too. I was also able to convince myself in thinking about sort of the interface between information structure and syntax, information structure being about sort of how things are packaged up. As people have noted, languages often use cleft constructions for what at least one author called contrastive emphasis. And if we break this down, the contrastive part, I think, is supposed to refer to the fact that this kind of construction takes a set of items under consideration and definitively picks one out. And the emphasis part refers to the fact that this kind of construction strongly highlights this item, whether through syntax or through prosody or some combination thereof. It does seem when we look at content questions that there are, in any content question, a large set of items under consideration, namely all the possible answers. And in fact, the question asker generally would like to know which item ultimately to consider, and sort of highlighting the nature of that desire might be something that they would like to do. And so I think clef constructions offer them a means of doing that. And so I feel that the information structure properties of clef constructions fit very well with the information structure requirements of content questions. So this is sort of a good marriage of different components of the grammar. Lastly, I was able to convince myself to do this through looking at sort of interrogative phrase location in the sentence. It seems pretty clear to, I think, everyone that's looked at verb initial languages that they have an overwhelming propensity to have interrogative expressions first in content questions. And in fact, if you want to go into the World Atlas of Linguistic Structures online and see this for yourself, the data sort of bear it out. So if you take the feature on subject verb order and cross it with the feature that looks at interrogative phrase location in the way that you can on that fun-filled website, you find that 70% or thereabouts of the languages with VS order, which sort of approximates verb initial, have their interrogative phrases obligatorily initial. I think if they were looking at possibly initial, the number would actually be even higher. But this does seem to be a tendency for this type of language. And since my aim for Skerre has been to have a fairly run-of-the-mill verb initial language, I felt like, well, I need to have interrogative first content questions. And nicely, clefs for content questions yield this order due to sort of some independent factors. So in content question clefs, in language after language, the interrogative expression is most common as a predicate nominal. And just for sort of the sake of doing things, I raise that to an absolute requirement in Skerre. And independently, predicate nominals in Skerre are clause initial, and they appear without any sort of copular verb. So you have the example here, Chirehan at Zotar. Zotar is a hunter, and you have the predicate nominal first, and then the subject that goes with that predication second. So if we wanted to sort of think about what order would we get in a clefted version of what did Karak give to Zotar, we would end up with something like what that gave by Karak to Zotar. And the what there is actually to be sort of understood as is what, but there isn't actually an is word there. So the what is actually the first constituent in the sentence. So got the interrogative initial content questions. So all of this works well to a point, but unfortunately, I discovered that my problems didn't really end by just deciding to have clef constructions for content questions, because there's all sorts of other things you have to work out. One of the top questions on my mind was, given that there are multiple types of clef construction in English, let alone other languages, what style of clef to use? And ideally, to answer this question, I or someone that I could read would know how many languages use something like an it clef, and how many languages use something like a WH clef. And the sort of sad answer that you discover from looking at the linguistics literature is that this isn't known yet. No one's sort of done the research. Part of the problem might be that, in fact, it's might be difficult in some languages to tell whether you have something like a WH cleft, but nevertheless, there's no good typological data to rely on. Even though if I pick a style like the WH cleft style, there's still further things to resolve. So if we look at an English WH cleft, like our earlier example, what they were talking about was cleft constructions. You see that there's actually some subparts to this. The one crucial component is what's known as a free relative clause. And in our example, that's what they were talking about. And then the other crucial part is the predicate nominal, which in this example is cleft constructions. So we see that there is often sort of some internal structure to this kind of cleft, but even the makeup of free relative clauses cross-linguistically is not well understood. Certainly in English, you find that English uses WH words to start them, like what they were talking about. And of course, a possibility would be for me to just import in the English pattern, but this didn't seem very appealing to me for Skerre because you end up having to express a question sort of in a redundant manner. What they were talking about was what? There's probably some language out there that is fine with expressing things this way, but I felt this is a little too much of the Department of Redundancies department. So it's like, nope, not going to do that for Skerre. We might ask, what do other languages do? And French at least gives a different kind of option. So French uses a demonstrative determiner plus a relativizer to start its free relative clauses, as you could see in this example, which translates roughly as what they were saying. You see the demonstrative determiner "se" is present, and then it's immediately followed by the relativizer "que." And it, in fact, is the case that the translation, that which they were saying, pretty closely approximates the French. Going to a completely different part of the world, we do see a different style. So in the Indonesian language, Makassar, one uses a generic noun and an otherwise normal relative clause for a free relative clause in that language. And so we have this example, which you can translate as that which I ate or what I ate, but more literally, it's just the thing that I ate. But even with these other options, I'm at least still wondering, what are the other possibilities? Are there still other ways that languages approach this sort of thing? And how common are the various types? And at this juncture, it seems pretty clearly that the typological research involved with this remains to be done. So, oh yes, there are also a couple of Skerre specific things that I also had to sort of wrestle with. One of them deals with the prenominal. So you recall in our example of a predicate nominal construction that you have this prenominal that appears. And so there is a question, should prenominals like appear in Skerre clefs or not? As it also turns out, in Skerre relative clauses, there can be a relativizer on, as in the following noun phrase, Chikwe on Yetina Ihoshi, the deer that found the food. So there's also a question, should I include this relativizer in the Skerre clefs or not? So there's lots of things to think about, and there's this question, what to do? And one thing could be to sort of sulk around and be sort of annoyed that you've found a fairly difficult question or problem to figure out, which I probably did some of the time, but I also tried to do some other things. So I did try and continue to look for examples from some of my favorite natural languages with the hope that they could inform a little bit what I might do in this situation. I also tried to search for and read relevant literature, some of it older, though I more or less arbitrarily decided anything over 10 years was older, and also some newer works, and conveniently there has been some interest in looking at this type of construction and situation by some people in fairly recent work. And I also tried to sketch some ideas out. So supposing I do this, what is this gonna look like? And I tried to maybe give it a little bit of a test drive. So what I at least have adopted for Skerre for the time being is that the relevant kinds of clefts that are used in content questions are made up of a predicate nominal and a free relative clause in that order. The free relative clauses, I decided, are made up of a free relative clause particle on plus the remainder of the clause that's more or less sort of as usual. The on is a fuse form of the absolutive prenominal and the relativizer. And so the actual Skerre rendition of the question, what did Kar give to Tsotar, would be Sei an Yashin Sakarak Ye Tsotar, where you have the initial Sei word and then you have the free relative clause starting with on and going all the way to the question mark. So what have I learned from all of this? Well, I've learned that there's much more cross-linguistic diversity than one might expect, even within the realm of just content questions. But this is something I found repeatedly. When you actually look at what languages do, you find there's often more options available than you might have initially thought. It's also obvious that there's a bunch of things that linguists still don't know about the nature of languages, which is good, because I guess that will keep linguists employed for the foreseeable future, because there's still problems to be worked on. I came away from this still feeling like clefts are very interesting, and I definitely give it a 10 out of 10, would recommend shifting to clefts again. And from this particular talk, I found that sometimes one needs to do an LCC talk to truly make a decision about something in their own Conlang. So here are some of the works that were referenced in the talk. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks so much, Doug. I think when we get into some of the obscure left peripheries of syntax, people get scared and start making puns in YouTube chat, including scare clefts, tremble clefts, scare quotes. One of the things, I'll start with my own question, that I've been trying to debate on how to make WH questions in some of the conlangs I'm working on is whether or not to use multiple strategies. So maybe there's an in situ possibility versus a movement or a cleft possibility. and obviously, I think one would be used far more prominently than the other. But did that factor into your decision making for Skerre at all? That you could have multiple strategies?
Yeah. So actually, the way that the language is designed in full is that there are multiple strategies, and in C2 is certainly a possibility. The thing within C2 is there's not much to worry about there. If you've created the rules for syntax, you more or less know where things are going to go. But when you try out something like Clefts, then you have to be like, well, how am I going to make this thing? And how am I going to make that thing? So I sort of suppress the NC2 stuff because it's like, yeah, that was easy.
Sounds good. Fenor of Sunspear asks, what if relative what and interrogative what were different words? Would it seem a little less redundant? And I didn't quite catch in your glosses there. Do you have separate words for those in Skerre, unlike English?
I mean, I guess that would be a way to devise things so that you have sort of a special set of words that would appear in free relative clauses so that they wouldn't be homophonous. But I was sort of going with the idea that what English actually does is it uses its WH words at the beginning of its WH clefs, and then to also have a question word would be sort of off. But yeah, I mean, there's some other types of question or WH or other types of clefs. So like in English, there's what some people call the TH clefs, which are like the one that or the thing that. And obviously, if your sentence is like the thing that we were talking about is what, then the redundancy goes away.
A question in the Zoom chat here from Matt Pearson. Is there a separate strategy for adverbial content questions like when did Sotor see Karak?
That's a good question, and at least as it's actually devised, and this is sort of stolen straight out of the Western Austronesian playbook, but you can in fact use a dislocation construction for some of the adverbial ones, and the clefs are, there's I think probably some clefs or some adverbials you could cleft as well, but clefs are actually in my imagination mostly designed for like argument type questions.
I see a couple other questions popping up in the Zoom chat for you there, Doug. So I'll let you type in response to those. But thank you very much for talking today. And I'm going to move on to the next presentation here in a second, and reminding myself to pause so that Sai has a chance to splice the videos. Thank you very much, Doug.
All right.
So our next speaker is going to be, I'm sorry if I mispronounced this, Keras Saryan. But due to some potential internet problems, this talk was pre-recorded, so I have it here. And I'm going to screen share to share Keras's presentation. And then I believe Keras is here. I see the muted camera and mic. They will be able to take questions after I play the presentation. So if I share this screen and make sure I share sound, everyone should be able to see that now. I'm going to take myself off of the video. And here is the exponents of grammatical number in Kamya.
Hello. Okay, so today I'm going to be talking to you about how grammatical number is expressed in my language Kamya. I'll show you that nouns and verbs have different patterns of number marking, that plurality is not obligatorily marked on nouns, and so nouns can show a mismatch between semantic and morphological number, whereas verbs have to agree in number with their subject, but they agree with the semantic rather than morphological number. So first, a little bit on the language. It began in 2018, set vaguely in modern-day southeastern Europe, and is meant to be a more or less naturalistic language. And I have tried to avoid overloading it with morphology and excess grammatical features, but tried to keep it interesting nonetheless. Now a quick typological overview. So essentially nominative accusative, mainly suffixing, basic word order is SVO. In noun phrases, the noun is almost always the last thing in the phrase. No adpositions, no grammatical gender, 8 cases, and now I'll talk to you about number. So first, nouns. So nouns have a morphological distinction between general and plural. So general nouns can refer to either semantic singulars or semantic plurals, whereas morphological plurals can only ever refer to semantic plurals. And the unmarked form of the noun is general in number, whereas the plural is marked by a suffix. So if you have, for example, the noun kudi, this can mean either book or books, but the plural form kudida can only ever mean books. Same for vorha, bull or bulls, vorhada, bulls, and chulu can mean child or children, whereas chuluda can only ever mean children. Now, this plural marking is not allowed with a quantifier or cardinal numeral. So in a phrase like gara kudi, a lot of books, you can't have gara kudida. Same with sheda vorha. For a few bulls, you can't have sheda vorhada. And 3 children has to be is chulu rather than is chuluda. Now, the only exception to this are those small number of nouns that are only ever found with overt plural marking in any case. So, for example, gara laida, a lot of money, can't be gara lai. Ishik amda, too many people, can't be ishik am. And rawiz mushta, some arms, can't be rawiz mush, and you can't have lai, or mush on their own. Anyway. Okay, so as these examples show you, the nominal plural marker, the regular plural marker for nouns, has one of 3 forms, so da, ta, or ada. So after vowels, you get da, so wacha, wachara, and also after sonorants, so tom, tomda. Then with certain monosyllabic words that end in certain voiceless consonants, you get ta, so vash, vashta. Compare this with, for example, shiddish, which is shiddishada in the plural rather than shiddishta. And elsewhere you get ada, so big, bigada, and imic, which underlyingly ends in a consonant cluster, so imk is imkada in the plural. Then there is also a irregular plural suffix, which is an old dual suffix, which is no longer a dual and only a plural. But considering its origin, as you might expect, is mainly found with body parts that tend to come in pairs. So kun is eye or eyes, kunchi in the plural, poch, leg, pochuchi, die, lungs, dieci. And then also, for example, anka is a sleeve or trouser leg and is ankachi in the plural. And then there's a few more kind of wrinkles in the system. So, for example, the noun mar, person, has the suppletive plural amda. And then the noun gada, man or men, doesn't take the regular plural suffix, but has the plural form kadanya instead. And then we have cases like stach, which is a count noun that can mean either onion or onions, which coexist alongside the derived mass noun stachanya. And then there are some cases where this derivation goes in the opposite direction. So the basic noun lirit is peas as a mass noun, and then there's also the derived count noun, lirteska, which is pea or peas. Okay, and now a little bit more on one of the suffixes we've just seen, which is anya. So this is the collective suffix or mass noun suffix, and when it's used with referents that have that are animate, it can be treated either as semantically singular or plural. So if we take, for example, the noun mugu, pig or pigs, so there is the irregular plural form mugu, regular plural form muguda, and this also coexists alongside muganya, which is either swine or pigs, like a group of pigs, a collective of pigs, but it can also mean pork, so the meat of a pig. And when it refers to the living animal, this can be treated either as singular or plural, but it can only ever be treated as singular when referring to the meat. And the same goes for example, the small number of nouns derived from verbs using the suffix. So dhuri is to watch, and dhuranya is audience, and this can either be treated as singular or plural, since audiences are generally animate. Though note you can't then add the plural suffix on top of the collective suffix, so a form like dhuranyada would not be licit. Okay, and then more for completion's sake than anything else, personal pronouns are different from regular nouns in that there is kind of suppletive number marking or suppletion for number throughout the paradigm, as you can see here. Then a couple of notes on extra number related things, which is that nouns also have a distributive plural marking mechanism, and this just marks a number of nouns distributed in space or time in some way. And this is marked by whole word reduplication. So if I said a sentence like Jim belit kudis na timtisha, this would mean I found books in the room, but the books were kind of strewn about the room. And then there's also an associative plural, which marks a plurality of nouns as constituting some sort of coherent group or set. And in Kamya, this is kind of broader than is usually seen in other languages, and is formed by postposed partial reduplication. So if we have something like Johan, meaning John, then Johan Varuhan would be John and like his mates. And then Bata, parents, Bata Varata is kind of just like senior family relatives. Then we have other examples here, Sheriff Vareref, Goz Varoz, Ruz Varuz. Okay, now on to verbs. So verbs must agree with their subject in number, but they agree with semantic rather than morphological number. And the singular form of verb is unmarked, whereas the plural form takes a suffix. So in the sentence where we have woman intended to be singular, we don't have any marking on the verb, so nachera akit nemlas. Whereas when we have when woman is semantically plural, then we get plural marking on the verb, nachera akritit nemlas. But you can also have marking on both the noun and both on the subject and the verb, as in the last example, nachera akritit nemlas. So as they show, the suffixes can be realized as ar and also just r. So you find ar after, for example, consonants, so kavukar, but also after high vowels. So hagi hagiar, zumu zumuar, and then you get r everywhere else. So chehe cheher, duvo duvor, zaija zaijar, for example. And on top of this, there are certain verbs that also have some sort of stem mutation, or in rare cases, suppletion going on. So zav, zizar for heard, dit tichar, own, bele, bir for be able to, urul, rular for now, imin, imar, kill, him, har, go or come, and im, liver for carry. And now kind of bringing it all together at the clause level. So because number is recoverable from the verb, with subjects, it's usually not marked on subjects. So if I say things like na sosa hira angluchata, then you know because of the plural marking suffix that I'm talking about children, not child. Same with the sentence na zurvar poshinarjuz, which has plural marking on the verb. So again, you know there's more than one banana involved. But even though number is marked on the verb in agreement with subjects only, number can still be left unmarked on non-subjects. So the indefinite article strongly implies a singular rather than plural reading. So in a sentence like Megi hardit shi jazz luches, we bought a chair. This means that in the corresponding sentence, Megi hardit jazz luches, where there is no indefinite article, that you can easily infer that I'm probably talking about multiple chairs rather than a single chair. And so you don't necessarily need to explicitly mark the plural on the noun chair. That said, it is also possible to use the indefinite article with count nouns as a kind of plural partitive, though this is usually found with overt plural marking on the verb, on the noun. So for example, a sentence like Nazashka bukichi keris, the bear caught would normally be interpreted as meaning the bear caught a fish, though given sufficient context, it could mean perhaps that the bear caught some fish. But you're more likely to hear Nazashka bukichi keridas with plural marking on the noun. Then with the indefinite article, if there's no number marking, number is going to be ambiguous for non-subjects, though it's very often inferable from context to real-world knowledge. So in a sentence like or then you're more than likely going to be able to work out what number is intended in each case according to the context in which the sentence is used. Then with body parts that naturally occur in multiples or especially pairs, then the definite article is usually going to imply that there's more than one. So in the sentence "Jeshchuto vanat nakawas," then it's more than likely that I'm referring to hands plural, because usually when we wash our hands, we wash both hands, not necessarily just one of them. But this isn't always the case necessarily. So if I said "Recha jesh na terikawas," this could mean either give me your hand or give me your hands. And if I wanted to specify, I could very well add the plural marker to hand to specify that I meant more than one. Okay. So in any case, overt plural marking is usually somewhat uncommon on nouns. And when it is used, it's for reasons of focus or disambiguation. So in this case, if you really wanted to stress that there was that there had been several letters in the box, you could add it onto letters. So in the buka zahat napito das nastinazin. Or if you really wanted to stress, hammer home that you had only received one stamp when you actually wanted several, then you could use plural marker on stamp. So dzięki sheldas vosa joleshet cinco sir shelas, where you have overt plural marking. Then finally, there are cases where you can find unmarked or unmodified nouns, count nouns most of the point, where you also have no marking on the verb. So for example, in generic sentences like this one, so rodezuru rechi alas, crocodiles lay eggs, or this one, kez ak perchas anigela agad, dogs eat meat but horses don't. And as you can see, there's no plural marking anywhere in sight, and no articles either, and these are just kind of generic sentences. Okay, so to sum up, I've shown you how grammatical number is expressed in Kamya, that nouns have a morphological distinction between general and plural number, but still show a semantic distinction between singular and plural, and that this ties in with the verbs in the verbs have to agree with the semantic number of subjects rather than the morphological number. And also the information is recoverable from adnominal modifiers as well as nouns and verbs. Or failing that, just concepts of real world knowledge will do the job. And thank you for listening.
All right. Sorry, everyone, for the not great volume at the first of that, but I think we got most of it. Keras, thank you for pre-recording, so we made sure we got everything right. You've sparked a good conversation on the YouTube channel there that people are talking about different things. But Frederick Bear asked, "What is the supposed etymology of amda, and how does it come to supplete the original plural of mar?"
There's not really an exciting story for that, to be honest. It's just that there happen to be two words for person in the proto-language, and that one was used, for whatever reason, more in the plural originally, and then that kind of stuck around as the plural form, and then the plural form of mar just fell out of use because of competition, basically. Nothing more exciting than that.
Fair enough. Yoshimitsu asked, "I assume if the word for audience, as shown, cannot take a plural, there would be a different word or construction to convey the meaning of separate audiences?"
I mean, I don't think there would necessarily be a dedicated way to say that, but there's probably a couple of different ways you could. One would be to use the distributive, which I mentioned in the talk. And then the other one would be to just say that, so you could use the indefinite article with the word audience and then specify the number elsewhere. So if you were talking about, a specific number of audiences for some reason, you could say, for example, there was an audience in the 3 rooms, and then that there's 3 audiences because there's 1 in each room, if that makes sense.
Yes, well, it does to me. Scout Sojak is asking, is there a singular place online where one can access the documentation to learn more about Kamya?
Yeah, you have to hack into my Dropbox account. No, not yet. I will in time hopefully post more of this online, but I just happen to not have done so yet. So I suppose, yeah.
Eventually. Yeah, there's a lot of positive comments. I love all this thinking about context and pragmatics, really the lifeblood of a language. People are loving how much detail and thought were put into the various aspects of your language. And Sojak said, I found the phonoaesthetics as well as the morphological aesthetics of this language to be very satisfying.
Well, that's nice to hear.
Any last minute questions before we go back to the presentation I mistakenly switched places with Keras's for? I'm not seeing any more questions pop up. A lot of cool comments in the YouTube chat if you want to check that out, Keras. And cool. Thank you so much for presenting.
No worries, thank you.
All right, so this is where we pause so Sai can adequately chop the video as I give Matt, as soon as I find Matt in the list of presenters here, Matt Pearson, there we go. So Matt, if you want to turn on, there you go, unmuted. We're out of 2020, we've learned how to unmute.
Yes.
So sorry for everyone for the confusion. I think it was because Matt asked a question in the chat. I jumped the gun and assumed Matt had presented, but we're definitely going to hear about some Okuna now. So here is Matt Pearson on creating new verbs in Okuna. And
okay.
It's all yours, Matt.
Are my slides showing?
Yes, we can see them here now.
Okay, very good. So yes, I'm going to talk to you about creating new verbs in Okuna today. So a little bit of an overview of the talk. So Okuna is a naturalistic art lang, an a priori art lang, that I've been working on for about 25 years or so. Many of you have heard me talk about Okuna at previous conferences. What I'm going to talk to you about today is the fact that Okuna has a series of prefixes which can attach to verb stems to derive new verbs. And in this talk, I want to give you some examples of some of these prefixes and show how they originated through grammaticalization of incorporated elements, incorporated nouns, and also incorporated subordinate verbs. And the overall goal is to provide a kind of detailed case study in how to use the already existing grammatical resources of a conlang to derive new words. So how to expand the vocabulary using the tools that you already have as an alternative to building through vocabulary through just simple relexification, translation from another language, in the hopes that this might be inspiring to people. So some basics about Okuna sentence structure. So we've got default verb final word order, although the word order is fairly flexible. And we have a kind of notoriously tricky case marking system. There's case markers on subjects and objects. And there are three main cases for subjects and objects: ergative, nominative, and dative. And these cases are assigned more on more on the basis of semantic roles than traditional grammatical relations. So ergative case is generally used for agents and actors, nominative case for themes, and then dative case for a variety of different roles. In the grammar of Okuna, I kind of group these together and call these delimiters. So they include things like a recipient, endpoint in an event of motion or transfer of force, a path traversed by an object, or a patient in an event of creation or consumption. And I'll give you some examples of these. So here are some sentences of Okuna to show you ergative marking on agents and nominative marking on themes. If you look at the transitive sentence first, Sakyal mahitole lima, Sakyal opens the door. You see that Sakyal, the agent, appears in the ergative case, and hitol, door, appears in the nominative case. And then if you want to say something like the door opens, you just use hitole in the nominative. So hitole lima, the door opens, because it's still a theme. Whereas if you want to say something like Sakyal dances, Sakyal is the agent of the dancing event, so you would use ergative there. So we have Sakyal mahosta. And a lot of ergative Natlangs show patterns like this as well. Some examples of dative marking. So dative marking appears on recipients. So in something like ihaiki une moita, the woman receives a letter, woman is going to be in the dative case, or in a ditransitive clause, like Sakyal sends a letter to the woman, Sakyal maihaiki une lasta, again, woman will be in the dative case. So that's kind of, pretty straightforward for dative, but we also get dative marking on certain kinds of patients and recipients of force. So in events like reading, you can think of the reading event as sort of consuming or traversing the book in a kind of metaphorical way, and dative case is used for that in Okuna. So Sakyal reads the book would be Sakyal mahal maitala, and you also use dative case for sort of the recipients of force. So in something like Sakyalma palahtai gata, Sakyal hits the tree. The tree is kind of the endpoint of the hitting event, and so that gets dative case. And then sort of simple goals and paths of motion tend to be in the dative as well. So in Sakyala sikunoyeta, Sakyal goes to the river, or Sakyala sikunoitisa, Sakyal crosses the river. River again would be in the dative case because it's a goal or a path of motion. Now I want to talk to you about a phenomenon in Okuna called pseudo-incorporation. This is also something that we find in certain Natlangs. So in pseudo-incorporation, a nominative, dative, or ergative noun phrase gets replaced by a noun phrase that is unmarked for case. And where this unmarked noun phrase is non-referential. So it doesn't pick out a particular participant in the event, but more like a type of participant. Here's an example of pseudo-incorporation. So we have a simple transitive sentence in the first example. Sakyal mahal maitalai, Sakyal is reading the book. We've seen that example already. It's also permissible, though, to drop the dative case marker from book and just have Sakyal mahal maitalai. And the meaning of this is something like Sakyal is reading a book, or Sakyal is reading books. Although maybe a kind of more literal translation might be something like Sakyal is book reading, or Sakyal is doing some book reading. So here, halma, book, doesn't refer to a specific entity that you could point to. The sentence is more indicating the type of thing that Sakyal is reading. Now, this unmarked noun phrase forms a syntactic unit with the verb. even though it's written as a separate orthographic word, it's functioning as a single syntactic unit with a verb. And one way we can show that is that the unmarked noun phrase has to immediately precede the verb. So they cannot be separated from each other by intervening words. Whereas nominative, dative, and ergative marked noun phrases can be separated from the verb. So if you want to say something like Sakyal is still reading the book, the word for still is ema, and the kind of normal position for that is in front of the verb. So you get Sakyal mahalmai ema italai. But if you want to say, if you have the unmarked noun halma, that has to come immediately before the verb. And so ema has to precede it. So you get Sakyalma ema halma italai. And if I try to put ema in between halma and italai, that would be ungrammatical. Now, these incorporated noun phrases have a number of different functions in Okuna. So in the example that I've already shown you, the incorporated noun phrase is replacing a dative argument. And the function here is to name a kind of generic type of patient or goal. So again, Sakyal mahalmai italai, Sakyal could be translated as Sakyal is reading a book, or Sakyal is reading books, but maybe it's more literally something like Sakyal is book reading. An incorporated noun phrase can also replace a nominative argument. And here that names a generic kind of theme. So take a sentence with an unincorporated nominative like Sakyal mayase ikei ukje. Sakyal gave the food to the dog. So here yase, the nominative form of food, is kind of referring to some specific quantifiable portion of food. If I instead replace that with the unmarked noun yase, which has to immediately precede the verb, then we get Sakyal maike yase ukje, which is literally something like Sakyal food gave to the dog, which is kind of the way you would say Sakyal fed the dog. So here I don't have any particular food in mind. That's just kind of the type of thing. An incorporated noun phrase can also replace an ergative argument to name a generic type of agent or causer. So compare a sentence like Kotoi tohawatma laisnen toke. The house was just destroyed by the blaze. Here, tohawatma, the ergative noun phrase, refers to a specific large fire. But you could also say kotoi laisne tohawat toke, which is literally the house just big fire destroyed, right? Or the house was just blaze destroyed. It just means the house was destroyed in a blaze. And I'm not sort of, I don't have a particular fire in mind. That's just the kind of thing that caused the destruction. Okay, so an incorporated noun phrase can also be added to a clause that already has an ergative agent and a dative patient. And in this case, the extra noun phrase names a generic instrument or sometimes the type of material from which something is made, sort of depending on the verb. So you could take a sentence like Sakyalma makai hane, Sakyal cut the meat or cut into the meat. And I could add an unmarked pseudo-incorporated instrument noun in front of cut, kamal, knife, to give what's literally Sakyal knife cut the meat, or Sakyal knife cut into the meat. So kamal here names the type of instrument that's used. In this example, here the unmarked noun phrase names a type of material that's used. So Sakyal makopoi woste is literally Sakyal made a pot, and pot is in the dative case because it's the patient here. It's the thing that is being created by the shaping event. I could add sute, clay, to this sentence to give Sakyal makopoi sute woste, which is literally something like Sakyal clay shaped to a pot. And that's sort of how you say Sakyal made a pot out of clay, or he shaped clay into a pot. Okay, so why am I droning on about pseudo-incorporation? What does this have to do with verb derivation? Well, there's a process, a historical process of phonological reduction and grammaticalization in the history of Okuna, I decided, such that an incorporated noun can fuse with the following verb and it gets reanalyzed as a prefix. So I mentioned earlier that these incorporated nouns form a syntactic unit with the following verb. They're separate phonological elements, but they form a syntactic unit with the verb. And what's happening here is that through language change, they form a phonological unit with the verb as well. So I'll give you some examples of that. So you could take a sentence like Sakyalma Keoli mulpate, and that's how you would say Sakyal covered the chair with a cloth. It's literally Sakyal cloth covered the chair. And what happened at a certain point in the history of the language is that mul and pata kind of fused together to give mupata, with a little bit of semantic shift to give the word that means to clothe or get dressed. So Sakyalma mupatle is how you would say Sakyal got dressed. If you want to make it transitive and say Sakyalma paya mupatle, that's how you say Sakyal dressed the child. But you can see that it's kind of semi-transparently derived from Sakyal covered the child with cloth, right? Okay, so this is sort of a source of prefixes that can be used to derive new verbs from old verbs. Here are some more examples of incorporated nouns becoming verb prefixes. So the noun ksas, which means salt, merged at a certain point with the verb meaning cover, pata, to give ksapata, which means to coat with salt, or to salt, like to salt meat. Ksas also merged with landa, preserve, to give ksalanda, which means to cure something or to preserve it with salt. We also get situations where a noun that names a theme merges with a verb. So him means interior, eka means be empty, and they merge together to give himeka, which means to be hollow, to be empty inside. And then finally, inya, which means eyes, merged with tuma, which means to block something or to impair something. And you get intuma, which is the word for to be blind. Okay, so some of these prefixes have become fairly productive in the language. One such prefix is na, which means to do something with your hands. And this derived historically from a noun nawa, which actually means the palm of your hand, that underwent pseudo-incorporation and then full incorporation into the verb. So from something like ekpa, meaning to bear or to hold or to take, you can get nakpa, which means to carry in your hands. From kahta, which just means generically to hit something or to strike something, you get nakahta, which means hit with your hands, so to punch or to slap. Kacha means to make a sharp sound. Nakacha means to clap or applaud. Pesa is to brush or sweep something. And so napesa is to brush something with your hands. So that's how you say to strum a musical instrument. Chaisa means to raise or elevate, and nachaisa is to pick up something. And then here's my favorite, tupa means to walk. And so natupa, it doesn't mean to walk with your hands, literally, it means to crawl on your hands and knees. So again, there's been some semantic change. We also have a bunch of these that are formed with so, derived from the word sot, meaning word. And this is to do things with words. So from gasta, to go against or oppose, we have sokasta, which means to argue. So that's literally to go against somebody by using words, is to argue with them. Sila means to stretch something taut. So sosila means to exaggerate. So you stretch taut with words. Moita means to receive. So moita is to hear news of something. Nyokta is to return. And so sonyokta means to return something with words, to respond or to answer. Wata is to stop. So wata is to stop somebody's words. So that's to interrupt someone. And then wosta, we saw that word earlier, means to give shape to something. So to sowosta is to give shape to something using words. So that's to describe or explain something. And then from minu, mind, we have a bunch of verbs that are formed with the prefix min, which means to do something in your mind or with your mind. So we get some cognitive verbs from this. So from heba, to go along or to follow a path, we get miheba, which means to ponder. Hoda means slow. Mihoda, to be bored or lethargic. Hala means to pass by. Mihala would mean to pass by something with your mind, which is to overlook something or ignore it. Gaitsa is to talk about. Mikaitsa is to think about. Thinta means to be nimble. So mithinta means to be nimble with your mind. So that's to be smart or clever. Tega is to get or fetch or acquire. And so mitega is to presume or infer. And then from san, which means body, you can get a bunch of words that mean to do something with your whole body. In the interest of time, I won't go through all of these, but from Hota, to join or connect. We get sahota, which is to join bodies. So that's to mate or to copulate. And then laha means to release. Tsalaha means to release your body, or to be released from your body, maybe. So that's to cremate. And you can look at the other examples as well. And then just for fun, I threw in some etymological mysteries here. So there's also a prefix ki, which means to do something using a sharp pointed tool. Presumably this prefix also arose historically through grammaticalization of an incorporated noun, but that incorporated noun no longer exists in the language. So this is a kind of etymological fossil in the language. But we see it in words like kihana, to pierce or poke, from the verb to cut into. From kahta, to hit or strike, we have kikahta, which means to stab or poke or prick or jab. From taha, which means to kill something for food, to kill an animal for food, we get kitaha, which means to spear or stab or kill something with a harpoon, and so on. Maybe my favorite is untapa, means to braid or plait, and kyontapa means to braid something with sharp objects. So that's to knit. A second source of these prefixes is what are called converb constructions, which I've talked about in a previous talk at LCC. A verb in Okuna can take the suffix e to form what's called the converb form. A converb immediately precedes and modifies another verb. And when formed from a verb that denotes an action, the converb names the means by which the event named by the main verb is carried out. So for example, from the verb lihka, meaning to cut or sever, you can form the converb lihke, which we might translate as by means of cutting. And you can then take that verb and place it in front of another verb to modify it. So from tepa, which means to remove or to strip something from the outside of something, you can form lihke tepa, which means, well, it's literally to remove from the outside of something by means of cutting, which is how you say to cut off something, to sever something from something else in Okuna. So let's look at some examples of converb constructions. So from a verb tanga, push, as in sakyal manaka itankai, sakyal is pushing the rock or pushing on the rock. We can form tanga, which means by means of pushing. So you can have something like sakyal ma loin tange putte, which is sakyal pushed over the cauldron. But it's literally sakyal overturned the cauldron by means of pushing, or by using a pushing action. From a verb like yanta, jump, as in hiwama yante, the horse jumped, we can form yante by means of jumping, which could combine with a verb that names like a trajectory of motion. So you could get something like hiwa mutoi yante tise, the horse jumped over the fence, and it's literally the horse went over the fence, or the horse traversed the fence by means of jumping. Like an incorporated noun phrase, as we discussed earlier, the converb forms a unit with the verb that it immediately precedes and modifies. And this is shown in a number of different ways. For example, the converb and the verb that follows it cannot be separated by intervening elements. They can't be separated by the negative scope marker, for example. Normally, the negative scope marker attaches directly to the verb. So if you want to say the horse didn't go over the fence, it's hiwa mutoi ntisuma, where the initial N there is kind of a negative marker. But if you have a converb modifying the main verb, then that prevents the negative scope marker from attaching to the main verb. And so instead you use kind of a free form of that scope marker, nse. And so you get hiwa mutoi nse yante tisuma, the horse didn't jump over the fence. And it would be ungrammatical to say hiwa mutoi yante tisuma with the negative marker attached to tisuma, because that would violate the rule that says that yante and tisuma have to form a unit. Okay, so as with incorporated nouns, these converbs, since they form a syntactic unit with the following verb, can undergo phonological reduction and grammaticalization to become verb prefixes. So from something like, so pohua means to burst, kate means by means of hitting. So kate pohua is literally burst by means of hitting something, to cause something to burst by means of hitting it. That can get reanalyzed, where kate kind of undergoes phonological reduction to become just a prefix ka, and we get kapohwa, which is to burst by hitting. And then there's some semantic change that's happened over there where rather than burst by hitting, it comes to mean burst violently or burst suddenly. And from that, we get the meaning to explode or to rupture. And this ka prefix, meaning something like forcefully or suddenly or unexpectedly, can then be used to form a variety of different verbs. From acha, meaning to approach, you can form kahacha, which is to lunge at or thrust. Etymologically, it means to approach by means of hitting, but what's happened over time is that the ka prefix has come to mean not literally by means of hitting, but just violently or suddenly or unexpectedly. So it means to approach somebody violently or unexpectedly. That's to lunge at them or to thrust. From helta, pull, we get kahelta, which is like to pull hard or to yank on something. From patla, smother, cover, we get kapatla, to smother. From sasa, meaning to find or encounter, we get kasasa, which means to stumble on unexpectedly. From sosa, throw, we get kasosa, which means to hurl or throw hard. And then the word for drown is katsiba, which is formed from the word tsiba, which means to submerge yourself in liquid. And so it's sort of literally to submerge in liquid or to be submerged in liquid in a violent or sudden or forceful or unexpected way. Another example, so from the converb ekbe, meaning by means of being held or by means of holding, we form the prefix ke. So from tsaiba, meaning submerged, we can get ketsaiba, which means to hold something underwater or to keep something submerged in liquid. So it's literally to have something be submerged by means of holding it. And we get this ke prefix showing up in a lot of other verbs as well. I won't go through all of these, but the first one is keluma, to hold open or to sustain, comes from luma, to be open. From mainka, be fixed in place, you can form ke mainka, which means to hold something in place or to support it. And then we get some metaphorical extensions of this. From mokta, meaning to come home, we get kemokta, which means to welcome or invite. This is maybe literally to bring someone home, to carry someone home is to invite them into your house. And from belta, wait for, we get belta, to anticipate, and so on. Like with the key prefix that I mentioned earlier, which presumably derived from an earlier incorporated instrument noun that is no longer attested in the language, there are also some mystery prefixes that presumably derive historically from converbs, but the original verb is no longer there. There's a prefix un in the language that is used to form verbs that refer to a kind of circular motion or an action directed inward or towards oneself. This might be related to the verb umma, which means to move to one side, but if so, there's been some semantic change there. So from hista, meaning to lead, you get kista, which means to lead in circles or to confuse someone. And from hloma, meaning to add, you get untloma, which means literally to add onto itself. And that's how you say to multiply in this language. And there are a few other examples here that I won't go through in the interest of time. Continuing on with converb constructions, there's more uses of this converb construction than I've mentioned previously. Note that Okuna does not have adjectives. Instead, properties and attributes are expressed by stative verbs. So there's no adjective meaning tall or big, but there is a verb toha, meaning to be big. And when one of these stative verbs appears in the converb form, it can modify another verb to indicate the manner in which the event denoted by that verb takes place. So this is sort of a similar function to manner adverbs like quickly. So from a verb like gyota, be quick, as in hastine gyota, the deer is quick, you can form a converb gyote, quickly. It's literally something like by means of being quick. So hastinma gyote gyompai, the deer is running quickly, is literally something like the deer is running in a quick manner. Yeah. Or another example, gela means to be together in a reciprocal relationship. So sakyalka elime arkame gelat, sakyal and elim are siblings. It's literally they are in a mutual relationship as siblings. You can form the converb gele, meaning together or mutually, as in sakyalka elimna satai gele tokit. Sakyal and Alim fixed the roof together. They fixed the roof by means of or in the manner of being in a mutual relationship. As with the eventive converbs, the stative ones can also undergo grammaticalization, and you get new prefixes from this. So from something like gele yasa, to eat together, the gele can undergo reduction to give a new prefix gel, and we get the verb gelyasa, meaning to eat together or to have a meal. And so a number of verbs in Okuna are formed by adding this gel prefix to an already existing verb, where the new verb has a sense of mutual or reciprocal action. So ehwa means to have or to own. Gelehwa means to own jointly or collectively. Hutopa means to be to depend on. So keshutoba means to be interdependent. Mista means to turn or to change. Gelmista means literally to turn to each other. And that's how you say to reach consensus in this language, or you turn together or you change together is how you reach consensus in this language. And then skipping down a couple, ukcha means give, gelukcha means to trade or exchange, to give things to each other.
Sorry, Matt, I just want to give you a 3-minute warning there if you want to take any questions.
Got it. I've also got some examples with a prefix intensely that's formed from the verb dama, be strong or mighty. Hold on. And a few other examples. Si is another of these mystery prefixes that presumably derived from a manner converb that forms some verbs that have the sense of briefly or abruptly or with minimal effort. So from gata, to hit or strike, we get sikata, which means to jab or to prod or to poke, so on. And then a favorite verb of mine in the language, lima means to open or ignite. Silima means to quickly open and then close again. But it also means to flash or to glint. I want to end by mentioning that there are some Natlang analogs, that's hard to say, for these manner and instrument morphemes that I have derived in Okuna. We get these in some languages of North America, for example. In the Hokan language, Atsugewi, that's spoken in California, we have a variety of prefixes that are used to express things like the instrument or cause with which an event takes place. So we have ones that mean using your hands, using your feet, by means of the wind blowing on something, by means of a pounding or chopping or batting action, by means of cutting with a knife, by means of poking, piercing, or propping something up with a long, thin object. And here's an example of a verb in Atsugewi that includes one of these manner prefixes. So this is how in Atsugewi you say, he tracked up the house with muddy feet. So the root here is stak, which means icky material is in motion. It's basically what the verb means. And then you have some directional markers that attach to the end of it into here. So inside where we are, so into the house. And then you have a manner prefix that, or an instrument prefix that's attached to that using your feet. So this is literally something like, he moved icky material into here by using his feet. And that's how in Atsugewi you say, he tracked up the house with mud. And then a final example of a language that has prefixes like this. Nez Perce, or Nimiputimt, which is a Sahaptian language, has manner of motion morphemes that can combine with a verb. Lasa in Nez Perce means to go up, to ascend. And if you add the prefix ko to that to give ko lasa, that means to go up by means of galloping. So hikpo lasaya is he galloped up. So it's literally something like he galloping ascended. And there are a bunch of other morphemes in this language that express manner of motion by walking, by running, by slithering, by using a cane. So this particular construction that I innovated for Okuna is also found in a number of Natlangs as well. So maybe that gives some credence to this way of doing things. All right, I'm out of time, so I will stop there.
Thank you so much, Matt. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but in addition to ribbing you about playbooks in the Zoom chats, Doug has a couple questions for you. And there's quite a few questions in the YouTube chat as well. So if you can pop over there at some point.
All right, I'll take a look.
We're going to take a brief, roughly 9-minute break here before we come back with our panel on the benefits of studying or on Natlang study groups for influencing our conlangs. In that point, I'm not going to put up our "we'll be right back" screen for very much, because I think we're going to do just a quick test with DeSDu, who's still on here, and make sure his slides and everything work. But if anyone needs to take a bio break, get some coffee, anything like that, we'll be back with more programming in about 10 minutes. DeSDu, are you there? You are.
I am indeed. Trying to make sure that my presentation is pulled up. Yes, it is.
Okay, you have sharing permissions now, so you can give that a try.
All right, cool. Is it showing up? Can you see full screen?
I can see full screen. Looks good to me. Do you have any sound in your presentation?
I do not.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
Of course, George, DeSDu is a Klingon name. That is the only way I know how to refer to DeSDu. Maybe while we're taking a break, just because there's nothing else going on yet, Matt, I'll ask you one of the questions if you want to respond to that. And
Okay.
I'm picking one that kind of comes at the broader picture of things from Yoshimitsu. The idea of noun incorporation could easily be used in the language's future to make the associated verb a derivational suffix later, or as some type of affix if verbs aren't always final. What do you think about that sort of historical derivation process?
That has actually happened in Okuna. I focused on the verb deriving prefixes in this talk, but there are also verb deriving suffixes. There are fewer of them, but there are a couple. One such suffix is just the suffix t, which comes from the verb meaning to go. I had an example in the talk. Mokta is the word that means to go home. And that actually is derived from a pseudo incorporation structure. So mok is the word that means hearth or home or family. And eta means to go. So from mok eta, we get mokta, right? And this T suffix for forming motion verbs occurs a fair bit in the language. So there are certain situations where rather than the incorporated noun getting reduced to become a prefix, we get the verb into which you incorporated reducing to form a suffix. So yeah, I had thought of that.
Awesome. Thank you, Matt. I'm going to take a quick bio break myself if anyone needs to do that, and then we'll be back in about 5 minutes with our panel. All right. Thank you, everyone, for hanging on. Hope that was long enough for everyone to grab a quick bio break. It wasn't quite long enough for me to bring the kettle up to temperature for a tea, but I will survive. So I think we have all of our panelists here. And this next portion, in addition to hearing just about what everyone does in their conlangs and their different strategies and examples from a lot of people's different personal conlangs, one of my favorite parts of the LCC has been the panel we've been doing the last few conferences, where we choose a subject and invite a few people to just have a discussion on how that goes. So back at LCC 7 here in Calgary, we talked about what is the role of conlangs in the academy, and do conlangs have a role in the classroom for teaching linguistics or teaching other things? And I think we found yes, we did. Yes, we do. Last year in Cambridge at LCC 8, we talked about conlangs in literature, and we had a number of literature experts up there to talk about how conlangs get incorporated into film and television and book and things of that nature. And this year we opened it up and just said, hey, if anyone has any ideas, shoot us a proposal on what you would like to talk about. So Logan, who is our first speaker of the day, submitted a proposal based on a group that I think has been meeting. I'm not sure what platform you've been using, but online anyways, to look at different grammars. I believe it started with one of the Eskimo Aleut languages and has moved on since then. So I'm going to turn this over to Logan to introduce his fellow panelists and the topic. And if any of our other presenters that are currently on the Zoom channel want to chime in with questions at some point, feel free to unmute yourself. I keep saying unmute yourself and ask our panelists questions. And of course, I'll be monitoring the YouTube chat if anyone has any questions they want to pose there. So Logan, it's all yours.
Right. Well, I don't think I am the best person to introduce everybody else, so I'll let them introduce themselves. But y'all met me this morning, so hi, I'm Logan again. I'm a professional programmer and a degree-bearing linguist, and one of those things makes me money, and the other of those things makes me happy. Do the rest of you want to do a quick introduction before we get to questions and discussion?
Sure. I'm Wrik. I want to be a paleobiologist, but I have always had sort of an interest in language, and that's what ended up drawing me into conlanging. I'm actually fairly late into joining this group, I suppose.
Yeah. Aidan, you want to go next?
Sure. I'm Aidan. You may know me on Reddit as the Ask Me About Tones guy, u/Siveru. I am finishing up a master's degree in linguistics and hoping to do academia and getting into the weeds on typology and so forth. But I still love conlanging, and I basically am doing a linguistics degree because of all of the conlanging things that I like and all of the things I've learned about by doing conlanging.
Well, I should probably also mention I did a minor in linguistics in my undergraduate.
Hi, I'm Kevin Walker, and yes, I know there are lines on my video, and I'm pretty sure I'm that feedback problem too. I was pulling up the YouTube thing, and then anyway, I can't do anything about those lines because I think I just dropped my laptop too many times. Yes, I'm a failing theology student, and I guess generally interested in language, and conlanging is probably the best way to put it. Sometimes really just more interested in reading languages. And yeah, I'm from Halifax. Anything else you'd say?
Say whatever you want. If you think that's enough introduction, then that's enough introduction. So Kevin doesn't act like a movie star, but Kevin is kind of our star right now because Kevin started the group. So I think that's a good place to start out the discussion. So Kevin, what motivated you to start the group?
I think, well, I just found this, well, like I said, I'm always interested in you know, just reading new language and seeing how it works. But I do have a habit of just sort of getting as far as the phonology and then getting distracted trying to pronounce things, and that sort of being the end of it. So yeah, I guess I just found this Inuktitut website, which I'll plug here. It's Inuktitut Tusalanga. And I thought, oh, well, this is really well set up, and I have an actual chance of getting through to the end of this and learning a thing or two. But not if I'm doing this on my own. There's no way I'm going to hold myself accountable. So I just said, why don't I see if anyone else wants to start a group? And I should also say that this was in the very early stages of COVID, at least in Canada. So I thought I would have a lot of free time on my hands, being banned from libraries and things like that. We all know how that worked out. But yeah, so yeah, more or less as soon as lockdown happened, I proposed this to the language, to the Conlang mailing list, and yeah, I got some takers.
All right. Well, the rest of us obviously didn't start the group, but I think we all had obviously some motivation for getting into it. And as Kevin mentioned, yeah, it was right at the beginning of lockdowns. So when I saw that message, I had kind of a similar thought of, well, I don't know if I'm going to have a whole lot of free time, but I'm not going to have a whole lot of social time. So talking about linguistics once a week sounds like a good way to stay sane. And so that's why I got into it. And now I think my motivations have changed. But we'll talk about all that in the rest of, we've got most of an hour left, so that was that was my motivation. And Aidan and Wrik, you want to say something about that?
I joined the group because Logan posted a thing about it in the Facebook group Natlangs and Linguistics, and I sort of have the same problem where I do enjoy reading descriptive grammars, but sometimes I read parts of it and then forget about it, and then I do enjoy learning about language in that way. But I figured that this would be a cool way to explore reading descriptive grammars, and also maybe a bit about what it takes to write a good descriptive grammar. And so I figured I'd join the study group. And I was also in the middle. I joined while we were towards the early stages of lockdown, not at the very, very beginning.
Yeah, I think I can sort of third or fourth that sentiment of trying to read grammars and never actually doing it. I don't even get as far as the phonology. I'm like, man, I should read that grammar, and then I just don't. So this has been nice because it sort of provides that structure where, like, even if you didn't necessarily get around to reading the bit we were supposed to read that week, well, maybe somebody else did, and so we can at least talk about it, or we can skim it and we can talk about it. And it's less even about accountability and more about like just forward momentum. Like, that it's going to happen next week, and if we're off next week, well, then it's going to be the week after, and so you're not sitting around being like, man, I should do that, and then it just doesn't happen.
Yep. And yeah, so I think the next question on my list was going to be how has this improved our study habits generally. And I think we just address that. It makes us actually do it. But I think it's worth pointing out another aspect to having the group is that what we're studying isn't an individual decision. So I guess I'll skip ahead a little bit, and maybe we can talk about how we've organized things, because at no point did anybody really sit down and say, okay, here are the rules. This is like the formal schedule we're following, and like the code of conduct for how this is going to work. It's all just kind of evolved, but maybe if we can tell other people how it has evolved, that might help with getting similar groups started. So, I mean, Kevin picked the first language because it was Kevin's idea. And I, for one, would probably never have even gotten as far as Aidan in, thinking maybe I should read that grammar someday on my own. But I wanted the social interaction. And so I started studying Inuktitut. Because that's what Kevin picked. And then I don't know if Kevin would have ever looked at Tlingit otherwise, but once we got to the end of Inuktitut, we just kind of thought, okay, well, there was no plan. What do we do now? And we'd cycled through a couple of other group members who came in for a few weeks and then left. And so Kevin and I were the ones who were left, and so we just said, well, do you want to stop? No? How do we keep going? Well, I guess it's my turn to pick a language. So I picked Tlingit because my sister lives in Alaska, and that's one of the local languages. And then we've just kind of continued with whoever the most senior member of the group is at the time, who hasn't left yet. Whenever we get to the end of a language, ends up picking the next one. And so,
well, I suppose it's more the oldest person who hasn't yet picked the language.
That's what I thought was whoever hasn't chosen a language yet gets to choose.
And so I think it was in the description posted on the website. We've gone through Inuktitut, Tlingit, Yade, which I can't pronounce that consonant, but close enough. And then I never actually remember the whole list. It's bad.
I wanted to make a point that we've gone through and done quite a variety of different kinds of sources. Like, this is not just all academic big reference grammars, because we started, I wasn't there for Inuktitut, but that was a teach yourself Inuktitut website. Then we did Singit, which was a 1920s grammar by Franz Boas, which was very difficult to read because it is not structured or transcribed or thought about at all in the ways that modern linguistics works. We spent a long time sitting there trying to figure out what in the world he was talking about, but it was sort of interesting in that regard. We did Yade, which is a short grammar sketch that I wrote about a Papuan language that I got to do a little bit of sort of semi-field work on. We did Coptic, which was a very philological sort of, in the style of the Latin grammars that you read in, upper level Latin class if you did that in high school. So there was a lot of, this is this way because of history. And we're like, okay, that's not super helpful. Sometimes it was, a lot of times it wasn't. We did, what was it? We did Sandawe, which was a real scholarly thing. And now we're doing English, which is also like a massive scholarly work that apparently took the author 30 years. And she's making it long kind of just to show that, it almost feels like. But it's still really good.
Yeah, 4 weeks in and we're still in danger of getting stuck on phonology.
4 weeks in and we're just now getting into like phonotactics.
Yeah, we did phonotactics. We're just gonna get into oh gosh, what's even the word? Prosody. We're gonna get into prosody.
Yeah, to put it into perspective, this is a grammar where the first 4 chapters are about the phonology. There's not a
I think
philosophy chapter,
I thought it was the first three. The first chapter is an
Oh,
introduction.
the first one's the introduction, yeah.
Yeah,
Chapter
and then
4 is still
2, 3, and
phonology,
4
though.
is the yeah.
Yeah.
Or about
This
So
seems like,
it's-
sorry guys, this seems like a really good point to interject with actually the second question we got on YouTube, but I'll come back to the other one later. How does one get to the end of a language? How did you define what's the end of a language?
Or as long as I've been there, it's just whenever we got to the end of whatever the source was.
Yeah.
Or
So-
sources.
We're not exploring languages so much as we're exploring particular write-ups of languages.
Yes. Yeah. So to wrap up the point that I was trying to start on, one of the major benefits is that we are all getting exposed to things that we would never have otherwise been exposed to. So it's both in terms of the particular languages that we are studying and also the styles of description that we're looking at. Yeah, whichever way we're studying it, it's the source is written down in linear textual form. So that's another aspect of how we've organized how the group works. You take whatever the source is, and we start at the beginning, and we just read through it in order until the end in appropriately sized chunks for each week. So when you get to page 100 out of 100, then we've run out of pages of the grammar to talk about, and somebody's turn to pick the next one.
Sometimes the sources are supplemented with other sources, like with the Sandawe grammar. I think one thing that we had was a dictionary of words where like the person who wrote the grammar was not particularly good with defining all the biological, all the types of organisms inside its text. And so it was sometimes useful because inside the dictionary that we had that somebody else made, I forget the person's name, but that whoever made that dictionary of Sandawe was far better at giving the binomial names of particular words that refer to particular organisms that are found in the area.
There was a wonderful sample sentence about a rhinoceros. When the traditional Sandawe proverb, when the rhinoceros eats a cactus, he trusts in his anus. Anyway, turns out it was a hippopotamus.
And also the cactus is not a cactus. I actually knew almost immediately it couldn't possibly be a cactus because there's only one species of cactus that's native to Africa. And so I immediately figured that it was something in the family Euphorbiaceae, which sometimes convergently evolved to look a lot like cactuses. But it turns out, yeah, it was in fact a member of that family that looks a whole lot like cactuses, but isn't a cactus.
So this was relevant to understanding the examples, like knowing exactly what they were talking about.
Yeah, there was one really
maybe not the grammar, but yes.
Yeah, but there was actually one even more specific example where the author was talking about how certain animals are given, the words for them are given as names for boys and for girls, and there's a difference between which animals are chosen for which one, and the author was still not good at defining which organisms are which, so it was actually useful to figure out what the organisms are.
Mm-hmm. And I think this is a good segue to point out another major advantage of studying in a group, which is that Wrik has a background in biology, which the rest of us do not. And so there are plenty of things that we just wouldn't have noticed needed to be discussed if Wrik weren't around for that particular language. So aside from being introduced to languages that we would not have studied on our own, being introduced to particular styles of describing languages that we would not have come across on our own, we're also, there's an aspect of you get more out of the reading just by discussing it with a group, because somebody else is going to read the same thing and notice different stuff than you did. But that is magnified enormously when we have, a typologist, a computer scientist, a theologian, and a biologist.
As well as people familiar with a wide range of different languages. Like I'm mostly familiar with like Japanese and a few other things. Logan can bring in Russian. Kevin's got a background in like some of the biblical stuff, like biblical Greek and so forth. So we've got a wide range of sort of familiarity with other things that we can bring in and be like, oh, that's like this thing over here, and I wonder what that means for how this works. And maybe it's like this construction in Russian where they do this, and you're like, oh, maybe it actually is, and maybe this description isn't quite getting at it. And so we're able to sort of bring in different things and have all of these different perspectives on what might actually be going on. Because we're definitely approaching this from the sense of maybe the grammar's not actually accurately describing everything, because description is inherently flawed. It's the best we can do. And sometimes it's really helpful to be able to ask, like, well, what might actually be going on here? And who knows something that might shed some light on this from other things they may have read in the past.
Yeah,
that's a great segue. If you look in the chat here on Zoom, there's a couple comments there, and the first one is how reading these grammars is influencing you. So does reading the grammar give you inspiration for how to present your grammar, as well as specific ideas about linguistic information?
Yeah, I want to answer that, but I want to prefix it first, because a lot of the sources that we have read by current standards are honestly not that great. Like the Tlingit grammar by Franz Boas from the 20s, it was probably the best that he could do at the time, and no shade on Franz Boas, but it missed a lot of stuff, and it was very unclear in several ways. But that doesn't mean that it was a bad thing to read for the group, because when there is stuff missing in a grammar, that provides more opportunities for us to engage our brains and discuss first off, what might actually be going on, and second off, to take note that, oh, I'm annoyed that this particular bit of information is missing, or I'm annoyed at how this was presented. And that in itself is a really good way of learning how you should actually do it. If you were going to write it yourself, write your grammars so that you wouldn't be annoyed if you were reading them. So that's my intro, but I don't want to talk too much. So does anybody else want to try to address that question more directly?
About the English, I'm the one who actually chose English because I have a lot. The Caucasus was probably my first real linguistic love, and I have admiration for Joanna Nichols, who wrote the book. But she's like really thorough. Like you can tell, she's really thorough, and it is just really interesting to read a grammar that is just really thorough in documenting all the possible, or in not all cases, but in many cases, where she just says, these are all the situations where this particular phenomenon happens or whatever. And you can totally tell she spent 30 years on this. And it is just interesting to see that particular situation happening where people are very thorough in documenting all the phenomena that they want to discuss in whatever the section is.
Yeah, I'll second that about the English grammar, because I definitely have a problem when I go to write grammars. I've never actually finished one, but part of the issue is I sort of try, the Yade one sort of notwithstanding. But like, the problem is I tend to be very, very sort of terse and try and say as much as I can in as little space as I can, which is just sort of a habit of mine and not for any particular reason. And reading through this English grammar is like, oh, this is what it looks like when you want to be as thorough and as complete as you can reasonably manage in a human lifetime. And these are the kinds of things you think about to put in, and this is how you organize those, this whole category of things that you would consider, detail that you can maybe leave aside. It's very helpful to see that.
Yeah, well, and we think we summed it up fairly well just this last Thursday, with the observation that if you write too much, people can always skim over it, but people can't read information that you don't write. So just put in everything. And going back a language to Sandawe, there were a lot of aspects of Steeman's analysis of Sandawe which we just didn't agree with all the time. But he was really good at including all of the examples from his field work to back up his analysis. So when we didn't agree with him, we could look at the exact same data that he used and analyze it ourselves, which just kind of, it speaks to the same idea. Just put in as much information as you can, and if it's too much, people can skim.
I want to take the opportunity to pull a YouTube comment that's been passed to us on Zoom from Jackson P. Any advice for those with ADHD-induced frequent project abandonment issues? Yes, I have ADHD. It causes me similar issues. It's not that I abandon projects, it's just that I can't sit down and work on them for any period of time. But sort of in this context, I have found this discussion group to be the only reason that I can read through these grammars and get anything out of them, because it happens regularly. I've committed to it. And if I flaked out and didn't remember to read anything, somebody else usually has. And so I can just sort of show up and still get something out of it. And that very much helps. In a more general sense, if you're asking for that, this is sort of off topic, but I've found that I like to tinker with Conlangs rather than sit down and work on them. So I just sort of try and build out enough that I can sort of play around with it in my head as I go through my day. And that helps me start to flesh out everything else as I'm just tinkering. So anyway, that's an aside in case that was what you were asking.
I actually have similar things where most of my Conlangs are sketches that I thought of on one day, and then maybe I'll get back to it later, maybe. Although I did once come up with a Conlang with one of my friends, and we presented about it way back in the Cambrian. But that was a situation where, because I was working with one of my friends and we were making a language together, it made it so that I had more of a reason to care about the inner workings of the language.
I'm going to go back to Lauren's question briefly, because I remembered a thing that I had forgotten earlier. And then I've got a question for Kevin. But another thing that reading a wide variety of grammars has helped me out with is realizing that it is okay for things to be a little bit non-linear. Because I have had serious issues in documenting my Conlangs, and I'll just sit and stare at the same grammar and just move sections around for hours trying to figure out what is the best order to present this in, because language is all interconnected and there's not necessarily any good way to linearize it. And when you go and read all of these grammars of natural languages written by professional linguists, you start to realize that they have exactly the same problems. And so, we'll be reading chapter 1 on phonology, and there is just no way to get around the fact that you're gonna give some examples, and those examples are going to reference stuff that doesn't get explained until chapter 5. And you just kind of have to live with it. You pick an order and you use footnotes and forward references and just accept that the reader can care about that or not, and they'll read it in whatever order they need to. So I don't know that any of these grammars have specifically given me ideas about how I should structure my writing, but it has reduced my anxiety about structuring my writing considerably.
I remember having read, and this was before the group, this was some time ago. I actually did manage to get through this grammar because it was mind-blowing. But I picked up a grammar of Kayardit for $7 from my local half-price books. And I remember reading through the phonology chapter. Absolute Kayardit? It's a Australian language from an island off the northwest coast of Australia. Tankik, I think. And I remember reading through the phonology chapter and not understanding any of the glosses and transcriptions, like any of the grammar part at all. It's like, okay, I see the phonology stuff happening, but why are there like future affixes attached to nouns and case attached to verbs? What is going on here? And it turned out that the language had a absurd sort of system where everything that's embedded gets affixes for everything above it in the embedding, and you get these very long strings of copied affixes as you go down the chain in deeper and deeper into the embedded structure. But like, there was no explanation given for this whatsoever. They were just like, you're just going to deal with the fact that there's future affixes attached to nouns, and don't ask, we'll deal with it later, kind of a thing. So like, it happens that you get these frustrating, things are all circular and all interrelated, and you're just going to have to figure out how to handle that. But I do think it's probably helpful to go through a bunch of grammars. I mean, I don't think we've really seen enough at this point, but just to get an idea of like the different kinds of ways you can linearize a description of a language. And, especially for languages with particular concerns, because obviously you're not going to do it the same way for different kinds of languages. You're going to have, a whole chapter on something in one language that doesn't exist in another language. So getting a sense of like, when this happens, this is a way to put it in a grammar in a linear book style fashion. Or when that happens, here's a way to integrate it into a grammar. It's helpful to see that.
Mm-hmm. And none of the grammars that we have looked at so far have much in common in terms of structure, except I think they all start with phonology so far. That's been consistent, but that's about it. So yeah, there are several templates out there, like SIL has a template grammar, and I know a bunch of different Conlangers have put out sample templates. David Pearson uses one. And if you start trying to write to a template and just find out that it doesn't fit, that's normal.
Yes. And I think it's helpful to sort of see a bunch of grammars and sort of build almost an impressionistic kind of subconscious idea of how to structure a grammar by exposure to a bunch of grammars. And that, I think, will help you get over some of those, wait, crap, how do I structure this kinds of problems.
Yep. Okay, so I said I had a question for Kevin. On reflection, it's actually more of an order for Kevin. Because you told me you were going to come on here and just talk about all the digressions, and I think that's a useful thing. That's an important part of how the group works and what has made it continue to work. So tell us about digressions.
Oh, well, I mean, for starters, there's the partially justified digressions, which are just when someone says, oh, this is like Russian, and then I say, oh, it's like German too, or something like that. And we basically just end up talking about, I don't know, what was that Japanese, or that Ryukyuan language with a syllabic V or something?
Oh,
like
Miyako? Yeah.
Yeah. And that can eat up 10 good minutes, especially if you say haven't done the reading, as many of us often have.
You gotta always have somebody that does the reading. It doesn't have to be the same person every week, but you gotta have somebody.
Yes.
It's pretty much always Logan.
It pretty much is.
I guess that's why I'm the moderator now.
Yeah, and well, yeah, I think, there is a social component to this too. And so we're generally, we're generally pretty permissive of yeah, digressions into, I don't know, Canadian politics, or really whatever is on someone's mind, something interesting that happened to them. And yeah, maybe that happens a bit more once the hour mark has elapsed. But yeah, so we've gotten to know each other a bit more, which I think is nice, especially compared to, say, doing this on email, like the Conlang mailing list. That's the only real social forum for Conlanging I know, where often you're really getting to know someone through whatever thoughts they have on language, which is valuable, but it's also not necessarily a way to make community in quite the same way, which can then lead to more conversation about language.
Plus, sometimes it's nice to just sort of, you know, have the opportunity to hear from somebody some neat thing that they know about some other language that maybe isn't what you're studying right now, but that doesn't mean it's not interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Yeah, I've mentioned a few times that we can apparently find a way to talk for an hour about any arbitrarily small piece of a grammar. But that would not be the case if you had to exclusively talk about that language and what was explicitly encoded in that text of the grammar. So for anybody else who wants to start up their own group, just keep in mind, if it's probably not going to work that great if you go into it thinking, you know, everybody who joins this group is going to have to stay entirely on topic. We are talking about this language. We are talking about this chapter of this language. I would even go so far as to say most of the benefits of doing the group study only come about because we allow the discussion to wander to wherever it might go.
And obviously there's a point where it's like, okay, we either this tangent has petered out or like it's been 15 minutes and then somebody will be like, so Sandawe. And then we go back to actually talking about the thing we were supposed to be talking about.
Yes.
I think Rick was going to say a thing that I maybe.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I was literally about to make the same point, but sometimes when a tangent goes on too long, eventually somebody brings up the name of whatever the language is, and then we go back to the topic.
Yep.
Yep.
I think Sai had a question if they want to jump on and ask it.
Yes.
Hey, so as an inveterate Engelanger, for one, I have something against linearity, but putting that aside, how do you avoid being limited by what happens to have been done in a documented Natlang that has existed to date, as opposed to what could have come up in a Natlang? Because Natlangs aren't like randomly selected from the possibility space of possible Natlangs. They're mostly copies from copies, etc., unless you've got something super isolated. So how do you avoid your ideas that you come up with or discuss being limited to just what happens to have arisen to date?
So I will say that we, on a fairly regular basis, will come out of either discussing a particular feature or trying to understand a description we don't particularly agree with necessarily, or some sort of analytical process that we're going through in whatever we're discussing, and we'll come out of it often with like, okay, so this language doesn't do X, but it wouldn't be surprising to see a language that does do X, sort of given the reasoning that we had to go through to figure out what's going on here. We've come up with an alternative way of doing something that seems Natlangy, or like this system is a restriction of a system you could just unrestrict and then it would be, whatever, or all sorts of different ways where we come across ideas for ways to twist maybe riff on the Natlang system we're looking at that it itself does not in fact do.
Yeah, and just for me personally, I haven't taken notes on how often this happens to everybody else, but sometimes it'll be I come up with an idea for how a thing might work that isn't going to be explained for another few chapters, and then a few chapters later we get to the actual explanation and it's like, oh, I guess I was wrong. But hey, I could make a conlang that did it that way. And other times it happens within the span of 10 minutes that, you know, I've done the reading for this week and I think I understand it. And then usually Kevin, I think, ends up pointing
Yes,
out
I'm
that,
aggressive.
no, that's not actually how it works. And you know, I come around and think, oh, okay, so that's how this language actually does it. But hey, I could make a conlang that did it the way I thought it worked. And then of course there's always just the Natlang already does it except worse kind of thing, where so many times, either in the language that we're actually studying or as part of one of the many digressions that we go on, we find out that, oh hey, a language actually does do this thing that we thought was completely ridiculous. So I guess we can do that now.
Or alternatively, this language does something that none of us ever even considered. And like, yes, it has one particular implementation of that idea, but oh my goodness, you could do this in so many different ways. Like I remember I ended up putting this in my master's thesis because it was so relevant to what I'm thinking about on a regular basis. But Sandawe has this really weird marked non-topic system.
My gosh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Not
where the way it does both verb agreement and information structure marking is that everything that's in the sentence, except the subject, gets that isn't a topic, gets a verb agreement clitic on the end. And the subject, which is assumed to be the topic most of the time, doesn't get anything. But if it's not the topic, then you get a special, the subject is not a topic marker that doesn't do any agreement because it's on the subject. But you'll end up with these phrases, like sentences, where the subject is the topic, and then you've got like 5 different nouns and adjuncts in the verb phrase, and all of them get this subject clitic on because none of them are the topic, because the topic is the subject. And I've never thought of anything like that. This is ridiculous. But no, Sandawe totally does it. And as far as I know, there's no other like agreement information on the verb necessarily. Maybe sometimes there is.
Well,
and there's other
sometimes
permutations.
that clitic ends up attaching to the verb, so it looks like verb agreement, but it's actually not because
it's actually
could go
marking verb
somewhere
focus.
else.
Yeah. And then apparently also this only happens in realis sentences, and irrealis sentences do something else that I don't think we ever figured out what was. And so it was just
Well,
this,
and Steeman kind of dismissed the whole thing in a couple of sentences by saying that information structure in Sandawe is clearly complicated. And we're like, yes.
Yes, it is. So, but like, it opens up a whole world of a way to do information structure via a marked non-topic system that like I haven't thought that hard about them in general. The ones I've seen, like Japanese, generally only involve the subject, and everything else is just like, well, of course it's not the topic unless it happens to be marked as topic. But Sandawe is a system where the only way to do any information structure stuff is to mark all of the things that aren't a topic. And I'm sure there's a bunch of different ways you could do that in all sorts of strange permutations and going even weirder and so forth.
One of the questions I get a lot when I'm doing a presentation for a Conlang class, high school, university, anything like that, because I also teach languages sometimes that have, I really hate to use this term, but I'm going to use it, what some people might call exotic grammar. Nothing exotic about the language, it's just unfamiliar. I'm asked all the time, how do I avoid getting over-influenced by a language so that I'm just not making a relex of that language accidentally? And with all the time you all are spending with particular grammars, how do you avoid getting too influenced by what you're reading?
I think the fact that you can spend time with languages that work very differently, and you spend a whole lot of time sort of trotting across the world with a bunch of languages that work very, very differently means that you end up learning a whole lot about how language in general can do various functions in very different ways. So we end up, insofar as you can be influenced, you can end up not being particularly influenced by any one particular grammar.
Yeah, I think it's sort of the same thing that I mentioned before about like figuring out how to structure your grammar. It feels almost like the more you come across different structures in language, the more you sort of have a subconscious picture of how language can work, and the easier it is to start pulling out of that things that don't actually exist in any real language, because you're no longer copying, you're imitating in a very different sense. You understand kind of the reasoning, what's going on and why, and you're spinning that into a new thing rather than just saying this language does it in this way and therefore I will do it in this way.
Mm-hmm. And somewhat paradoxically, incompetence is useful here, because it's easy for a lot of us to end up relexing English because we all implicitly know English. But, Kevin started out the group with a teach yourself course for Inuktitut. And by the end of that, I could not speak Inuktitut. I still can't speak Inuktitut. I definitely don't have any subconscious biases about how Inuktitut should work. So I can't relex Inuktitut. What I can do is I can attempt to relex Inuktitut and do it really badly. And that's gonna end up producing a totally different language because I don't actually know how to relex Inuktitut.
Yeah, and I think that connects back to our point earlier about our reanalyzing things, analyzing things wrong, realizing we were wrong, but deciding to go off and make conlangs based off our wrong description anyway. Yeah.
Okay, we've got looks like 13 minutes left. I have two more things that I wrote down ahead of time that I want to talk about, and then hopefully the YouTube community will have a bunch more questions that we can address specifically. So thing number one, I'm gonna reference back a little bit. One of you all said something about how somebody has to actually do the reading every week. Yeah, I think that should be fairly obvious. Not everybody has to do the reading because you can just kind of read along as the discussion goes on. But more specifically than somebody has to do the reading, it has been very helpful to specifically take notes about the reading ahead of time. So if you're going to start up your own discussion group, probably, this isn't how it's worked out in our case because we sort of grew the group rules organically. But if somebody were going to start your own on purpose, I would say, as the person starting it, just decide that you are going to read every week and be motivated by the fact that other people are expecting you to, and also take notes about the interesting things, because by the time you get around to actually getting on the call and discussing it, you will have forgotten what you actually thought was interesting about what you read. If multiple people take notes, that is not a problem. But somebody at least needs to have notes that can form some kind of an agenda. And you don't want to stick to that agenda slavishly, because as we've also talked about, digressions are like the life of the group. It doesn't work if you have to stick to a strict agenda. But having some notes and having an agenda to start the discussion going and provide a point to return from those digressions has been really important. Any other thoughts before I move on? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna move on to my next question then. So all of us and everybody who has been in the group previously, who is incidentally not part of this panel, we all happen to be at least college students. Some of us are still in college, some of us have graduated already. Oh, yes, and I'm accidentally answering a question from the chat. Yeah, it is a lot like a graduate seminar. I'm sure our academic backgrounds have influenced that a bit, but it's definitely not necessary. Every time we switch languages, I've put out notifications to various social media saying, hey, if you're interested in the next language we're doing, please come and join. And so far it happens to have been people who have been to college or later, but if anybody who happens not to have gotten a college degree wants to join, totally not a big deal. And so that was where I wanted to go next. So I'm wondering what everybody else thinks about how could this idea be adapted for other purposes and other demographic groups, or does it even need to be adapted? Like, could the Linguistic Society of America start promoting this style of discussion as an activity for high school linguistic clubs, or general public outreach, or whatever?
I think a lot of the issues really only comes down to, I mean, obviously there's a, I don't have the skills to have this kind of discussion issue, maybe if you're, middle school or something. But as long as you could have a, serious Zoom meeting about a, scholarly-ish topic, even if very, very watered down, I think that's perfectly fine. The one issue that I can think of is sort of level of academicness of source material / level of academicness of the discussion. I certainly feel like I am perfectly, like, yes, I'm about to finish a graduate degree in linguistics, but I'm totally happy to have somebody who is, just starting out and knows what a morpheme is, come in, and I will happily explain to them all of the grand upper level realizations about information structure and tone and whatever I happen to be having, to the degree that it's possible. And obviously we can, okay, yeah, we're going to spend the next hour talking about autosegmental phonology. Maybe we should not do that. But but
maybe
I feel
we
like
should not do that anyway.
Yes. But I feel like low level of background in technical linguistics is only an obstacle in as much as it is not properly accommodated by either the source material or other people in the group.
It happened frequently enough where if somebody or another didn't know about a particular term in one of the grammars, it happened to me a ton in the Coptic one, because I've never been in like a high school or college Latin class where
all the terms were
I didn't. Yeah, and so people in the group were fortunately more familiar with this stuff, and so I felt fairly free to ask, what does this mean? And then somebody would say, this means whatever. So that's that I feel is one of the strengths of the group, is people are, if things like that do come up, you're perfectly allowed to just say, what does this mean? And somebody who's in the group who's more informed about whatever it is will say, this is what that means, and this is how it comes up.
Yeah, I think having a difference, having a sort of spectrum of levels of familiarity with high level academic linguistics is a benefit, because you can the people who are relatively new with this have an opportunity to learn a bunch and learn things they never otherwise might have thought to go and find to learn. And then those of us on the upper end can maybe be brought down to earth sometimes and be like, wait, you're kind of, wondering about high level theoretical things when actually maybe it's something very simple going on here. And you're like, oh yeah, no, never mind. It totally is.
Yeah. And you can also be forced to figure out how to explain things.
Yes.
Which, it has often been said the best way to make sure that you know something is to try to teach it. Okay, so we got another question coming in from YouTube, which I think this is a good one for you, Aidan, because you wrote a grammar, which we discussed in the group. So
Critique viciously.
in comparing grammars as text, have you discovered or come to any conclusions about what makes a grammar more readable or understandable, style, organization, and theoretical approach? So Aidan, what conclusions did you come to about how to write your grammar and make it more understandable?
I mean, the grammar that I wrote was being compared at the time to the Singit grammar that is not really necessarily a fair comparandum because like nobody's going to write a grammar like that anymore. We've moved on as a science. But I think you do get a sense of like, I think like Logan was talking about earlier of, the things that you're reading along and you're like, man, I am not really satisfied with the way they described that or the way they presented that or whatever. You do get kind of a sense of what not to do, as it were, in a language, in a grammar for readability purposes. One of the things that I have learned and that I was trying to do with the grammar I was writing before we even started this, but I think has been hammered home by this this discussion group is examples are the lifeblood of a grammar, and in many ways more than you might even think. Like obviously you're going to have a lot of examples in a grammar, but like you need to have a lot of examples in a grammar, and not just here is a thing, here is an example I just created of how that thing works. And obviously in a Conlang you're going to have examples you just created, but especially in a Natlang grammar or in the grammar of a Conlang that's really been well developed, using real world texts, real world situations that give the readers an opportunity to maybe reanalyze what you're saying is one thing. They can check your work because you're giving it in a real context that somebody really said, rather than creating an example that illustrates a point that may not actually be correct. Having comparative examples where it's like, here is how this thing happens in this sentence. Here's an example of a sentence that doesn't have this thing and how it's different, so that you could very clearly see the change that is being talked about, the morpheme that's being talked about, the syntactic mechanics that are being talked about. Those sorts of things, both of those I think are very important for readability of a grammar. And then I guess the one thing that I'm might also say is have a lot of cross references. And if something is weird, maybe reference the part where you talk about it, even if that's not for another 5 chapters, or that was 5 chapters ago and maybe they forgot about it now. And whatever it is, there's and I'm sure there's more that can be brought out of this, but seeing not only some well-written grammars, but also some rather less well-written grammars in the process of doing this has really helped solidify some of those philosophies that I have about clear and helpful grammar writing.
Yeah. I think it can be pretty well summarized as the correct ordering and structuring of a grammar for any particular language depends on the language. You can't really generalize that, but what you can generalize is phonology goes first. And then beyond that, just have all of the data. Your explanation of the data is not as important as just have all of the data, and don't worry about the fact that it's nonlinear, because it is nonlinear. So put in all the cross-references and all the data.
There's a couple extra questions in the YouTube comments that maybe you want to check out after we wrap up, including how do you name a morpheme for a pickleative, a morpheme that turns a food item into a pickle? And be creative like that. But I think the most important one to
There was a great derivational affix in Sandoe for taking a noun and turning it into a verb, meaning to use that noun as an ingredient in cooking.
Oh, there we go. So how we name these things, but I think the most important one to wrap up. My YouTube comments jumped on me. Do you have any contact facility to help people get in contact with others who'd like to join such a group? So I think there's a great opportunity to promote your group if you're looking for other members, accepting other members, or tell people how to start their own.
Social media. Kevin started this one by just posting to the Conlang mailing list and saying, "Hey, who wants to have a call?" And then, yeah, I've advertised on Facebook and Reddit. I haven't been involved in any of the other groups, but based on Reddit comments, I think there have probably been a couple that came out of that from other people saying, "Oh yeah, I don't want to join yours, but this sounds like a good idea. Who wants to get with me and study this other language?" So yeah, just get on whatever your favorite social media is, pick a language and say, "Hey, who wants to study this with me?"
Yeah. And as a side comment that I just thought of, if you are interested in starting your own, I think there probably is a sort of functional limit on how many people you can have in it, because once you start to get past about 5 or 6 people in a Zoom meeting, it starts to be a lot harder to participate. And I think even in person, there's sort of a point where there's too many people with too many things to say for it to really be a fulfilling discussion for everybody that's there.
Yeah, but 4 or 5 has been working out well, and 6 would probably be okay.
Yeah,
but that's probably the limit.
Yeah, probably not more.
It's the same reason.
Chaotic.
Yeah, it's the same reason I don't want 7 players in my Zoom D&D games.
Exactly the same reason. Yes.
So I want to thank all of you for coming on, and of course Logan for submitting the panel idea and preparing a few of the questions. Like I said, there's a couple extra questions in the YouTube chat there if you feel like popping over there and discussing with people. I thought it was awesome. The YouTube comments would seem to back me up, so I think it's been really helpful for everyone. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
I have a lot more respect for what field linguists do.
I appreciate that. So we're going to take another, I guess, 8-minute break here, and then we'll be back with William Aannestad's talk and a couple other ones in that session, our second last session for today. Panelists, you're welcome to hang out on the Zoom and watch via this platform, or you're welcome to pop over to the YouTube, whatever makes most sense for you. And we'll see everyone in about 7 minutes. So I'm just coming back to the stream here a moment early, but personally, I'm thinking that this system is working really well for a digital language creation conference. I think the technology is being our friend, knock on wood. And before we start the next question, if anybody wants to leave comments in the YouTube or email us at the LCS, in the upcoming months, we're probably going to be planning the next in-person language creation conference, betting on the fact that that will be possible in coming years. And I see no reason not to bet on that. But if technology is this much of our friend, it is possible that we could host people to give talks remotely via Zoom who aren't able to attend an in-person conference on whatever continent the next language creation conference happens to be. So if you think that's a good idea out there in YouTube land, let us know that we should include that as part of our programming of future in-person language creation conferences, if that's something you want. All right, well, I have 10 after 1, which means 10 after 3 according to our schedule. So William, are you there?
I am.
Are you there? You are sharing your screen.
Yep. All right. So I should have thought about kindness to the introducer before I came up with the title for this talk. It's not clear how you should read that out loud.
I really appreciate you sparing me from that. So I'll turn it over to you.
So today I'm going to be talking about colocations for lexicon building. And simply, colocations are what I like to call words that have friends, words that hang out more than you'd expect, a sort of conventional grouping. And that makes lexical collations a kind of multi-word expression, and idioms are also a kind of multi-word expression. But for the purposes of this talk, I want to distinguish idioms because they're non-compositional. A red herring is not red, it's not a herring, it means something else entirely. But when you talk about strong T, that's still T. You just have the word strong being used in a slightly different sense. And different languages are going to talk about strong T with different adjectives. Spanish uses loaded, cargado. French does use strong like English, so does German. Russian goes with firm. Shona, tihopu, or fat T. And Arabic goes with thaqil, or heavy.
Sorry, William, could you full screen that for the people on YouTube?
Oh, I thought I was full screened.
We're still seeing your
yep, give me
background windows. No worries. There we go. Thank you.
All right. Needless to say, these are troublesome for a beginner of a new language, because if you just go through and try to translate strong T literally into Arabic, you're going to get something that's going to sound like if I started calling strong T heavy T. And these are also trouble for computer programs that want to help with translations. So enter meaning text theory. This is a very formal linguistic theory invented by Igor Melchuk and Alexander Zholkovsky. And they wanted to do computer translation, and they ran into all sorts of problems related to meaning. And they wanted dictionaries that captured collocations and a bunch of other associations. And so they invented this notion of lexical functions. And this is just a notation to describe semantic relationships. It's a solution to a descriptive problem. And they have to be general. For example, we have a lexical collocation in English of black coffee. So that means coffee without added dairy products. There's probably no human language that needs a lexical function that means without added dairy. And they did their work and came up with these charming Latin style names for the different functions. And there are about 60 of these lexical functions. I'm going to ignore almost all of them today, just to talk about those that focus on lexical collocations. This is from Latin magnus, meaning big, and it refers to any adjective that, or indeed any other kind of part of speech that adds intensity or a high degree or very to a word. And there are lots of these across different word classes. And they appear to be extremely common in natural languages, and people write entire papers about just this lexical function. So strong tea, infinite patience, a heavy smoker, easy as pie, skinny as a rake. Notice that not all of these are just the same part of speech. You can say very easy, and that's just an adverb, or as pie. So you're using a prepositional phrase to add your additional sense. Carefully prepared, strongly condemned. So we've got both adjectives, adverbs, adjectives modified by adverbs, verbs, even nouns can take intensifiers. You can laugh heartily, you can laugh your head off. And this one I ran across, I just thought was interesting. A really big lie in Japanese is maka, or crimson. The magnitude might apply to different domains, and we've got a notation to express that. So intense experience in the temporal domain is long. Intense experience in quantity is considerable. Shortage can be chronic, that's in time. And at the bottom here, we see that lexical functions can be modified. So anti just does like Esperanto mal, it turns something into the opposite. So the anti-intensity of applause is scattered. Intensified temperature high, anti-intensified temperature is low. This and a few other lexical functions admit degrees, so your cost can go from high to huge to astronomical. Toll can be heavy or devastating. Often these differences are not just degree, but might have different implications in tone or register. Some might be more common formally and some might be more common informally. And that's true both for degrees and just having multiple options, deep convictions, thorough convictions, strong convictions. But when you're coming up with intensity and a collocation for a particular word, you have to understand that many words have multiple meanings. So sick in the health sense, you can be very sick. You can be sick as a dog. But there's another meaning of sick that just means you're irritated or weary of something. I'm completely sick, or sick to death. I'm like sick to death of comic book movies. But you can't say that you're sick to death of cholera, or you can't in my variety of English, it sounds a little tasteless. And I can't say that I'm sick as a dog of comic book movies. So these meanings of the same word have different collocationable possibilities. Look to a very close synonym of sick, ill, and that takes different words, deathly ill, gravely ill. You cannot be ill to death or ill as a dog. And I'm not entirely comfortable with deathly or gravely on sick, although a quick web search shows that there are a few people who will use that. Here's another complex lexical function with a modifier, the copula sense. Some words have very specific copulas beyond just be. And then incep, which is in Chippewa writes to begin, or an incoative. And for sick, you can become sick, get sick, fall sick, take sick, but only for the first meaning. I cannot take sick of comic book movies. Ill has the same set of verbs, although I have, in my own variety of English, weird tense restrictions. Took ill does not work for me, but taken ill does. So simple past, no, perfect is fine. And then the sort of weary and tired sense of sick, you can't, take sick of comic book movies. So this is worth considering when you come up with collocations, to think about what exactly you're collating, what meaning you're collocating with. So using my own language, Kielce as an example. I was thinking about sickness when I started writing these slides, so I had to think about how to have deathly or grave sickness in Kielce. And the word os already had associations with sort of entropy and mortality in the language. So just a dusty sick, oserinker, means deathly sick. And I already had luikin, which means heavy, as a psychological intensifier, meaning that you're experiencing a difficult sickness. The same dust word that I came up with for deathly ill can be also be used to refer to a desert that just doesn't have much life in it. And a few other random examples. Akin humble. Really humble would be lowly humble. Trite or sentimental is greasy for intensity. And for plague, vos, I chose MAGN just because I already have MAGN representing sickness and coolness represent a recovery. So I just did that by metonymy. There are a few other Conlangers I've seen talk about colocation, so I grabbed a few to get some ideas from them. Moanile by Maya Comet. T is important in that culture. And we have yet another colocation for strong T is wide, Gawne. And here the opposite or anti-intensity is thin, Aidan. So this is a common pattern in natural languages as well, where your intensifier and your anti-intensifier are natural opposites in just naturally thin versus wide, heavy versus light, strong T versus weak T. Moanile uses serial verb constructions often, and so for that to use intensity on verbs, it's a natural choice to use that already existing structure. So fall down or stop plus fall down means come to a crashing halt. Run plus be awake means quickly. So this is an important consideration. For ease of talk, I've just been using English examples and using familiar word classes like adjectives and adverbs. But if your language has different resources, you should use those. For example, both Hungarian and Dutch for these intensifiers have a love of compounds rather than separate adverbs and adjectives. Zeke, Fordsmender, Carriol has some nice examples. We don't have tea, we do have coffee. And I appreciate him letting me butcher the pronunciation of his language. So strong coffee in that language is koronga, piquant or spicy. The same term is used for intense pain, koronga. That's interesting. Many languages don't have core root vocabulary to describe pain, that only describe pain, but references to fire are common. So this seems allied with that. And here again, we have a pair of piquant for intense pain and baga for bland or insipid for pain. But the same term can also be used to be an anti-intensive for surprise. In English, we can have strong tea, we can have strong coffee, we can have strong booze. But in Carriol, they chose a different term, tohpa, for strong booze. And it's also used for intense sounds or loud sounds. It's to use heavy. So I'm going to skip away from intensifiers for a bit and move on to light verb constructions. A light verb construction is when you get a perfectly good verb, like I walked to the store, is restructured using a verb plus some kind of noun. I took a walk to the store. Again, these are cross-linguistically very common. Just using decision as an example, we can make a decision in English, take a decision in French, meet one in German, give one in Turkish, and we can either do or put down a decision in Korean. There's lots of papers about light verb constructions and why they exist. It does seem, though, that there's more potential for modification with nouns in most languages. You can do things with topicality and focus. For example, I can say that I took a long meandering walk to the store, and it's not really comfortable to do that with adverbs. Like I wandered, I walked to the store longly and meanderingly, just doesn't work. Or another example is Alice patted Bob on the back. Alice gave Bob an overdue but well-earned pat on the back. There's just not nice ways to do that without turning your verb sense into something that looks like a noun. So meaning text theory has this concept of pseudo predicates that's useful here. And it recognizes that many non-verb words have an implicit argument structure. So the noun investigation is clearly derived from investigate, and it has a first argument, which is the subject, we would think the person investigating, and a second argument, which is the thing being investigated. There might be other arguments that are obliquely represented. The argument assignments are completely arbitrary, but are identified in a meaning text theory dictionary. And the reason that matters is because some of these complex lexical functions reference different arguments to tell you what's going on. So here we have operare, to perform, do, make, or have, as a very common kind of light verb construction to have. And here the subscript indicates which argument is the subject of the light verb construction. Can make a decision, can give or deliver a lecture, can carry out, etc., a search, have an idea. I can offer resistance or put up resistance, and that's from the standpoint of the first argument, which is resist. Or I could meet or run into resistance, which is the person being resisted. So that's what these subscripts are indicating here. Risk, you can pose a risk or present a risk, and the person who's being risked can run a risk. And then we have more complex expressions than simply verb plus noun. I can have control over someone, or I can be under someone's control. Going back to that start modifier, you can achieve fame, take command, gain power, achieve victory, and so on and so forth. Or you can sustain an injury, suffer a setback, run into difficulty. Now in Keelte, I don't particularly need any light verbs that just do this. I can just take the normal oper, the normal simple light verb construction verb, and add an affix that I have in the language that I use a lot to indicate something that is starting. But if you don't have those resources, this might be available to you as well for something you can do in your own Conlang. So here's running away from the light verb constructions, because I have a little time here. Here's another function where you have terms that describe things that are as they should be, meeting the requirements, being, good of their kind, a precise instrument, a convincing argument, a plausible lie. That doesn't necessarily mean we're approving, but the lie doing its job is one that's plausible. And these can be negated or made opposite as well: an unfounded fear, an obvious lie, and walk steadily. For Keelte, just as a quick example, I have a rather specific term, a psychoroma, which sort of refers to this synthetic haze that overlays reality generated by like PR and advertising and propaganda. And the term to say that it's doing what it's supposed to do is the verb grow. And the reason for that is that the om element in that word means earth. And so that's an obvious pairing. A good model is one that is kemin. It fits neatly together. They're unobstructed. And then this last one is a quick one here, a sort of conventional praise. Doesn't necessarily add much meaning. Refreshingly different, a bright future, a bright idea, a dazzling smile. These don't really add much meaning, but are still commonly found. And then we can have opposites that might produce an entirely new word, like a lemon to refer to a car that is not living up to standards, or a rocky start. I'll just note here, from an analytical standpoint, it can sometimes be difficult to distinguish an intensifier from the verification one and the sort of conventional praise, but for Conlanger, it really doesn't matter a whole lot because we can do whatever we want. So I've skipped really quickly through this subject, but I think any Conlang aiming at natural should involve a hefty dose of colocations, especially the intensifier ones. They're very common. And I would think that after you get about 150 to 200 content words in your Conlang, collocation thinking should be part of the process for new words. And then lexical functions, I have found a very useful shorthand for conlanging notes, not just for collocations, things like derivations, word relations, and exploring concept domains. And if you don't find the notation repulsive, too mathematical, I recommend giving it a look. I've set up a quick web page for this talk where I have some links to additional documents about these, a few additional thoughts, but it includes links to all of the standard 60 lexical functions, and you can play with those if you want. And that's all I have to say, except for questions.
Thanks so much, William. There's a couple questions coming in from the YouTube there. The first one was from Jasmine Scott asking about how this relates to amelioration of different words, like what about sick meaning really cool? And I have to do a shout out to my days as a teaching assistant for rap linguistics, where we analyzed words like, or lyrics from Feral Munch, like literally the shit, but having a positive connotation.
Yeah, for me, I just see those as another example of polysemy. The word has taken on a new contextually dependent meaning. You don't expect, sick beats, right? It doesn't even apply because it's not applying to a human being. Like the thing being sick is not animate. So sick to death or very sick or deathly sick, none of those really make sense. Although it'd be interesting to see what associated words, because it's interesting to me that sick to death in my version of English cannot actually refer to the health meaning of sick. And yet sickness can lead to death. So there's an interesting back and forth going on between those two senses of the same word. So I could see those additional meanings of sick influencing other collocations for like sick beats, but I'd have to encounter some of those in the wild.
You kind of touched on this one, but a question from Tony Harris, I think right before you started talking about it, but how would you document this sort of thing in a Conlang dictionary? For example, if MAGN T equals thick in Elursa, MAGN Chala equals Gawne. I'm not sure what those actually refer to, but what is the best way to record that for potential learners?
Right. Two ways. I've not resorted to using this notation in my dictionaries. Some people do. There have been dictionaries written this way. I just include them in the article on the word. So I will say intensified with blah, 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 or reduced with blah, blah, blah. And always, always, always in my dictionary, I give examples. This is my obsession with examples, is to explain how collocations like this work.
Tony just added to the chat, Gawne is thick. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation, but no, I think a lot of people in the YouTube chat are very much in agreement with you on the examples are key.
Yeah. So thick. So we have yet another word for strong T. Good.
From Kaleson, which I'm also probably mispronouncing, what is a good book or a good place to start on learning lexical functions or about lexical functions?
I have this link here, and I'll dump that into different chat places shortly. And I've got links to Melchuk's original paper. It's kind of intimidating because this is a very formal theory of linguistics. But you can go through those and grab the ones you want. There are a lot of them that are derivational, and they're just a super tight way to make notes about what it is you're up to, I have found.
And from George Corley, how might this relate to things like conceptual metaphors or to real world properties of the thing the word refers to?
Right. So I have not found a lot of investigation about how particular words get chosen to be collocated, right? Even for something like T, we've got a huge number of words, all of them indicating intensity in some way: strong T, firm T, loaded T, fat T. How that choice is made seems very conventional in some ways. In I did use one example where like with the plague example, I chose hot because it's by metonymy, not necessarily metaphor, by metonymy with just sickness in general. But I would expect conceptual metaphor to play a role, but I've not sat and thought about that deeply.
Sorry, I ended your screen share, but if you wanted to share it again to show that exact example, be my guest.
No, that's fine.
Okay. From Yoshimitsu, quick question. What method/program do you use to make dictionaries? I currently use Word, though I'm not sure it's very efficient.
It's as good as anything. I use LaTeX, which is even less user-friendly than the notation of lexical functions for most people. Yeah, I have long held a slightly eccentric but strongly held opinion that dictionaries should be written with whatever you would use to write an essay. The needs of any given language dictionary are so complex that you can't write one program that can cope with all of it. So for Conlangers, if you're working on multiple languages, I genuinely don't think there's any one tool that looks like a database that's going to do what you need. So I just have notebooks, and then I write my dictionary the same way I write the grammar.
I don't know if you're familiar with this, but there's a few different ones coming up. Margaret suggests she uses a spreadsheet and then imports into Wolf dictionary software.
Right. I've recently learned about Wolf from Margaret, but I've not had a chance to play with that.
I'm the same. I think closer to your end of things, where it's still spreadsheets, notebooks, and Word or Excel. I don't quite get to LaTeX myself. There are lots of ideas coming up in the YouTube chat. There's an SIL toolbox, Fieldworks 9. I think you're probably right that there's not one tool that's going to do everything, though. I think I got everyone's questions so far. I'm just going back to double check. Oh, here's an interesting one. A comment from Sai in, I believe this is American Sign Language. The magnifier is to sign the thing slowly, which includes the sign for fast, though that can also be magnified by signaling it very quickly. So are there other instances of these double?
I can demonstrate that.
Sure.
Sign for slow is slow. This is just regular slow. Very slow is very slow. Fast is this. If you sign fast slowly and with a particular mouth signifier, it means very fast. Although that sign fast quickly also means very fast. But in general, you sign things slowly.
I don't know if there's anything comparable in spoken languages where you can have quite opposite meaning magnifiers to do the same job.
Yeah, I've not thought about that either. I can't recall any examples rather. Right, so I've dumped the link to sort of supplementary information in both YouTube, and Sai will add it to the cutout for this speech.
Just because I'm not seeing another question yet, Christine Schreier put in a plug for a survey on dictionary making. They are curious about how Conlangers are making dictionaries too, so please fill that in. I think at Fiat Lingua retweeted that request a little while ago, and so you can find it on Christine's Twitter or on ours. William, thank you so much. I enjoyed that, and there's a whole rush of YouTube comments of people discussing the ideas you gave them if you want to check that out.
Perfect. Everyone should use them.
All right. Lauren, are you there?
Hi.
Wonderful. I am going to give you some co-hosting abilities here so that you can share your screen. Is your co-author joining us?
She's not. She will be
Okay.
a disembodied voice for a small part of the talk.
Okay, so you do have audio in your materials?
Yeah, I'll just make sure
Okay.
I select the right options, which I always forget.
That's why I'm asking.
I also apologize in advance that we may be meeting bombed by my toddler if she wakes up during the talk. So if you hear chaos in the background, that's what's happening.
We will analyze the phonemes accordingly.
Excellent.
All right. Well, I will turn it over to you to talk about Aramteskan and the language of scent in real and constructed languages. I'm not familiar with this one, so I'm quite interested to hear about it.
Thank you all so much for being here and here being the internet so that I can join from Australia. I'm so delighted to finally get to an LCC. Today I'll be talking about Aramteskan, which is a language that I've worked on with the author PM Freestone, who can't be here today but says hello and is delighted to be part of this talk as well. The slides are at that link there. I'll also just bring up the chat briefly. I've never felt more like a confused old person than I have since started using Zoom. But I'll pop the link to the slides in the chat, and maybe someone who's monitoring the YouTube can share them over there, and I'll share them after the talk as well. I'm going to give a very brief introduction to scent typology in Natlangs. So this talk will focus on scent. I apologize in advance to the anosmic and people who find scent difficult. But the talk is focusing on the scent-based features of Aramteskan, which was a central motivation for creating this language. So I'll talk about scent typology in real languages, scent in constructed languages, and what we found doing a bit of research there, and then how we approached bringing a rich focus on scent to constructing a language. And so this kind of bridges, this talk and this work kind of bridges my interest in having fun while doing conlanging and bridging that with natural language typology, which is something I'm interested in for my day job. So I am a linguist at a university in Australia, and PM Freestone is an author and also just a full-time nerd like me. And although this is very serious work that we take very seriously, we also have a lot of fun doing this together. This project started out with PM Freestone putting together the Shadow Scent books, which I'll introduce in a moment, and me constantly just quizzing about how the world worked and how the language worked. And at one point I was like, let me at least build you a phonological inventory so your character names are consistent, one of the banes of my life. And we kept talking, and the structure of the language has come out of that collaboration. In natural languages, some languages have a much richer scent lexicon than English. There's a small group of psychologists and linguists who are interested in studying this across the world's languages. Sometimes it's that the lexicon has a richer set of scent vocabulary. There are some really nice examples where there is more encoding of scent in the grammar. So Chapala is a language of, it's in South America. I don't know if it's an Arawakan language, but it's kind of in that Brazilian Amazonian region, and you use a different nominal classifier to indicate the encoding of different scents, and there's about 8 different core scent classifiers you can use. Scent doesn't feature too frequently. Of all the human senses, we really prioritize sight and sound. Evidentiality is a source of information encoding in grammar, and it's one of the things I've spent most of my work on grammar focusing on. So of course, I had to go and look up what the typology said about scent-based evidentials, and that there are none attested in natural languages. There has been some work on English. Poulton, his study is specifically on Australian English, but I think it applies more generally, where English makes use of kind of two main strategies for encoding smell. One is source-based references, which essentially means that you say, that smells like a lemon, or that smells like a banana, and you refer back to the object that is the source of that smell. Or what he calls hedonic valence, and essentially that smells yuck or yum or tasty, and you make some kind of reference to kind of your response to the smell rather than the nature of the smell itself. So it's kind of a brief tour of where we're at in talking about scent in Natlangs. A lot of the problem with that typology is just that there is an absence of, it's hard to tell always in these things, whether it's just that it's an absence of the actual phenomenon itself, or people just haven't been paying attention to it. Similarly, we don't see a lot on scent in constructed languages. Of course, with Conlangs, there's always a gap in the discoverability of people's work, and I'm looking forward to hearing about the Conlang database later today. But if you have something to do with scent in a language that you've been working on that you think is particularly interesting, please let me know. In terms of scent in languages in fiction, essentially what you mostly find is scent is the modality. So we have spoken oral languages that are Natlangs. We have sign languages that are Natlangs. I know some people in this very conference have created fascinating languages out of other modalities, or you may have written an exclusively written Conlang. The handful of constructed worlds with languages where scent is the modality tend to avoid aliens or insectoids of some kind. There's been a few discussions around how scent might work in the constructed language Conlang listserv. So thank you to everyone there and those archived discussions. The only kind of vocabulary and using vocabulary in a spoken language to explore scent is it's described as a constructed language, but it's really just a lexicon. There's no grammar or discussion of any features beyond the lexicon, and even that is a phonological grab bag. The author is a perfumer who I think did this as a bit of a gimmick. I also have a problem with a lot of the, there's a lot of like Polish shop and Italian deli and very kind of reductive cultural stereotype sense in there. But there are some attempts also at kind of finding evocative ways to talk about very specific sense that we just don't have words for in English or many natural languages. So that's the state of the literature as we came into this project. Aramteskan is an a priori Natlang, so I am very interested in, essentially my approach to language construction is to strongly and strenuously replicate typologically observed patterns in Natlangs, but then also where it is relevant to the world that I'm constructing for, diverge creatively from what natural languages do. So to borrow David's term around weak naturalism, kind of taking everything that is beautiful and wonderful and amazingly elegant about language, but then allowing myself a more creative approach that helps enrich world building. I have a short clip from PM Freestone about introducing the Shadow Scent books and their approach to writing them. There are two books, they've been published. Book one has been published in the US, but not book two. But the other two books are available And you can get the UK version in the US as well. They're young adult set in a fantasy secondary world. I like to think of them as a cross between kind of Indiana Jones style romp and the beautifully evocative language of the book Perfume. PM Freestone is an amazing writer. It's such a privilege to get to work on this project. But I will hand over and take this opportunity to let them share their perspective.
Thanks, Lauren. We've long known that reading fiction provides more than entertainment. It's also a powerful impetus for developing empathy. And I don't know about you, but I know Lauren and I agree that more empathy for experiences outside of our own can only be a good thing. Taking this further, I choose to work in the speculative genres of literature, and in this case, fantasy, in order to ask what-if questions of a reader. A speculative lens provides the opportunity to examine contemporary issues from a different angle. And the big what-if question I was asking with the Shadow Scent world was, what if the most important sense in the world was smell? What would life look like? Or indeed, smell like? The Shadow Scent duology is therefore set in the fantasy empire of Aramteskan, where smell is the queen of the senses. Scent permeates the social, political, cultural, and economic spheres of this world, and is the central focus of everyday life. You need to burn the right incense combination for your prayer to reach the desired deity. People will make judgments about your social class or morals from the perfume you wear. And the most precious commodities across the empire include aromatic resins and rare flowers. Creatively, I'm seeking to build fictional worlds that feel fresh, exciting, and immersive. The entertainment factor. Intellectually, I am aiming for holistic and three-dimensional, and to weave texture into these worlds so that the speculative what-if question I'm asking of the reader feels convincing and credible. I knew from early on in the development of the scent-driven Aramtesh Empire that I could only create such a world if I did so from the ground up, otherwise it risked being a window dressing world, our world in a novelty store costume. So language would therefore play a key role in truly building a world where smell was prioritised, and I'm extremely grateful to Lauren for agreeing to work with me in those early days. Working with Lauren means that the world of Aramtesh had rich and credible linguistics, both in its present day and throughout its history. And having given you that background or insight, hopefully, into my creative process, I'll hand back over to Lauren so she can delve into the intricacies of Aramteskan.
There we go. Obviously, whenever you're eyeballs deep in a project, there's lots of things I would love to talk about, so I'm going to constrain it to the smell-based things. But I've occasionally blogged about my process of working on this language on my blog, Superlinguo. You can go to the link through the slides. And I've also submitted, as a way to stop myself continuing to tinker, I've submitted the grammar as it currently stands at the end of the 2 books to Fiat Lingua. So hopefully someone's checking that inbox, and I can share it with you sometime soon. So a absolutely rip-roaring tour through the scent-focused grammatical features. And if you have any questions, I'll make sure I get through this nice and quickly. Obviously, vocabulary was something that was very compelling for us to work on. A lot of these came out of our conversations, and even though a lot of the language doesn't feature in the books, it was a way for us to find a kind of common understanding of how people would approach smell in the Empire of Aramtesh. And so you can see just a small handful. I think I literally have like 2 verbs for ambulating and moving forward, and then we have well over 20 just for the process of being the agent who is doing the smelling of something. And so just going to reply to Sai in the chat as we go. You can see a little bit of some historical morphological processes that have had a few phonological processes wrangled in there as well. On the left, you can see the output for the dictionary. I personally, to pick up on William's previous discussion, personally work in Toolbox because it's what I have worked in my day job, and I find that it is sufficiently flexible to force it to do whatever you want it to do. And then I run it through, well, these days I run it through Seymour to print out an MDF structured dictionary, which I find to be the most flexible and then aesthetically appealing workflow process, but I'm happy to chat about that more. Again, because evidentiality is something that I am so interested in my day job, I not only gave the language assent-focused evidential, so that would be indicating that you know something because you smelt it. If you say someone's baking bread, if you know this because you can smell the aroma of bread baking, you would use the null evidential particle at the end of your verb phrase. But because when I depart from natural typology, I like to depart in spectacular style. The smell-based evidential is not only something that doesn't exist in natural languages, but I've made it the most prominent and important sense of it, source of evidence. So if someone uses, I smell someone's baking bread, that actually takes priority over all other senses, whether you see or hear or can feel the bread in the oven or the proving oven, you would use the Khan evidential. And then I have a form for knowing something through reported speech as well, mostly because I've been working on a paper on reported speech evidentials forever. So this three-way evidential distinction absolutely does not exist in any natural language. Scent-focused nominals is one of those things that always seems like a really lovely idea in theory until you start actually building your language out to be used by even fictional humans. So this is where nominals, the kind of core noun, is the smell of something. And then if you want to talk about the physical object, that's actually a derived form from the noun. So the word lirpa doesn't actually mean rose, it means the smell of a rose. And if you want to talk about the flower, you talk about lirpaya. And there's a historical form as well. So asmeb is that kind of smell of darkness. And then if you want to talk about the dark, so it's not just for nouns, I guess, it's also for, it's a noun, but you could use it to derive adjectives subsequently. As mebtor, you'd use the derived form there. And so this kind of is hard to track across large texts. So I talk about it as being a kind of historical thing. But this is definitely one of the most major divergences from natural languages in terms of working through translation. And then on a more kind of whimsical note, especially there are a couple of times where we had some texts translated. In book 1, there is a fantasy world fetch quest based on an ancient riddle, and we have a lot of fun making a few slide jokes about translation processes there. But instead of using a metaphor like faced in English, it's more literally translated as nosed towards the nose. And all spatial and temporal orientation is nosed focused as well. So I have a proximal determiner and a distal, and I also have one that's like, so I have this and that, but I have a that for something that's far away, but you can still smell it, and a that is too far away to be smelled. So whenever the opportunity presents, always bringing it back to a focus on scent. And one thing I really appreciate about having a kind of a playful use of constructed languages is that by using typology to inform your conlanging work, it also allows for an interesting or a different critical reading of natural language typology, because at every point you get to be driven by, but why do languages have to do this? Or is it just a tendency? So language construction work for me has provided an opportunity for a creative application of linguistic expertise and a creative exploration of the typological literature. You can get the references if you follow the link, which I'll leave here. And I'll leave you with the standard greeting in Aramtesh, which is Nulmur Smur de la Sral, sense keep you. And I can see there are quite a few questions in the chat. So I'll leave up the slides briefly in case you want to access either of our Twitter handles or these slides. And if it's okay, Joey, I'll just go straight to poking through the questions that have come in. Thank you so much.
By all means.
Thank you, Lychin, for your YouTube question. Does the primacy of scent affect the visual aesthetic options for people have around noses? Yes, in a particularly gruesome way, which is that the most severe punishment in the kind of carceral state of the shadow scent books is to have your nose cut off. So a complete kind of nose defacement is the kind of worst punishment and kind of brands you most visibly as a criminal. So that is a question I can actually answer around the world building from the books. George has asked, how can you really group scents together? It's really hard to relate smells together, especially as it's hard to get a bunch of them to smell together. And thank you, George, for sharing that experience. It is, I think scent is something that most of us don't critically interrogate beyond knowing what we do and don't like the smell of. PM Freestone actually also worked with a perfumer in the UK while putting these books together and spent a lot of time. They worked collaboratively to build a fragrance called the Darkest Bloom, which replicates the smell of the Dakai flowers from the Aramteskan world, but also just actually finding the words, even in English, to convey the world. And it's just, I think, a testament to how amazing a writer PM Freestone is, but also she's a complete super smeller who has really strong preferences around how smells work together. So it's a real challenge there. Margaret has asked if they're humanoid people in the secondary world. It is entirely a world of humans as we know them in their biology and physiology. Sorry, I'll come back to not sharing that screen with you anymore, but they are humans. Sorry, I should have mentioned a standard fantasy secondary world where you take us style humans and plonk them into a kind of fantasy-based world. Some people are better at smelling than others in this world. Raquel, one of our main protagonists, is a very acute smeller. He borrows a lot from PM Freestone, and some people are aware enough to know whatever the trends are, but moving through life relatively unfazed. But thank you for that clarification question, Margaret. Matthew has asked, what about things named after their smell and then they change their smell? That is a really great question. Matthew, I assume that's about the process of nominalizing objects from their scent. It's more about the kind of prototypical state in the way that, we don't start calling oranges greens once they go moldy. So to borrow a parallel from English lexical use there, we might call it a moldy orange. So we might call it an orange that has the scent of mold in Aramteskan. But thank you, that's a great question. Sai and Alex, I believe, have a question. Sai, did you want to jump on. Alex, hi, you're muted.
You'd think after a lot of online teaching it'd be over that. No, okay. Do you know any good cross-linguistic resources for smell terms? I guess this is like a data-based version of George's question, how languages group things together. Or did perfumers group smells together in some way that we can read about or anything like this?
I think different perfuming traditions absolutely do. And there are kind of scent wheels. I won't definitively quote PM Freestone on this, but I can't help but feel that the star charts and turning circles of the cosmology of Aramtesh are very much, I'm sure, related to these beautiful charts of like circular groups of smells that some perfumers have. There's like traditions, but I think different perfumers have their own idiosyncratic approaches. So kind of reading about a few traditions there. And then the person my go-to person, absolutely, and time and again, is Asifa Majid. She is a psychologist she's working in the Netherlands, but she has worked on, do sommeliers have a better sense of smell, or do they just have better technical vocabulary for describing the smells that they encounter? She's worked with people across a range of languages on what is the relationship between evoking smell and evoking particular colors. So her work is really fascinatingly diverse, but she also writes really engagingly as well. I find her academic work is very unintimidating and very approachable. But thank you, Alex, for that question. Joey has a question. Would you like to read yours?
This one's from Jasmine Scott. Sorry,
okay.
I didn't
It's okay.
copy the question.
Sorry, I can see down there. Yeah. Thank you, Jasmine. Organs like heart and stomach and guts in English have metaphorical associations. Does this language have similar associations, and what associations are made with other organs? We didn't get too far into human physiology, too far beyond the nose, Jasmine, I will just confess, but you're right, definitely reverse engineering a world's medical system, I'm sure, would yield an incredibly rich set of associations there. I imagine something like the kind of humours of pre-modern European history, where there's an amount of balancing of humours that needs to be done. Hylian asks whether Aramteskan speakers value large noses. I think it's less about the aesthetics of the nose and more about the skill of the nose, is my gut feeling there. And then Tony Harris has asked, can I spell the name of the person for the references? She appears in the list of references on the slides, but I've just typed it into the Zoom chat so that someone can pop that over to the YouTube. But once you start poking around in Santon language, Asifa's name will keep coming up. You can't avoid her. And very luckily, because her work is really great. We've got another minute or so, but thank you everyone for your questions, and thanks for having me around today. I've really enjoyed the talks I've been awake for.
I'm really glad we were able to catch you, not at 2 a.m. in Australia.
Well, Joey sent me the original schedule and was like, I'm very sorry, but I'm not a night person. I'm not going to make the 2 a.m. talks, which I'm sure were excellent, but just not my awake time. So thank you for being so accommodating.
Happy. I will point out there are a lot of interesting discussions happening in the YouTube chat. If you have a chance to look at them, yeah. There's a number of Conlangers who have ran with some ideas on scent-based things that might give you a few extra ideas.
Yay, thank you everyone for sharing. I'll pop over to the YouTube chat and join everyone over there. If you have any more questions, I guess pop them in the next minute or so and I'll try and answer them.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Lauren.
Thanks so much.
I hope you're having better weather than a lot of us in the other hemisphere. I'm looking
Yes.
outside and seeing it snowing now again.
We are. I'm sorry. I won't. Well, I only speak Celsius, so I won't tell you that it's really lovely here because it will sound like freezing still. But yeah.
Oh, it's 2 degrees Celsius here in Calgary, but snowing as I look outside.
It's definitely a bit warmer here.
All right. Thank you so much. DeSDu, are you there? You are. Let me set up the sharing permissions.
Sweet.
All right, you should be able to share your screen now.
Excellent. Let me try to do that. Great.
So I'll say this was a very last minute addition. I think I emailed DeSDu 3 days ago and said, hey, think you can throw something together? So very happy that you were able to join us. And I just said, I know you published a translation of The Wizard of Oz in Klingon. Can you talk about something like that? So I'm excited to hear what you've come up with at the last possible moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I just want to say my presentation that I put together is about something that is very near and dear to my heart, and that is the Klingon language and the Klingon language community, and sort of the things that have been happening within the last year, basically since everything went into lockdown, and sort of the the disadvantages and the advantages of that, and some of the things that have happened. So let me just jump right into it. Oh, there we go. So just a little bit about me. I'm a Conlanger, of course, and I'm also incredibly interested in constructed language communities, and currently I'm working on a Master in Fine Arts with a focus on sort of using constructed languages in a fine arts context, and using Conlangs as an art form, rather than something that, for example, would be shown in another piece of art, so sort of secondary to a larger work of art. So these are some images of some things that I've done over the years. I first got involved in Klingon 4 years ago, and have loved it ever since. I studied it very intensely, and became conversational quickly. And then I think I'm at a level where I can say that I'm fluent, and have gotten to know some wonderful people within the Klingon language community. That's what this says right here, Klingon Chol Nuach. And here are some pictures of some events that have happened around the Klingon sphere prior to lockdown, of course. And the history of the Klingon language community, I won't go too much into it, but it's very similar to the history of language inventors. And it really took off. It was invented in 1983 for Star Trek III, when the studio decided to make a language because the Klingons were going to be the bad guys in the third movie. And then, some people picked it up here and there in the 80s, but really took off in the 90s when a whole bunch of people got internet and they could talk to each other, and then eventually they could meet up, right? And so the Klingon Language Institute formed. First came the Kep-A, which is the big meeting, and then came the Kep-Chom, which has in recent years been renamed the Kep-Chom-A, the major minor meeting, which is in Germany. And prior to lockdown, there were a couple of other physical Keps meetings that were starting to happen. For example, there was the Louisville, or Louisville, as they say in Louisville, Kep, which happened. It was a one-day event, but it was amazing. There was supposed to be a Klingon meeting for French speakers in France in April of last year, which got moved online, unfortunately. But hopefully once everything opens back up again, we'll be able to do that. There was a flurry of Klingon language activity in Chicago, which is historically been, for whatever reason, the city where a bunch of Klingon things happen. There's the Klingon Christmas Carol. A number of big personalities within the community live there. So much so that there's a slang word "chick," which means to be, or to be a Klingon language, a Klingon speaker from Chicago who associates with Chicago, which is a very specific slang word. During this time, we have been really, since we can't go out and do KEPs, we have, been communicating online, and we've been busy at work, making literature for one another. And here I just want to detail, when I say that I write Klingon literature, people are a little bit, taken aback. It's very nerdy, it's very niche. But there's some reasoning behind it. So why? First off, it's fun. It's a great deal of fun to do. We're really opening up the variety of text that you can engage with in Klingon. When I learned Klingon, there was a significant amount, but there wasn't a whole bunch. I remember the first time that I read through an entire book in Klingon, and it was an amazing experience. But unfortunately, there's not this great depth that say in literature that say Esperanto has, because Esperanto has been around for longer. There's a sort of more established vocabulary. There's a lot more speakers. So anyway, and then another reason is that it keeps community members involved, and it really encourages creativity, and it really develops this common sense, of culture, really, a shared imagination. And then finally, this is a reason that I really want to underline. As the community grows, it would be great if we could get out of Paramount and CBS's shadow. When I say that I speak Klingon, people will say, "Oh, you must be a huge Star Trek nerd." I do like Star Trek, but really, it's the language that's keeping me, so interested. It's just a beautiful language that I want to keep on speaking. So I want to talk a little bit about the historical, sources of literature that we have in the Klingon language community. So going back all the way to the 90s and the early 2000s, we have Holkred, which isn't written in Klingon, but it is the first publication that's specifically dedicated to Klingon, made by Klingon speakers. And this was a journal that was released quarterly, and sort of presented the controversial linguistic topics of the day. And that ended, unfortunately, I think in 2005. Similar to Holkred, but a bit different, because it's actually written in Klingon. Everything in it is written in Klingon. Is Jatme, which means tongues all over the place. And it was a short-lived but incredible publication for original poetry and fiction. So in this, it's mostly poetry, and there's usually like one short story per issue, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I've read them. And there's only 4 of them, but they're incredible to see. And it's like a little time capsule looking back into to the early days of Klingon. Since then, we've had a lot of books that have been released. We have Hamlet, which is Hamlet, Pachmot Tinmish, which is the translation, the restoration of the original Much Ado About Nothing, written by Shakespeare, the great Kronos playwright. Gilgamesh, again, a great restoration. Pin kan pak dit nor, which is the Tao Te Ching. Shun pin vesh mu, that's the art of war. The Pakbat, which chronicles the epic story of Keras, the Unforgettable. Tapukmach, which is the Little Prince, and Nukbot Boom, which is an original novel, the first until relatively recently only Klingon language novel. And getting through that thing is a challenge because it's fairly long in terms of in comparison to a lot of these other works, but it's very satisfying to get to the end and say, wow, I read a novel in Klingon. It's amazing. So just going back to that list, this is our corpus up until 2020 of books published in Klingon, more or less. There have been some others that I haven't put on here. For example, I think somebody did an adaptation of Green Eggs and Ham with Kar, which is a Klingon worm dish. I haven't put those on there, but those exist, and I want to give those credit. So in this past year, these are just some of the things that have come out. So already, you can probably already notice there's quite a lot. On the top left here, the orange book, that's the Gospel of Thomas. Next to that, there is Notes from a Painter by Henri Matisse. In the year 2889 by Jules Verne. My thing is covered up here. Jach Karol, which is a book of haiku that I did. There is Shormach in the middle right here. That is a collection of two stories and one long form poem that I did. Chidwit Tikboom, the Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. And this year, when we all went into lockdown, my quarantine project was to translate the Wizard of Oz, which you can see here. And so, yeah, this has been a really great year for translation and for original works, both. Another thing that's been happening in the Klingon sphere is that Ketme, these meetings, which unfortunately cannot happen in person, have been happening online. In the summer, I ran the Dokep, which is the speed meeting, which would happen for 15 minutes every day. So everybody had an opportunity to speak Klingon every day, conversationally. And then the Kapvin Kep, which happened for, I don't know how many weeks in a row, but it was a long time. And we record them, and you can actually check them out on my Klingon YouTube channel, which I'll give the information for at the end. This has sort of just been growing, and to the point where we have realized, we can use this newfound technology to sort of keep on building the momentum that has been spurred on by Discovery and by Duolingo, and even before then by Star Trek Into Darkness, when a lot of people started learning the language, and Klingon kind of got this second wind of energy. To the point where now we have, as you can see down below, there's the Klingon Language Institute event calendar, and we have events every single day, and I looked throughout the entire month of March, and it's the same for each week, which is really incredible. I would not have thought that possible maybe 2 years ago. So it's pretty amazing. So in the Klingon language community, there is a lot of talent, and the problem is that people will post a poem or a translation or an original short story here and there, and then it just stays on a chat forum, and a lot of people might not see it. And so my goal, seeing this, I thought to myself, well, there could be a way where we could make our own magazine or our own publications and sort of bring all of this talent together and expose it and show it to one another in sort of a more organized way. And so in September of 2019, I started this online publication called Eshrev, which is a play on words. It's the there's this Klingon rhyming game, or excuse me, this Klingon language game called Lochpod, which means backwards language. And you take every syllable and you turn it around individually, except for prefix, pronomial prefixes, you don't. But everything else you do. And so this is the Lochpod version of Shetvir, which means publication. And so that's how the name of the publication came about. And every month we would have about 30 pages of on average of short stories and poems and such, and drawings. It was really wide open. Unfortunately, I put an end to it a couple of months ago because we just weren't getting enough submissions for it. On the other hand, in May of last year, I started another magazine called Cour, and this again is that same Lochpod, turning the syllable around. So this means disaster in regular Klingon, but when you turn it around, it means Ruk, which translates as poem. And I actually have one of these right here. Maybe I'll show it when I've finished sharing my screen. This is a magazine that's dedicated to showcasing mostly short form original poetry. We do put in translations, but we really prefer to have original poetry. A lot of haiku, a lot of free verse. Yeah. And this comes out every 2 months. And we have a lot of people who submit every month. As you can see right here, some people are in there a couple of times, myself included. But still, month after month, we keep on getting submissions in. So this is the cover page next to the table of contents for one of the latest editions. Okay, so personally, so that's an opportunity that I've been trying to create for people within the community to, show off their talent, right? And I want to keep on trying to develop that. Personally, I've been writing my own short stories. These are a couple of covers for some short stories that I've been writing and putting out on my own. These are usually like around 1,500 words. And also within this past year, I took the extra time at home to write the second Klingon language novel, which will hopefully come out very soon. It's called Chatmonme, The Two Capitals. And this is, it's a fantasy novel, and this is a map from that. Also in this past year, we've had a number of film translations. So Nosferatu here has been translated into Klingon, as has The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, and The Night of the Living Dead. Now you'll notice that all of these have, they're all public domain. So we're sort of constrained to only using public domain films. The first two are silent films because one of the big challenges is how do we dub this? It's not the easiest thing in the world to get everybody with the same recording equipment, so we have the same quality of sound coming in, unless one of us wants to do the sound, the voices for everybody, which I'm not a big fan of. And Night of the Living Dead at the end there is just subtitled rather than dubbed. But there is a piece of technology called 15.ai, and you may know it. It's a voice generator. And I hope one day they will add IPA so that we can create voices using that, and then dub movies in Klingon using that. So I just want to highlight some of the work that other people have been doing. So there is a wonderful Klingon speaker named Juliana, and she has been making a musical blog and it is amazing. It is a rock opera called Klevlut, the story of Klev, and you can look it up on YouTube. It is amazing. It follows the story of Klev, who wants to go off and write their own song after they go and visit the Hall of Heroes. It's really great. And it's still a work in progress. Every couple of weeks, there's a new song that comes out, and we get a little bit more of the story of Klev. Jen Bohm has also put out a new EP. I think it was 2 days ago. If you don't know who Jen Bohm is, she is amazing. She is the Klingon pop warrior, and she does renditions of popular music in Klingon. And her newest EP is called Tap Medun Bom Medun. And I know that she has had some extra time to work on this, again, as a result of the pandemic. But again, just showing some of the silver lining in this bad situation. Journally has also exploded. This is, if you don't know what Journally is, it is a platform where you can write in a language that you are learning, and get comments and corrections from more experienced speakers. And I put this in here because some of the writing that gets put on there is actually quite good. And I think that the seeds have been planted for further development of the Klingon literary corpus. I think that the future writers of the community and future translators are on there right now. I've also been trying to sort of take that Eshriv and Krull energy and funnel it in a way that can be useful for the wider Conlang community. And so I created last year Vadim, which is sort of the same idea of Eshriv, collecting art and poetry and short stories, and really any sort of document, and putting it all together into one book. And this comes out quarterly. As a matter of fact, there's still time to submit for Vadim 3. This is where I shamelessly promote Vadim. The deadline is March 10th. What you need to do is you need to give me, you need to send to this email address, robok@gmail.com, which means help us if you capitalize as Q, or ally with us if you leave it as a lowercase q. You need to send me a work that you have done or translation in a Conlang of yours, the English translation, and perhaps a little bit of information on the Conlang, so that we can know a little bit more about it. And you need to do that as a PDF or a Word document. So here are some URLs I encourage everybody to go to. There is there's KLI.org, which is the Klingon Language Institute's website, Klingon.wiki, where you can find out more information on original literature that's being done in Klingon, Klevlut's website, and again, the Klingon Pop Warriors website. My website is DeSDu.com. You can find me on Twitter and also on YouTube with Josh DeSDu. And that's it from me.
Thank you so much. Or I'm probably going to get the wrong prefix here, but Shatklonesh.
That was the wrong prefix, but I appreciate the sentiment.
that was we thank y'all, isn't it?
It's I thank y'all.
I thank. I tried without looking it up, for the record.
Yeah. And I thank y'all, Your Honor.
Yes, honorific. We went a little over time, but I thought it was really cool. No. The person following you is a quick bio break before we come back with the last two talks of the day. There are a lot of questions and a lot of chat happening on YouTube. We posted some of them in the Zoom chat here, so you'd be able to respond to them easily. But I know the people joining us on YouTube are anxious to hear what you'd have to say about some of the literary things. So please do pop over there.
Yeah.
With that, we're going to take one more quick bio break. We might come back just a minute late. Sai is going to make fun of me later because I'm usually that tyrant that stays right on schedule for conferences. We'll come back just a minute late. I see Cohen has joined us, so Cohen will be giving a presentation. And for those of you who haven't been able to join us in the last couple years for in-person ones, we typically select 1 or 2 presentations to be sort of the keynote, the longer talks of each of the 2 days. So we'll have our keynote talk today from Matthew, and yeah, we'll be back with that in just a couple of minutes. And again, thank you, Jack DeSDu. I just couldn't help myself but be on time. I see DeSDu is over on the YouTube channel responding to questions and comments over there, so thank you very much. Just before we get started with the final session of the talk, I will say we did invite Jen Bohm, who DeSDu was talking about, the Klingon pop warrior. She doesn't have the license to stream her songs yet. Otherwise, she absolutely would have been here to do a performance during this LCC, but hopefully for the next one. I also want to give a quick shout out just before the last set of talks to the people who are helping put this on sort of behind the scenes. Sai, as you've seen a few times, has been a major help with sort of the technological backdrop, probably at every LCC there's ever been. So Sai is in the background, making sure all of the YouTube videos are segmented and searchable, and helping me respond to comments on all of the various social media sites we have up, as well as live tweeting to take that one thing off of my plate, which I am grateful for. Daniel Newell, who was here on the Zoom earlier, but I don't think is anymore, helped me organize basically the entire conference, from selecting what weekend to do this on to figuring out what the best time zones were so we could accommodate an international audience, vetting the abstracts that we got, and was the relay master for the Conlang relay that we will see tomorrow. And of course, the rest of the board of the directors of the LCS, from chiming in to, is an in-person conference going to be viable this year? When do we start sending out things, vetting things last minute, giving advice, answering questions? All of the board members worked very hard on making sure this came together. So thank you to all of them as well. And finally, last but not least, all of the participants, from the panelists, the presenters, and the people talking about their personal conlangs. Obviously, we would not be doing this without you. So there we have it. I'm starting 1 minute late. I'm sorry. Cohen, if you give me 1 second here, I'm going to give you the ability to share your screen. You should have that now. So if you have slides, you can go full screen with those.
Okay. It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
I could have sworn I just gave it to you. Let me try it again. Now you definitely should.
All right.
There we go. So this is our second last talk of the day. We'll be back with more tomorrow. But Cohen Root, I'm not going to try and pronounce your conlang. I'll let you take that away.
All right. Thank you very much. So yes, my name is Cohen Root. I am giving my presentation Iowa, a failed experiment in controlled pigeonization. But before I do that, some brief acknowledgements. I would like to thank the Language Creation Society in its entirety for helping fund and hosting this talk. Elmira College for also giving a grant when this experiment was being run in 2019. David J. Pearson for giving tips and help and advice early on when I was getting started organizing this. Taylor Kibler 21, my fellow moderator when I was running this. Dr. Robin O'Brien, who helped me get anthropology credit for this. And of course, the 5 anonymous participants in the experiment, who I will talk about later. A little bit about myself real quick. I am a philosophy, religious studies, and sociology anthropology student at Elmira College. I started constructing languages in 2016. I was at the time a creative writer on Tumblr looking for writing inspiration, and then I stumbled on David's blog, and I was like, you could do that? You could just make a language? And so that led me to his website, David J. Peterson's Web Thing, which includes a documentation of sorts for Language X, not to be confused with his other language project called X, and Wasabi. And before I talk about those, just real quick groundwork. A pidgin is a language created by 2 or more groups of people who need to communicate, but for one reason or another won't learn each other's languages. This is especially common in the European colonial context, where European settlers would need to speak to the local population, but they wouldn't learn their languages, nor would they set up educational institutions to teach those languages. But it also happened in more innocent contexts, like when foreign traders would be moving across great distances and they had a certain clientele they frequented. And the interesting thing about a pidgin is that it's a very simple language. All of the phonology and phonotactics have been stripped down. All of the complex morphology is gone. All of the complex syntax is gone. And so you have what is effectively just the core base of a language. And so anyone who's interested in auxiliary languages or like the origins of simple language naturally might be very interested in this kind of work. But the problem is we don't really have any good knowledge about how they emerge. We just know roughly how long it takes and a little bit of evidence, because it's really hard to document a pidgin. It's kind of allergic to documentation. And LanguageX and Wasabi were attempts to create the circumstances under which something like a pidgin might arise. The two experiments had roughly the same outline. A group of college students would receive a word list with one-to-one English glosses, but there were no grammar rules whatsoever to this language given, and the students were told to communicate using the word list. And the hope was that the resulting language would have certain pidgin-like qualities, but it tended not to. Instead, what tended to be the result was a relex of English with some interesting qualities. And the reason for this was largely because all participants spoke English. And apparently when you're just handed a list of words and told to translate into that language without any grammar, you try to do a one-to-one, word-by-word translation into your native language using those words. And the only time anything really interesting would happen is when words that aren't on the word list but are very necessary for speaking a native language aren't there. So in all of the word lists, like some of the common auxiliary verbs like to be and to have, which are fundamental to English grammar, weren't present. So interesting workarounds had to be done, either giving words new meanings or restructuring sentences to avoid those. Similarly, participants spent at most a few hours a week interacting with the word list, and they didn't memorize the word list, which led to utterances taking a very long time to produce, which also provided opportunities for miscommunication. And there was little in the way of internal or external motivation just because of the way that the experiments were structured. I'd like to iterate that all these criticisms are listed on David's website, and I recommend anyone who's interested to go read up what he has to say about them. He goes into much more depth on how they work. And I wanted to see if there's any way, in particular, to fix the motivation issue, and also to provide a context in which taking a little while to come up with a response makes sense. And the answer to that was to pay the participants and to have all of the writing done in a group chat where people can see the messages. I understand that this is a controversial decision. I'll talk about that a little later. As far as the setup for the experiment goes, both Elmira College and the Language Creation Society pitched in $250, for which I am grateful. And the Language Creation Society put in actual money, while Elmira College gave it to me in gift cards. And so the way I split it amongst the participants was I assigned 1 point to every single complete sentence written and submitted by one of the participants. And then I gave out the Language Creation Society money proportionately to how many points they had. So if person A had 200 points because they had made 200 complete sentences, and person B had 100 points because they made 100 sentences, then person A would get twice as much money as person B. And at the end of the experiment, all of the money was divvied up amongst the participants. And then everyone who made it to the end of the experiment got a cut of the gift card money. And the way the actual experiment worked was every day for 25 days, a prompt would be put into the group chat, and the participants would have 1 day to send in their answer to the prompt. So an example would be, say hello and introduce yourself, which is the very first prompt. Open enough to allow some level of expression, but closed enough so that everyone was talking about the same topic. And 5 of these days, well, in theory 5, a handful we had to miss, participants would participate in more intensive exercises where we generally play some kind of language game for about an hour or two, and it would produce a lot more data than a standard prompt. And so the result, we ended up having about 260-ish lines, I remember, of text. 30 students expressed interest in participating. Of the ones that expressed interest, 5 attended the first meeting and 4 made it all the way to the end. These were briefly Alulu, a 22-year-old man studying psychology, criminal justice, and human services; Aya, a 19-year-old non-binary individual studying education; Mafafuyini, a 19-year-old woman studying psychology; Pakifu, a 22-year-old man studying political science, specifically international studies, and sociology anthropology; and Umisu Amila, a 20-year-old man studying education and biology. I wanted, of course, to go over every single line in excruciating detail, but I don't have the time for that. So instead, we're going to cover the first 5 verses of the Babel text that was translated. The first 2 in some detail and the last 3 in not as much detail. And this should give all of the major lessons of the experiment without having a ton of extra material in there. Verse 1, for those who are unfamiliar, now the whole earth had one language and the same words. As mentioned earlier, the main translation tactic in this experiment, as much as the last 2, was get as close as possible to a literal word-for-word translation of English. The word order was nearly identical. All of the word choices were as close to identical as possible. You can see this in the word had. In 3 of the 4 instances, the auxiliary verb had was translated with hold. Even though this doesn't make a lot of sense outside of the idiomatic English expression to have a language. And only one person used no, which is a little closer to what we literally do when we are able to use a language. Similarly, there were no conjunctions on the list. So at the end, when you have and the same words, what was generally done is the conjunction was skipped and either a piece of punctuation was left there to make a sentence fragment or a clause, or it was same word was just lopped onto the end. And lastly, there was no tense marking, which in itself wasn't particularly interesting. But what is interesting is that when there were temporal words, they were literally translated. So in every case, the word now was translated as either this time, or at this time, which is also interesting because within the context of Genesis 10 leading into Genesis 11, now actually has more of a meaning like then, right? This event is the direct result of this previous event. So moving on to verse 2. And as they migrated from the east, they came upon a plain in the land of Shinar and settled there. Shinar was left untranslated in all of the examples because early on in the experiment, it was pretty clear that the participants didn't really know what to do with proper nouns. Originally, I wanted them to be kind of creative about it if they could, and I tried to encourage that, but it just wasn't happening. So I allowed borrowing in proper nouns without having to do anything to them. No one tried to, I don't believe anyone ever tried to make the phonology and phonotactics match. So like turning Shinar into Sina or Sinala. And no one tried to ever creatively translate any of the proper nouns. Like no one tried to like say Shinar is like the land between rivers or something like that. The land of the big river or something like that. Pluralization was the only affix that was consistently translated in some idiolects of the language. And it was always translated as fisisu, which is many, nafuli, which is all, or it was just completely ignored, even on pronouns, which kind of surprised me. I'm sure there's Aannestad for having no number marking whatsoever for pronouns, but I thought that there would be at least some attempt to like make a distinction between I and we. As far as 2 and 4, they were translated with usupi and yana, which are literally the numbers 2 and 4, which could only have happened because they're partially homophones in English, and because they're common abbreviations in text speak. If you want to use the preposition, but you don't want to write out a whole 3 letters, you can write the number instead. But every once in a while, there'd be these little gold nuggets where there wouldn't be something on the word list, so people would have to get really creative. 2 examples from this verse were to settle, which was translated in one case as make house, so you make houses in Shinar when you settle there, or ufisa, which is the verb to lie down, as in to lie down in a bed, which I also found to be very interesting. When you settle somewhere, you're lying down there. And every once in a while, I think this is what interested me the most about the whole experiment, there'd be these little idiomatic gold nuggets. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through the rest of the Babel text, but I'll cover a handful of these little gold nuggets here. Verse 3, the bricks that the Tower of Babel are made of, only 2 of the participants tried to translate the word brick. And in both times, the bricks were red. Either they were red rocks or hard red squares, which implies that the archetype for a brick in the minds of these participants was red. And every once in a while, we get little results like that, where we could pick out the archetype for the translation from how they translated it. In verse 4, something I haven't mentioned yet is that the Babel text was the only prompt that was not sent out in the group chat for everyone to see. And this was because at this point in the experiment, people were rather tired, and they were also towards the end of the term, like towards finals. So I didn't want someone to go through the work of translating the Babel text and then have everyone else file off the serial numbers and just repost it with like a handful of differences so it didn't look like they cheated. But in all 4 cases, city was translated as many house, which would be identical in most cases to the plural for houses, which means that many can also be a collective suffix, or it was used as a prefix. It'd be a collective prefix. The only case in which it was differentiated, Mafafuyini said many house place, or place of many houses, which I thought was really interesting. And that might imply that constructions were never actually borrowed from each other, but were actually just like spontaneously arrived to because it seemed like the path of least resistance in all 4 cases. As for verse 5, my main field is religious studies, so I have to nerd out a little bit about how they translated Lord. Lord in the Old Testament is the English translation for the Tetragrammaton. And each translation attempt got at a facet of what it means to be God in Abrahamic religion, but none of them got close to getting to all of them. Only one of them actually referred specifically to like power and authority that would be associated with the word Lord, and that was Umisu's strong one. But Alulu said person of make, which is interesting for 2 reasons. One, because it's maker, which implies that person of is an affix to describe a person who does something. So affixes were being generated, not just like the plural, which are necessary. It also assigns personhood to God, which is a controversial statement, even in some variants of Christianity. And the last 2 translated Lord as Skyman, which anyone who's familiar with the etymological roots of various god kings will know that this is actually kind of normal. One of them said big Skyman as opposed to just Skyman. It is also important to note that there were different words for man, person, and the 3rd singular pronoun. So there was an intentional decision to use the word man and gender God. Now, what was learned about language? Probably nothing. There was nothing in this experiment that happened that didn't already happen in language X or Wasabi, excluding details that were based on the peculiarities of the format of the experiments and the word list given out. But about the experiment, we also didn't learn much, but we did learn enough. So if someone at home wants to try this, I have a handful of tips. If you want to run this with one shared language, don't use English. We've already had this experiment done 3 times now, at least, in English. And every time the results have been almost identical. So you'd have to fundamentally alter the experiment in order to get different results out of English speakers. I am interested to see what would happen if this was run with native speakers of a synthetic language, not necessarily, like really brutal polysynthesis, but even like Turkish, right, an agglutinative language with lots of affixes. It'd be interesting, I think, to see which affixes would get translated and if they would be glued onto roots or not. Similarly, it'd be interesting to recruit from Esperanto forums and communities, because Esperanto speakers, there's a higher likelihood that they will have native languages separate from each other. And so you might get interesting features where people are defaulting to their native language, or they might default to Esperanto. And I think it'd be interesting to see which one gets picked, and if Esperanto wins out over time, just out of like sheer the fact that everyone knows it, and eventually they'll realize it. Now, running this experiment with no shared language is probably the best way to do it, and it's probably the only way to get productive results in a linguistic context. And the way you would do this, it's also the hardest way. You need to get a team of volunteer moderators who use a shared language to organize the experiment. Each moderator has to know at least one other language, and they need to recruit a handful of people who speak that language. Then you need to vet all of the subjects to make sure that they are able to participate, and then you need to make sure that none of them overlap with languages. And then you need to make sure that they all live in similar time zones so that they can actually participate with one another. And then you run the experiment with each moderator translating the prompts so that each subject gets a prompt in their language without ever learning that the other subjects don't speak that language. So they will then try to translate into their native language, most likely, and then we can get some of the interesting grammatical generation that we might see arise in pigeons. So, like, for example, if you have a German speaker who really insists on using articles and no one else wants to use articles, and let's say they turn demonstratives into articles and that catches on, that's the kind of thing that I was looking for when running this experiment and almost never happened. As far as prompts go, they have to be synchronous and they have to be engaging. I understand that asynchronous prompts, like we did most of the time, are tempting, but the simple fact of the matter is that it'd be very difficult to get people to meaningfully conversate with one another unless they know that they are reading their responses in real time as they are being sent. And whatever it is, try to make sure the prompts are as fun as humanly possible. Of course, for the first week or two, it's going to be a slog as people figure out what they're doing. But over time, as more shared constructions start to emerge, you'll be able to introduce more and more complicated language games. Lastly, as for runtime, we only ran for 25 days. Longer is better. Run straight until you run out of resources. Keep going longer if humanly possible. If people are interested in just using the language, like they build a small community around speaking their pidgin, cool, keep it going. Keep recording their responses. Try to get them to teach it to you. That'll add a lot of interesting data. Now, with all that said, hopefully I'm under time. This is my email address, croot21@elmira.edu. Please contact me if you're interested in running the experiment or you have any other questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Cohen. I think you're basically right on time, but I know I started you late, so I want to give you the chance to answer at least one of the questions. I think you answered the first couple that were posted in the YouTube chat, but I'll mispronounce this name. Oswix asks, isn't the point of a pidgin that there is no shared language, or does that not matter for a forced pidgin? What is the main goal or question behind the experiment?
Yes, that is the point, which is why I think that if someone is to run this experiment again, like I said, they'd have to use a shared language of some kind, or they'd have to not have a shared language if they want to produce some kind of productive result. Originally, when I was just starting this out, I didn't necessarily have a clear goal in mind. I just wanted to see if I could improve on the experiment more so than could I get valuable linguistic information, because I knew I wouldn't actually have the resources to do that. So I wanted to see how text chat and paying the participants worked. I think paying the participants works. And I also think that the group chat is still the best way to do it, even though, as I'm sure you're aware, pigeons aren't a written phenomena. which will definitely alter the nature of the data. But I can't think of any feasible way to get the participants to memorize the word list unless you have a very specific like kind of polyglot who enjoys just like memorizing flashcards.
Thanks, Gawne. There are a couple extra questions coming up, such as things about signed pigeons, which would be cool if you want to pop over to the YouTube chat and interact with some of the people there. I'm going to get ready to bring Matthew up for the final talk of the day. But just as we switch things out, I do want to add that Cohen's experiment was at least partially funded by an LCS grant, and we do have a couple of these types of grants that are available. So the one that Cohen applied for successfully was just on our website. You can contact us for a grant. These are typically quite small grants, and they're to fund small initiatives that typically aren't they don't promote a single conlang, but they could promote conlanging more generally, or the teaching of conlanging. So post-lockdown, if anyone has an opportunity where they're able to teach conlanging or aspects of conlanging, or need funds to use conlanging in an educational purpose, they are there. Or if you're going to provide tools for the community of some variety, we will consider proposals for grants in that nature. And in addition to that, we also have the LCS President Scholarship. There's so far only one intake a year for that, though we could be a little flexible with it. So at the end of every year, we accept proposals from people who are undertaking some form of academic study on or using conlangs. And the President's Scholarship is just a flat, you're doing this, we're going to give you a scholarship for 500 USD, which is fairly new. We announced the first two recipients last year. DeSDu was one of them for his work on fine art conlanging as a master's thesis, and another recipient whose name I can't recall, out of British Columbia, who was looking at conlanging as an outlet to help mental health, if I remember correctly. And then we just awarded 2 more LCS President Scholarships back in January. One was a bachelor's student in Russia who is doing a linguistic thesis looking at certain syntactic semantic aspects of conlangs, and looking across the breadth of conlangs to see how some of those aspects are realized. And the second one was an opera that is partly being written in a conlang, again as a Master of Fine Arts thesis, I believe. So with that, Matthew, are you there? Yes, there is Matthew. I'm just giving you some screen sharing permissions here, Matthew. So you should be able to share your screen.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Right.
And we can see your screen there. So sort of segment from my little tangent there a second ago. Matthew is another person who contacted the LCS last year with a project idea, and we didn't monetarily fund this one, but Matthew and some other people from the Conlang mailing lists wanted to take on this volunteer role, and we supplied the web hosting for it, which hopefully is working for you now, Matthew. You'll tell us about this.
Yeah.
So we're excited to hear what you've been doing.
Okay, thank you very much, Joseph. Nice to be here. Hello to everybody. The Conlang database project. What is it? It is a publicly viewable and searchable online database that lists as many of the world's conlangs as possible, in one place with identifying and classifying information. That's the basic take-home definition. Now, if we go into that in more detail, regarding specific purposes, we want to gather details of as many conlangs as possible in one place. We want to make the collection searchable in versatile ways. Thereby, we want to benefit searchers and the conlangs creators by providing that information. And in fact, we want to enable the copying and use of the data by anyone interested. How is this going to be physically manifested? Well, on a website, which is housing a database, and that website enables for website visitors the entering of new conlang data, searching of the database for conlangs that are already on there. There'll be a contact form and there'll be some extra pages. I've written an FAQ. As regards the search results, they will be displayed on screen. Ideally, they will be manipulable. That means things like reorderable. So you can maybe order them alphabetically according to different fields. And hopefully exportable, things like downloaded or copied. Now, what a lot of people ask is, well, isn't there already something like this? Our answer is that there are some similar resources out there, but not quite the same. The obvious comparison is with CALS, the Conlang Atlas of Language Structures, which is also hosted by the LCS and has been going some years, and it is also a database of conlangs. It has, I think, over 1,000. But CALS focuses on Wells type typological data. Wells is the World Atlas of Linguistic Structures. That is a linguistics resource for natural languages. It looks at basically qualities of natural languages to do with like their phonology, the grammar, and groups them into types according to those features. That's not what we're looking at with the Conlang database, so we do have a slightly different purpose. I do recommend, by the way, that if you don't know CALS, that you go and have a look at it anyway, because it is fantastic. There are many wikis, Conlang wikis, workshops like Con Workshop, discussion sites, whether forums or Facebook groups or other things. And there are many link lists, people on their personal pages with lists of conlangs linked to. So there are lots of collections of conlangs in these places, with but they're not exhaustive. They're not aiming to collect all of them as many as possible, and they're not always up to date, and they're not always with extra information. But our database is aiming to collect as many as possible in general in one place to enable that database to be searched. So it's not simply a list, but it's going to be able to search it according to different criteria. It's going to have identifying and classifying information, and perhaps most importantly, it will have a portal role. So you're not meant to simply find all the information you want on the database. The database will tell you that a language exists that maybe you're interested in, and it will give you a link through to the individual pages on that conlang. It could be a grammar or a dictionary or a whole website on it. So what inspired us to come up with this idea? Well, several reasons. Firstly, I think that with regard to many hobbies, often people want to document the hobby. They want to collect all the examples of that hobby, or they want to give guidance to other people, show them where the examples of it are. That's sort of what we're doing here. Langmaker was a website that was around in the 2000s. In its time, it was probably the greatest kind of store online of information about conlangs. Unfortunately, it went down towards the end of the 2000s. In fact, a lot of the data is still available on the Wayback Machine on the Internet Archive website. And in fact, also, there has been a book published a few years ago by Mark Rosenfelder, summarizing a lot of the information that's been saved. So we're kind of inspired by Langmaker. We want to create something that people will look to in a similar way. There's also a question of, in my head and other people's, we collect maybe browser bookmarks of Conlangs, or we collect several of them for a personal website in a linked list. And then I kind of think to myself, well, how many more am I going to add? Am I going to try and add all of them, or am I going to? I tend to be an all or nothing kind of person. So I began to think, well, this is a really massive job if I want to collect all the details of all these Conlangs. It's not a job for one person, and it would be better if it was done on a database rather than just in a hierarchical list. And finally, I think for me, it's quite important for the conlanging world to provide some sort of evidence base about the nature of conlanging for people who are not in our world to learn from. So people in the media, when they're talking about conlanging, or in academia and things like linguistics, they might benefit from some kind of place to go to where they can find, I think particularly things like the scale of conlanging, how many there are, how many conlangs there are in the world. Need to move on. So who is running it? Well, a group of us. When I started this, I basically thought that it needs to be, a group project where people collaborate. So although myself and Aritra Sarkar kind of were the initial people, we have created social media locations on Discord and Facebook and Reddit, where we discuss with people, and I prefer to kind of put issues out to question and discussion than just deciding. So there are about 110 people, for instance, in the Discord server. So there's quite a lot of people who have been part of the conversation. In terms of actually running the database on the website, these are the roles. So reviewers will check Conlang data when it's submitted to us. So if people are entering Conlangs via the form on the website, we have to check that. We have to check if things like things missing or wrong, or we just have to verify it before we accept it for the database. Compiler is another role which involves going out into the Conlang world, into the various websites of conlanging, and finding new Conlangs to add to the database. In some cases that might be quite easy. In some cases it might be scouring, forum threads over many years from discussion forums, that kind of thing. And the organizers oversee the whole project. So we basically we coordinate and set the direction for the whole thing. We manage the website and database, and we do the sort of thing I'm doing right now, which is representing the project to the world as publicity. But these roles are not, they're not people, they're roles. So one person could actually have any combination of those roles. And in my case, I imagine I'll be doing, quite a lot of all three. For more information, well, we have our website now, database.conlang.org. I think it's fairly easy to remember. We're hosted by the Language Creation Society, wonderful. And before we got that, we were planning the project on Google Docs in various planning documents. I created one called simply the Conlang Database Project, and then there have been some subsidiary documents as well. And from the beginning, Aritra created a publicly editable spreadsheet in Google Sheets for people to add their Conlangs. And an amazing, something between 700 and 800 Conlangs were added to that before we even started the database. They have now been added to that database, and they're visible on it. This is a screenshot of that spreadsheet. So I think it's quite an early period of it. I think it looks quite different now. You may be able to see some of your favorite Conlangs on there. We've had a couple of logos designed for us. That's very nice. The one on the left, I mean, they're both based ultimately on the Conlang flag, of course. Brad Arends has used some representative symbols from conscripts at the bottom there. And you might not be able to see, but the ziggurat of the Tower of Babel is actually styled like the drawers of a filing cabinet, symbolizing a database. Das Wontons is more that's a regular database icon, and it's quite iconic. That's definitely something we could use for instance, a browser address bar icon, I think. Who is going to benefit? Well, the Conlang interested, which basically means Conlangers, but also people who aren't actually making Conlangs themselves, but who are just interested in learning about them. They may be looking for certain kinds of Conlang, or they may be looking for a Conlang that they heard about once and can't remember the details of and hope to find again. Conlangers will also benefit from having other people find out about their languages. And more people who work in the media or education or linguistics who might want to talk about Conlangs in their work will find some useful information there. Inclusion, exclusion. What are we going to include and what are we going to exclude? Well, I mean, I think the first two lines pretty much say it. We're going to include as many Conlangs as possible. And we're going to exclude anything which is not a Conlang, but it's then a question of defining exactly where the boundary is. So I have had a think about it. I actually was writing a talk on philosophical languages, and I came up with these three criteria for something to be Conlang. So it has to be linguistic, which means it has to be not only a system of communication, but it has to involve some kind of grammar and stuff. It can't be just a form of an existing natural language, like a language reform project or a language game, that kind of thing, or a cant or an argot, that kind of thing. So it has to stand alone, so even if it's a version of an existing Conlang, it has to in some way stand alone or be a new thing. But that is still incredibly inclusive. It includes sketchlangs, even if they've not got very far, jokelangs, even though they're not serious, con pigeons, even though they're created in a slightly different way from other Conlangs and so on. So we are generally going to err on the side of inclusion. I mean, if somebody searching the database is not interested in a certain kind of Conlang, that's fine. They just exclude that in their search, but it's there in, that type of Conlang may be there for other people to find. Legal status of the data. So basically, the project is community spirited. It's for a community purpose. It's not for any kind of commercial purpose. We're not aiming to own the data or profit from it in any way. And it will have a Creative Commons license, probably CC by SA. And so the data can be used by anybody as long as they attribute the Conlang database and they share the data with the same license. So we will not have any copyright information, so we will not be infringing copyright anywhere. So all the data will be collected from the public domain, or it'll be the result of compilers deciding a category, like what type it is and that kind of thing. So we're not doing things like collecting people's grammars or dictionaries, which they may not want to be shared in that way. What information will be stored? Okay, so this is we're getting into the nitty-gritty of the structure of the database. There are 13 fields per entry. There are two basic groups. The identifying information is things like the name, the date, links. The classifying information is things like the type. Vocabulary source is a code for a priori versus a posteriori. I was trying to come up with some way around those terms. Physical modes is like speech or writing or signing and so on. An extended developmental level is, if it's a sketchlang, is it fully developed? Has it got users? Has it got a community? That kind of thing. How much has it been developed? And though the classifying ones do not have a free text entry, they have limited menus of options to choose from. Whereas the identifying information is effectively just typing some string, character strings in. There is another field, notes, at the end, which is will allow for larger, more detailed information, and that's an opportunity for the creator or whoever else is entering the data to express what is distinctive and noteworthy about that language. So that is where you put things that you can't put in any of the other categories, like it's got alienable versus inalienable possession or something like that. So whatever people think is the interesting stuff, they want people to know about, they can put it in there, and it will be searchable. Summary of the fields. So here we have the 13 fields. Now I've color coded them so the ones with the limited option menus are in red, and the blue ones will allow for multiple lines. So in the case of the Conlang name or the creator's name, if, for instance, the name has changed, you could put two different names in, or maybe different names at the same time. If there's more than one creator, like if it's a partnership between two people, you can put two creators' names in. Or if the creator, for instance, has a pseudonym and a real name. By the way, the real name is not compulsory. So if a person is only known by a pseudonym or doesn't want their real name to be known, that's absolutely fine. We'll take whatever names people want to use. Many of these fields will not have content for many languages. Like, for instance, most languages won't have a registry code. And groups, for instance, is about if a language is in a genealogical group, like it's in a constructed language family, or if it's maybe an alternative history one in an existing language family. But a lot of Conlangs aren't in any groups, so there just won't be anything in that. And that's absolutely fine. We shouldn't be expecting every field to be filled in every entry. I did think about trying to go into detail about, say, the types or the options in those things, but I realized it was really going to take too long. But I will answer questions about those if people have them. Okay, so the process of adding Conlangs. Now I've got about 6 slides on this. So there's 2 ways that Conlangs can be added now. So you can, the public can basically put it in the input form on the website. We're using the word contributor to name that role. Basically, the compiler's already mentioned we'll add Conlangs by going out and looking for them from all sorts of different sources. So first, looking at the Conlang submission form. I don't know if you can actually see that unless I increase the magnification. But basically, you've got some screenshots here of the submission form as it stands. So you can see international names, the name in English or whatever, name in itself, native name, registry code, creators, and so on. So each of the, 3 of those on the left there have room for several lines. On the right-hand side in types, you've got a list of types with checkbox icons next to them, so you can check any combination of those. So it could be both a lost lang and a conworld lang or something like that. So that's what. And now, of course, this is how it looks at the moment. It will change as we edit that form and change the layout and the appearance and that kind of thing. Data field priorities, they're not necessarily all equal in priority. The most important ones are the Conlang name and the link or other reference information, usually a link. Firstly, these will enable the viewer of the database to go out and find more about that Conlang for themselves, so they can actually just look it up and they'll probably learn all they need to know anyway. But secondly, for us running the database, if we are given only those bits of information, we can go and find it for ourselves as well, and we can fill in the rest. Of course, we'd rather people submitted as much information as they can, because that gives us less work. But we'd rather somebody sort of dropped off a couple of references like that than didn't tell us about a language at all. Having said that, we do aim to include as much data as possible. It is reiterating the point about the portal role. The main role is not to tell them everything about the Conlang, but to enable people to find Conlangs they're interested in, and then to go and look at them on their own pages. Okay, so what if a Conlanger doesn't want their languages on the database? Well, if they really insist that we will remove them, but we should say that we are only including public domain data, and we are talking about ones that have already been publicized by the creator on a wiki or forum, or maybe in a book or something. So we're not, we don't feel we're violating any kind of legal or ethical norm there. And this brings us to the question of what about people telling us about conlangs of which there is no direct evidence that we can check. So it's a fact, for instance, that sometimes people lose their notes. I think sometimes actually people deliberately lose their notes of their first conlang. But basically, if people bring one to our attention that they say they created themselves, unless it's really obvious that they're making it up, we'll probably take their word for it. But if they're talking about a language they know somebody else has made, well, we don't know that the person who's made it actually wants it to be made public. So we would probably refuse unless that person came forward themselves. So we're trying to respect people's wishes there. Who can submit a conlang? Its creator or anyone else. So it's okay to submit someone else's conlang to the database. And of course, in some cases, like ones from the past, they're not alive anymore to submit it themselves, so there's no other option. So if they don't want their language in the database, the non-inclusion policy we just looked at will apply. But what's more likely than that is they don't mind it being on the database, but they don't quite agree with the data that's been added. They might want to categorize it differently or correct it somehow. But we think that mostly there won't be a major problem. The process after conlang submission, so the conlangs are not immediately added. There are various issues that we have to watch out for. And the reviewers basically will check the data. They may follow up links and compare what's actually on the on the internet or whatever, or in whatever location the information is, to what has been submitted in the form. They may actually contact the creator if they're findable. There may be some particularly difficult cases, difficult to decide what the truth is. In those, reviewers can consult each other and the organizers rather than just be left alone to make a decision on their own. Once the reviewer is satisfied, the conlang will be flagged as accepted and it will be in the database and will appear in search results. Okay, editing already added conlangs. So as I already noted, conlangers may want to change the data. Apart from anything else, it may have been accurate when entered, but the facts may have changed. They may have changed their language. So they may want to update it, or they may notice that there is some data that hasn't been included, and they want to complete it. So what they can do is send a message via the contact form with requested edits. I will try to make the contact form such that they can enter, things like an email address or some other way of trying to verify their identity. We cannot, of course, just assume that just because somebody sends us a message that they are the person who created the language, or that the information they're saying is correct. We have to check. Now, the lower part of that slide there. So there is always disagreement amongst conlangers about what terms mean. Things like types of conlang, what augslang means, and artlang, and basically we've got a tension between trying to please people and not alienate them, and allow them to feel happy about the way that their conlang is represented on the database, and trying to bring the total collection under one consistent system of classification. Because if we, for instance, allow everyone to have their own unique descriptor for their language, we'll end up with hundreds of descriptors. And if we do statistics, then we'll just get a pie chart with lots of incredibly thin sections. Whereas what we want to do is have realistic grouping together of sufficiently similar conlangs under consistent types. So this is going to be it's a tricky area, but we will attempt to maintain consistency while still accommodating creators. Compilation process. So we're moving on from the contributors contributing via the submission form. So the compilers will actively go out and search for conlangs, and this is best done in an organized way. And I've thought a lot about this. It'd be quite easy to duplicate effort by two people searching the same forum or searching the same wiki or something. And it would be much better to avoid that by basically getting a consistent list of all the locations in advance, farming them out to people by agreement. And it would be quite good if people who, for instance, know a certain site are given the job of looking at that one, because they will, they know it better than others. They may feel happy about that. So if where we can, we will try to match a compiler with sites that they're familiar with and are happy to search through. So we need to manage the workload in a sensible way. So I think we have to be realistic about the amount of time people have. I have limited time myself. Apart from anything else, we also want to Conlang. We want to. My own Conlang has suffered when I've been trying to do this project. So I think we have to do weekly arrangements of catching up at the weekend or something, allowing people to do their work when they like during the week, and being realistic and sensible about the number of hours. Otherwise, I think people might be alienated and sort of drift away. So where are we going to get compile the Conlangs from? Well, this is a very much non-exhaustive list. These are just examples. So, I mean, Cal's already mentioned, Con Workshop I already mentioned, YouTube. So there are an awful lot of wikis. There are wikis that are not in English. There's one in French. There are discussion sites of all kinds. I didn't put on, there's a Usenet one. There's at least there's a couple of Polish, there's one Polish one, there's a couple of Spanish ones. There are all different places where we can get information from. And some of these, as I say, are quite easy to draw the information from. Others are going to take a lot of trawling. And I think we should just start with the easy and the low-hanging fruit and move towards the more difficult. Searching. This is probably the most interesting part. So in order to search the database, there is a search form on its own page. It features all the database fields. You can enter search terms to filter in any combination. Each field has its own input box. So they vary according to what the type of the field. So the ones like names obviously have a text entry. The ones with a limited menu of options have a menu. So we haven't implemented this yet, but we intend to have a wildcard option. So you could, if you know, for instance, that a language begins with AL and ends in IAN or something like that, you can put AL wildcard character IAN, and that will find it if it's there. And there should also be a general keyword search box, which is not specific to any one field, but will just range across all the fields. So you can simply find a particular term if you think it might be in a Conlang's record. And hopefully we'll also have a list whole database function. I mean, whether it will be on one page or maybe 100 per page or that kind of thing, but you could, as it were, browse through the whole database, perhaps in alphabetical order or some section thereof, rather than doing a more specific search. All of the search terms, the questions, the fields will have guidance texts. There will also, I should say, be guidance texts for the input form. So when people are inputting a Conlang, there will eventually be some text there to help them understand what the field is about, what the options are. And it should be possible also to specify which of the fields you want to be displayed. So maybe you want to include fields that you're not searching for. So you're searching in certain fields, but you also want other ones to be displayed anyway, like maybe the name or the year or something like that. So all of that is quite versatile. Here we have another couple of screenshots. So on the left, you've got a screenshot. I'm sorry if this is too small. You've got a screenshot of the actual search form. That's how it looks at the moment. So you've got, for instance, the older than, younger than is for the date, and so on. And you notice down the bottom of there, it says 793 results. That's how many entries there are on the database at the moment. Now, I should say that some of them are test entries, And also, if you look on the right-hand side, this is a sample of the readout of the database currently in the T section. And it's cut off. I mean, it's only the first 5 or 6 fields, and the rest are sort of off the page. But it shows, you know, the name and the creator's name and the link there and so on. But you may notice that there's one Conlang there who's been entered twice. So this is an example of the sort of thing that we will need to sort out in the reviewing process and the you know, overlooking the database. So how do you use the search results? Well, you should be able to reorder them. Maybe you can order them according to different fields, so not just the alphabetical order of the Conlang name, but maybe the creator's name or maybe the year or something like that. You should be able to search again. Maybe you want to refine the search. You should be able to click through from any individual Conlang entry to a page purely about that one Conlang. It will simply list the details vertically, and there's an example of that on the right, a particularly well-known Conlang there. And you should be able to click the link in the links field and go straight through to the Conlang's own pages. Regarding exporting, we want to enable copying, obviously, to download the results, to download potentially the whole database, and to enable people to print it out usefully. All of these things, you know, are yet to be implemented properly, but you know, we're just starting. Statistics feature. This is something I added on late on in this in preparing this slide. So this is basically alongside the search facility. We want to be able to show statistical facts about how many Conlangs are, particularly with particular qualities, or as a proportion of a given set, of the total set or any other set, maybe something like a pie chart. So we can, like, you know, finally settle the question of how many Orgslangs there are to how many Artlangs, that kind of thing. So again, that's not been implemented at all, but that is an ambition. Right, it's a very simple and simple slide, but I want to really focus on this in one slide on its own. So what would count as the database working successfully if members of the public are able to search it usefully and reliably? That is the criterion, as far as I'm concerned, for the project being successful. Other website features. So it's likely that we will have other pages, for instance, pages that explain, I mean, we'll have to explain Conlang terms, and we'll have to explain how the database works and searching works, that kind of thing. So it's quite likely we'll have to go into some extra detail about that on separate pages. And Conlang issues, things like, you know, because there are disagreements about classification, we'll probably have to go into that somewhere and go through the issues. And we'll have links, and you know, we'll link to all the other Conlang sites out there. So progress and plans on the left is a list of things we have done, all in the passive voice, and on the right a bunch of plans and ambitions and intentions. So, you know, it's kind of half and half. So we've got pretty far. We've got a lot more to do. I've got a lot of detail in there about, you know, edit the input and search forms, add various features. You know, we haven't begun the compilation process at all. So there's a lot of things to do. How people can contribute, if anyone watching or listening is interested. So I've mentioned the 3 roles. Anyone's welcome to join in any of those roles. Or if you'd rather not directly be an actual project member, you can simply contribute Conlangs via the website form. I haven't really mentioned it here, but it does also occur to me that if people want to contribute a lot of Conlangs at once, it might be quite tedious to use the form over and over again. And we have, you know, used a spreadsheet to collect a lot of Conlangs and then added them to the database quite easily. So it might be an idea it might be an idea for the compilers actually to collect, 10, 20, 30 Conlangs, whatever it is, on a spreadsheet in the same format, and then submit that rather than using the form over and over again. But perhaps the form is more useful for people adding one or two. There are certain specialist abilities that we would particularly like people with to join us with. So technical ones, if you know how to use WordPress, PHP, or MySQL, that's what we're using. So you'd be really welcome to join our team doing those kinds of things. If you have familiarity with particular sites and you'd like to help compile the Conlangs in them, we would definitely welcome you for that. And if you have knowledge of languages used in non-English locations, that would be great. We've already had one or two members who speak Spanish pop up about and I've talked to them about that. So you can come to our discussion spaces. You can send us a message or sign up with the volunteer form. If you go to the website database.conlang.org, find the FAQ page. Everything else is linked from there. The Discord server and the Facebook group and everything is linked from there. Okay, so that's your route to find out how to get in touch with us. When will the database be finished? Probably never, because presumably people will be adding, creating more Conlangs, so there'll always be a few more to add. But also there might even be some old ones, sort of earlier ones that just we haven't heard about yet, and we have to add those as well. So rather than trying to imagine there's going to be some sort of endpoint, a bit like with creating a Conlang, there isn't really an endpoint. We just imagine that the addition will continue indefinitely, but perhaps early on more busily, and then later on it might be smaller scale maintenance. I should add also, by the way, that I don't intend to be running the project forever. I mean, I'm giving myself about 2 years max. And then I'm going to want to hand on to somebody else, because being honest about it, those of us who are really leading it, we've put a lot of work on our backs. We've put a couple of years worth of a lot of work on ourselves. So I'd really like to get more. I mean, basically, the more people join and take part, the quicker it will work. Finally, I'd like to thank a bunch of people. So my thanks go to Eritrea for being there from the start and giving me a nudge when I needed to, and always having a very clear and very inclusive vision of how it should be. Thank you. Thank you to Joseph for being incredibly welcoming and encouraging, and really looking after us within the LCS. Thank you to Tony for setting us up on the server and being there to answer questions and help when we're setting ourselves up on the server. And thank you to Mike for doing the work of setting up the database and configuring it, adding all of the Conlangs from the spreadsheet, and then adding the forms on the website and lots of other things. And I'd also like to thank all the other people who've been part of the project already, people who are in our discussion sites, and people who've given us advice and help, and also the people who've added almost 800 Conlangs already to this database. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Thank you so much. Now, I mean, personally, any help I gave was just saying, I'm sure we can figure out a way to do this, but I certainly don't know what it is, because I don't know this side of technology. So that was all people like Tony and Jeffrey and Tim and yourself figuring out solutions to those problems. But it sounds like they're working.
Yeah.
I think all of the questions that have been popping up in the YouTube chat came just slightly before you answered them in the run of your talk.
Right.
But because I don't understand a lot of this tech stuff, Logan here in the Zoom chat asked, will there be a machine readable API? And Maybe you can
I have
address
to be
that.
honest, I don't know because I don't know enough about the tech stuff either. So if it's something that can be done, then yes. In fact, we did have a question from somebody in one of our groups. I think he wanted to create an app for mobiles that might be able to access the database. So that would be, and then it's a question of like security, because how is the app reading the database if it's not going through the form on the website? So there are security questions about that, but if they can be overcome, I don't see why we can't have that kind of thing. Yeah.
Logan, if you want to unmute and be any more specific than I can be by reading your your question, you're welcome to do so.
Well, I have unmuted. I'm not sure how to be more specific, but yeah, so an app for the phone would be one sort of obvious thing that would make use of a machine readable API. So if we want to support that, then I take that as a positive answer to my question.
Good enough.
And I also agree with the comment that Sai has made. A properly authenticated API will provide security, but much like Sai, I don't think I can explain that quickly either.
Right. That's something we'll have to follow up on. Yeah. Thanks very much for asking that.
And you already told people how they could join. Margaret, for example, was interested in joining because she's worked on some other database projects. Zino Wheel, I'm totally butchering that, is curious, will it get a name other than Conlang database project?
That is a good question. I mean, when I didn't think of like a kind of some brand name or something. Something else I ought to mention is that I'm not assuming that this is the only one of this kind. Apart from anything else, the whole database will be available for people to copy. So somebody might think, oh, I quite like that, but there's one or two things I don't like about it. So they can just copy the thing and do their own. So, because I mean, every now and then I was imagining doing publicity where we're talking about putting Conlangs in one central place. I thought, no, not central, because that sounds like you're setting yourself up as like some kind of sort of official thing. And there's no officialness about it. It's a particular community project which is going to create a particular database, and other people are welcome to create other databases of a similar or slightly different kind. But as to a more distinctive name, it's a good question. If it becomes necessary, then we should do that, I think. And I think I like CDP now because it is more distinctive actually than just saying Conlang database, because after all, things like CALs that is actually a Conlang database. So I don't know. So again, that is something that we'll have to think about. Mostly at the moment, I'm focusing on getting the website to work.
Mystic, I can't put a T and an N together in one onset. Mystic Tneidzir. I am in the process of coding a Conlang tool thing. Would somebody be able to access the data for something like this?
Probably. I mean, if it's the same issue as the question with the API and the question with the phone app, I imagine that yes. I think that's just an angle that we have to think about on a technical level at some point, and probably there will be some way to enable all of these ideas.
And I see Matt was asking about editing, but he was actually thinking about a different thing, and you did explain how to edit. Are there any? Okay, yeah, it looks like Mike has answered Mystic Snadezier's question there in the chat as well.
Yeah.
Ejectivized Snadezer. Yeah, that is easier to say. Well, I'm going to thank you, Matthew, but I'm going to hold on for an extra moment to see if anyone else in the YouTube chat or here on the Zoom chat has another question for you. Butchered that name, yeah. Yeah, I did. I know there's about a 15 to 30-second delay on what we say and then receiving comments back. Sorry for the lull at the end of the day here. Yeah, a lot of the comments popping in are just are saying thank you and praising that it is an excellent project and something that the community does seem excited about. Oh, you are on the YouTube as well, so you're seeing this.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm not seeing any other questions come in, so thank you very much, Matthew. Hopefully we'll see you on the YouTube chat tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
For everyone out there in YouTube that has been sticking with us all day, I know this is a lot of screen time, but I think it's been absolutely fascinating with a lot of really cool talks. I see we're getting some applause from your Zoom co-presenters here, colleagues. Tomorrow we're going to do this again in basically the same format. So we'll start once again 8 a.m. my time, 10 a.m. Eastern time, which is what the schedule is in on conlang.org, or whatever time zone you happen to be. We'll have a slightly shorter behind the scenes setup process where we're just making sure that at 1500 time in London, where we're just making sure everyone has the screen sharing capability and everything, because I, knock on wood again, I think it went quite well today. No real hitches or anything like that. And then we'll dive right into the program. We've tried to set it up so that we have almost themes running through where we could. So tomorrow we're going to look at a lot of different orthography ideas. And our keynote talk tomorrow afternoon will also be on how we can create con writing systems, con orthographies. So there's several talks on developing scripts as one example of one of the themes for tomorrow. And first and foremost, starting at about 10:30 Eastern time, 8:30 here in Calgary, 15:30 in London, we'll have the con relay presentation. So we had two rings, one ring of people we expect will probably be attending to present a little bit of their section of the relay, and a second ring of people who didn't think they'd be able to attend the Zoom tomorrow. I imagine, since I was, I think, the second or third person in the relay in my ring, and knowing how much buggery I inserted into that translation process, it will be hilarious. Anybody who is still on the Zoom call have anything they would like to add into the sign off for the day before I plug the after conference social? Oh, I see a message there from Sai. Just in case somebody's not still on it, we are going to reach out to all of the presenters and say, please send a PDF of your slides. We'd love to host the actual slides on the conference website so people can take more detailed looks than just watching the YouTube video after the fact. Keenan, I see your comment on YouTube there. Everything is backed up. You'll be able to watch at your leisure. Sai has been tweeting out all of the links to the individual video segments all day. So if you check out at Fiat Lingua, you'll be able to see anything you want to catch up on after the fact. So other than that, I'm going to put a link as soon as I find it again in the Zoom here. Jamin, one of our previous board members of the LCS, has graciously offered to host just a social chat on Zoom with anybody who wants to attend. So I'm gonna, as soon as I find it again, pop that in the YouTube link, and Sai has tweeted that out from at Fiat Lingua. So anybody who wants to hop over there, that Zoom call will be active in about 10 to 15 minutes. Sai linked it for me in the YouTube chat. Thank you very much. All right. Well, that brings us to the end of the day, and I am pleased to say we are exactly on time. I will do my best to keep us on that time schedule tomorrow as well. To all of the presenters from day one, thank you very much. And to all the presenters for tomorrow, we're looking forward to seeing what you'll tell us. I'm going to end the live stream on Zoom here, and hopefully we'll see some of you in the social chat and the other Zoom call shortly.